EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dazzle.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Life Stealer.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Silencer.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh!
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slaughter.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Beastmaster.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
Slog.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shadow Fiend.
Day 1 EG, I like it. Well, you heard it from the man. The man, he would know. Day 1 EG, can they stop and remove? Against Team MP. Capitalist.
Very much, Paul, and the panel. Oh, you're there. Hello. Hello and welcome, everybody. We're here, EG versus NP. I'm Lyrical. Well as Cap. Cap, how you doing? How you feeling about the draft? You excited to get in?
I really agree with what our panel said. I liked NP's draft quite a bit. I think they set this up very nicely. I like the Beastmaster on NP. The thing is that NP, they bring a certain kind of play style. And it's much slower than most of the other teams. You're talking about a region that they're the great May, right? So it's a special kind of style, and I'm just not sure if EG, I think in many ways they were forced to go to the, but I don't know if the Slark was necessarily a good idea for them, because I see NP winning the laning phase here, being able to transition this well, and just having a really strong like 30-minute. I think they're just gonna ball into E pretty quickly, and I'm not sure if this Slark is gonna be.
Well, I'm really excited to see how it goes as well. You mentioned the MSS Beastmaster, one of his most played heroes, and throughout the qualifiers, I think that it was their role, and it feels like it can still play the split pushing style with this guy and go for a lot of pickoffs, which it feels like with the Life Stealer and Fest Bombs, that's going to be relevant. But he also gives you that vision that they're talking about. I think that the other big thing to watch out for is just how well these globals come out. As it looks like there's going to be a contest for the room. MSS going to tear him away. Up here in this top side, are they going to aggro this out, you think?
I think it's the best idea for them at this point because they have this lifestealer early pickup against this car. It's a laning phase counter, not necessarily an all-around game counter because open wounds obviously is and stuff like that. But in just the laning phase, Centaur is a lot weaker. He has this lifestealer kind of chase that here. So they do want to do an aggro duel, depending on what SVG is up to. SVG is usually your eye on. NP is very greedy, and it all comes together when SVG is able to make all.
And this is amazing already here at the start, zoning out Sumail. He got the ward for himself as well. He's going to ensure that Eternal Envy has a good start to this game at least. You certainly need it, particularly on this Shadow Fiend Exort build. But yeah, it should end up being a fairly even matchup. Do you think that there's any kill potential if you have that Earth Spirit roaming into this lane, though?
Absolutely. I think there could be kill potential on the SF. He's a rather vulnerable hero to ganks, but this is where the aggro duel and aggro tri-lane come in sense, right? Is that they're going to make sure these supports can't roam in. So SVG's job is, first, make sure that the SF is able to get his initial amount of souls, so he has no problems yet. And then next is going to be locking down those supports in top lane to ensure that it remains a 1v1 for both the mid and the safe lane. This is how NP plans to win potentially all three lanes.
If you're able to respond to this, so far the Invoker pretty far behind, but he will be able to catch up as time goes on. Arteezy, meanwhile, up here on the top on his Slark, has been able to not CS super effectively either against MSS, but with the rotations that are coming in soon, like can they find any kill potential up in this top lane, or is it just try and secure whatever farm you can and off?
I think it's more about pulling for EG and getting the extra experience to their level 2. And preventing NP from being too aggressive on the Slark. This is what the Silencers spamming out that Arcane Curse and burning through them. The MSS already had to use it.
Mid again, we're just keeping our eyes on this one because I want to see how these early heroes that are very momentum based, particularly the Shadow Fiend, do. And Eternal Envy able to push Sumail back up onto his hill here, going to throw out a couple raises to boot. He's having a great time in this lane.
Yeah, he really is.
Oh my god,
is
this... Ooh, no mana for that third.
He just, with 4 mana short, even threatening that salve. Sumail, I'm sure Sumail is going to feel like a little bit pressured by this, and he's not going to lose it. But I think he is one of those players where if you challenge him in the laning phase, he's going to bite back real hard. So Envy's got to be careful not to overextend himself and let himself potentially odd out by a rapid rotation. That would be the utmost danger. Laning phase, we've got 2 correct.
Envy already off to a good start, but they are going to roam into this now. The crush is going to be their one raise. Will they have enough to bring him down, though? The right clicks, they do get the first blood. Eternal Envy, with a little bit of help from SVG, takes down Sumail.
Yeah, great stuff. SVG making the right time for that rotation. Unfortunately, Evil Geniuses, they do have defensive ward that should see a lot of these aggro trial. That some did get caught out by Bill. He is, as he pretty much always does, right? Has this consistent for all of NP.
The bottom lane, we haven't had a ton of chance to talk about it as of yet, but Lifestealer off to a good start, as you mentioned, against that Centaur. Is this something where you need to just try and get up that level 6 as quick as possible? Is there any chance that have MSS a little bit here? That's going to roll in, slow down. The Arcane Curse continuing to get the slow, but there's Dazzle to top him off and should be able to.
Dazzle is such a great aggro duel. Able to push out the wave and then pull from the hard camp, giving you also able to provide you that extra amount of. Caught again.
Maybe in some trouble here. They turn for the Cold Snap. The Sunstreak is not quite going to be on the mark, but they're going to jump in with Crit as well. Sumail is already dead, though, and Crit, taking a lot of damage on boot as well off the back of that. This is a really great start for NP.
And a TP out from that top lane by MSS as he gets a bit low from the pounce. So they don't even take advantage of the fact that support was mid. You know, the support showed on mid. They immediately try and do something up at their top lane, but they NP is just kind of running away with the laning phase. But it's not all doom and gloom for Evil Genius. some of this is expected. First is going to be a bit down in CM against the Lifestealer, but Centaur is an offlaner who enjoys farm. He takes advantage of the farm that you give. So while the 1v1 is favorable for N, it's also not terrible for you yourself, right? Be able to get that faster blink dagger, get those higher solo levels, and this 1v1 does allow him that even at the cost of a...
Yeah, and also thinking forward to when you get that level 6 up on Silencer and you have that incredibly strong initiation of just blink in, get the hoof stomp, drop global, kill everybody to death. It feels like that's still something that they're going to be able to fall back upon once they get that initial farm up and online. But meanwhile, Universe is smoked up. They're getting ready to something here, but Envy very, very cautious on the other side, and SVG there to be the combo breaker as well. Can they actually make this still happen? Rolling Boulder in gets broken, and SVG just going to be able to walk out of that. So really heads-up play by SVG to come in, and now maybe they can even take down Crit. He needs to be a little bit careful getting body blocked in, the stun. They are going to be able to find that crush, and there's the heal bomb to take him down. 3-0 start for NP. They're looking fabulous.
NP looked really sick. I mean, you saw the way they knew this rotation was coming, right? And it's an unusual one to move the Centaur out of lane before you have the level 6, but Lifestealer immediately pinged, hey, the Centaur's gone. They're probably making a rotation. NP plays the hard left-hand side of this camp to make sure that he's not going to be caught out as they wrap around the trees. That SVG moves in a way to be able to break potential. I think in many ways, he was just lucky that he had also be blocking the boulder like that, but that's just strong positioning combined with right time, right opportunity that manages to get third kill in the game before Evil Geniuses pick up their own.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it's a bit of luck, but it's also there with the skill and the recognition. Could be something happening. So mixture of being prepared and just really good stuff so far from NP. For EG, are they that worried about this really bad start? Do you think that this is a team that has the potential to catch back up as the game goes on?
I mean, Evil Geniuses, I think, has always been it. But it is going to be difficult for initiation.
This is a good way to make it happen, though. You find a kill here onto Envy, and this is so great for them. Although it does look like they end up sharing.
That is, I mean, that's just the hard part about an Earth Spirit. You can see these rotations, you can put mid wards up all you want, but the initiation range of an Earth is so long that he can just approach straight through the lane and catch you out that way. So you know, Envy might have been a little bit far forward, but I don't really think it's just kind of inevitable that Earth Spirit find it open that against your. What I do think is that Evil Geniuses are going to have to rely heavily on. But NP with this laning, I think they're really going to get a lot of opportunity. Probably just grew up quite a bit. If you watch and play a very defensive play, that's going to be hard for Evil.
Is just sitting up here as well, hanging out, and has an okay time. And he has been able to farm for himself. He's third in net worth right now. Hasn't been killed at all, 49 CS, and this is again one of those heroes that can take off in a strong fashion if you are able to find a couple of those first couple picks. Do you imagine it's the type of Shadowblade game? Is that pretty much Slark now?
I think he will have to pick up the Shadowblade because through some of these here will have the opportunity to get pickoffs. I think Smasher is going to be one of the left out on the side. Wow. I was about to say, if he hits the Sunstrike there, he'd be pretty low, but Envy did have the haste rune.
Not wanting to drop a Sunstrike, then not a... Heading back towards jungle, farming up a little bit more, and as right, stun coming out from SV. Well, you talk about that initial group up that you might end up seeing. Do you feel like the onus is on either team to really get stuff done earlier? Like Stampede can that mitigating factor where you can get in up close when you otherwise wouldn't be.
I think some of the early game, 5 to 10 minutes, it's more on Evil to be able to make openings, them to be able to find pickoffs on the SF with Beastmaster, slow down some of their mid game, because you don't want to let a Beastmaster farm up into Necro or have his blink. That's going to be too rough, especially for Lark. RTZ also is going to have to make some moves, some aggressive maneuver around. get some of those kickoffs that you alluded to. Very much a ball off of picking. But the problem is you could see NP are playing plays off the off-lane camp. Have your supports, especially your actually hovering around mid or off-lane. And no one really... It's a life stealer. Like, what happens if you don't hit that silence fast enough, right? On the Earth Spirit. What if you don't hit that kick in time? He rages before. Just a wasted. So, NP feel pretty confident about being able to just whatever eat.
Setting up right now for us, try and get something more than just reactive on deck for themselves. They have to wait for that back attack timer to kick in, but Howie ready to jump inside somebody and possibly hop out, find a kill here onto Zai. It would have been great for them to get the Slark, but he is very cautious right now in his move. Back behind the tower.
Yeah, this is a pretty classic rotation. It's why a lot of these capable of jungling will abandon their lane pretty much always by 10 minutes. Don't want to be caught up by rotation.
They're onto him, but maybe even going to be able to turn this back around. They're onto Zai instead. Sungrade comes down, and they are able to kill off MSS, but they're able to find Zai in return. That was going to be a TP out, so nothing else lost in that game.
Look at bottom. Smoke Gank might be able to catch out SVG.
Still very close to that blink dagger as well. Quick gonna run in, get the silence off, have the hooks off, double edge to follow, and Sunstrike to find the kill. Nice pick up there for Eden.
Yeah, this is great because they know there was significant rotations. At the very least, the Lifestealer team know there's not going to be any heroes, any backup at bottom lane. They just want that free kill. They'll slow down the blink dagger for Slardar, and it'll also get the blink dagger up. And this is where the timing, where Evil Geniuses play a lot more aggressive and in their pickoff height. Not sure if they can really go towards where the Lifestealer is, but the Beastmaster and SF, like #1. Rotate, find him in the jump, pick him off, especially since...
Right now, MSS, he's been smoked up for a little while and might run by his shrine, though. A couple of seconds earlier, that might have been a kill. Now it's looking less and less likely. They are still pressuring along this top lane, though, side of NP. And if they wanted to, they could apply a little bit of pressure up there. They're going to have to come back at some point. Bottom lane is starting to get taken down by...
Yeah, Universe, he starts running down there, but he realizes NP they're completely abandoning that bottom lane. And this is the power of the Beastman. Really pushing power, if let alone. Evil Geniuses don't really have too many tools to deal with this.
God, they're getting ready to go in, though. And Crit, he is going to try and go for the kill. SVG already dead at the very start of this one. Rolling boulder forward. They also have the blink forward. Universe going to be able to take down 1437. So just like that, the push is stopped and distracted. They did a lot of damage to that tier 2.
MV makes the right play off of that, seeing heroes rotate up to top lane. He to protect safe lane tower and make sure RTZ doesn't get harm while they also... But I think that really was just a little bit sloppy there. I think they got ahead of themselves and kind of felt like, oh, we're actually going to be able to take this tier 2. They're not going to... They spread out a bit too much. The Slardar got picked off immediately. That's always done that.
And now they're on top of the Shadow Fiend, so Envy going to drop in this bottom lane. Been very good early on for NP, and a couple of minutes been a little bit shaky. We always knew that this is something that could happen.
This is the danger of allowing Evil. Them initially winning that top fight allows them to set up an opportunity at the bottom. And when you run around the map, like it's so much worse now since the change to the T second pull. So you got to be really careful about where you TP out to. Safe lane SF, anything out there, he's isolated. You got to make sure that your allies do have the TP.
Offlaners. MSS is smoked up, ready to make something happen with the Slardar as they get themselves into position down here bottom and trying to run into Crit. They are going to commit the roar and the stomp same time. Double stun for double kill. Not able to get in on the action, but they're ready to push again.
I think Crit's pretty happy with that. Like, he tanked a smoke gank. He made sure that RTZ was able to dodge that and get up behind. He's going to have his Shadow Blade. So, that's actually not or evil. NP, though, since they made this kind of rotation, they got the pickoff they wanted to make the most out of it by pushing down the tower immediately. But does look like Evil Geniuses are going to tank this off-lane tower.
I like this movement, though. You look at it, you've got MSS, he's got his 2 points up right now into the passive, getting that increased hack speed, able to kind of move around with impunity. There is some split push potential that you have to deal with, but it's not as if Slark is going to be barreling down towers and taking them incredibly.
Certainly not, right? That's not a big NP. They can, for the most part, be confident about them. I think they want to protect their mid, where you could much control Slark. Slark in his Shadow Blade, he's really reliant on some of these outer towers are very
closer now. The Slardar 2 hit dagger, still a little ways away, and he also picking himself, seeing if he can pick off, but nobody's farming over on this side of the map. But what do you feel like the next couple of minutes look like for each? Well, there's going to be a pick off there as Slardar gets down.
Well,
right before his
I think that's step number one. They need to make sure that Blink Dagger doesn't happen first. Once they have that vehicle, a lot scary. Like the Slark. Slark is not going to be as comfortable split pushing because, you know, a lot of times he just doesn't want to sit there right clicking creeps. He wants to Dark Pack. If he's using right, it means acceptable to rush. So they need to try and slow that down as much as possible. NP time they finish that Blink Dagger. They use that to smoke up with a Life Stealer and go for some sort of gank while the other they get that successful gank and translate that into. So most of the time you're going to be looking at one tower, potentially rope.
Oh, and just picked up the DD here as well for Envy. So this is a really great timing. They are all grouped up now. He's thinking about going in to make something happen. They're going to throw in one stone at the very least. But Roche just died in a second, and now you're looking at an Aegis here on Envy. They've got that first Necrobook up and online. I'm struggling to see how EG deal with this push.
Oh, I don't think they really can. I mean, they do not have Global Silence. Definitely don't want to fight right now. They gotta just give up their tier 2, I'm pretty sure. Unless they find the right kind of opening. You know, Universe sees an opportunity. Stomp. Unless that happens, there's no sense in it.
Have a courier coming in right now. Have a Blink Dagger on it, and now this is a really big timing here. They're going to get the stun onto the Life Stealer. Sunstrike to follow. They're trying to drop it down, but he gets a Grave off at the last second and just going to be able to armlet toggle away from this one. Has the lead. The very clear retreat together as a team. NP, easy Dota.
A little bit, right? Are you invested inside the SF? Maybe afraid of second Sunstrike. Keep it out there somewhere, or maybe the Slark comes in, bursts him down. Doesn't mean Fast is on cooldown for another. It's not too bad though. NP still want to try and keep up the tempo though. They try and take out the rest of these. Start map. The one thing you have to make sure of though is you start pressuring into not let the split push you much, as well as the invoke. What these heroes want to do is they split push you a whole bunch, so then you naturally have to break apart in order to do that, and then you find your opportunity.
Still does look like this is a lineup that can punish that bending the very heavily. Likewise, NP, if they're knocking on your high ground, it doesn't matter how much you're split pushing at this point. There's still tier 2s up on each sidelines, and mid tier 1 is still up and online. I'm looking at this right now and seeing a lot of trouble that Aegis there. And I mean, can NP think about threatening high ground even? Maybe. Strike out. Envy, he ends up dying to that one. So, well, so much for that Aegis.
Yeah, and maybe Evil Geniuses are okay with taking a team fight because they still have Global Silence. As NP retreat, they have to be, and I like this, right? They're being very disciplined about their play. They're not splitting up too much and leaving opportunity or to catch them out. Oh, and they're actually setting up a great game.
This is going to be a great one. Right as Dark Pack comes down now, RTZ, oh, he gets the Shadow Dance off. Able to escape from that one, trying to get the Stampede out. A double hoof stomp. Universe to escape from that one. Actually, have a Blink Dagger. They can maybe punish this. Not sure if he needed to go in on that instance, and now he doesn't have Stampede to get away. Universe is going to fall. So a little bit of back and forth going on there, but they do get the Slark out at the very least.
Man, that was such a smart rotation, right? They backed up just enough to kind of be out of danger, right? There's no chance of EG chasing them down and catching them while they're trying to take out. But they make this very fast rotation into mid, catch our TG. They were so close to getting that kill.
Yeah.
They were mid-swing on two of their heroes. But either way, right, it created the space because they got the Centaur kill after this, and then on top of that, top lane as well as mid lane still pretty well pushed in. Evil Geniuses have and as long as they don't make any mistakes, all they have to worry about is their execution. It's going to be the next difficult part. Controlling the game is like the first obvious step of this draft, and get control and build up a gold lead. The next really hard part to execute Lyrical is going to be going high ground. Against Evil Geniuses, they're pretty good on their spacing when it comes. It is going to be a bit difficult and probably reliant.
We'll have to watch that next fight that's sure. In the meantime, we do have Slark going back for a Lincoln Spear, and this sort of is reminiscent of one of the game casts earlier, but it feels like if they can get over this hump of the, the very strong timing you have from NP, maybe then you have EGs get out of control with the Slark, with the Invoker picking up the items at levels. I feel like that's the case, or is it something where if NP break like one lane barracks, they're just going to end up being able to...
I'm pretty sure if they break one lane barracks in the next, it's almost kind of over, just because you should be able to control the other half, and one lane always pushes build and build. But this is why Evil Geniuses get aggressive and they can't let Evil NP set the tempo. Because NP also has really good high ground, right? The SF is quite notable as he's decently tanky and beat on that tower with high amount of physical. Beastmaster's great at breaking towers, and so is a lifestealer. Those pokes at the tier 3 run up, you rage, and then you back up. NP have a lot of options in that regard, so Evil Geniuses can't just sit back and go, well, we have high ground defense. They can't do that. NP has a really... So they gotta get opportunity. They gotta make opportunity. Some sort of pick off.
I mean, they're going for it right now, just pressuring up there on the high ground. How he turns, they end up going a nice little 4-staff away, and they use Stampede as well to ensure the retreat. But now NP need to be a little bit careful. The tornado to lift won't have any follow-up after the fact. It looks like EG content for the moment, since we do have Slark pushing it bottom lane. We'll have the creep there under the tower. And
I like that EG aren't worrying about that tier 3 though.
Oh, another rage pop. That's Meatball down now.
Yeah, with Stampede down, and there's still Global Silence up, but Stampede was a pretty big ability so I like the fact that he used that opportunity. They can finish it up in the next 30 seconds and open up shrines. That'll be huge. It'll be worth the loss of that tier 2 bottom and potentially...
Makes it so tough about the Slark too is because you can't threaten as much in split push as you might with other heroes, and now they're just stepping forward. Eviscerate Universe. He was gone in an instant. And now with the tier 3 going to go down, you mentioned it, there's the shrines. They're even flirting with the idea of sticking around to do some more damage to those barracks, but they do finally back out now. Man, really impressive display from NP, and this opens up, afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Roche is not too... the shrines are open, so they can take away this Roshan shrine. This is all a huge win. I mean, again, I'm just really impressed by how disciplined they were. They gave a lot of respect to each. We knew that Centaur didn't have buyback, but they said it's not a good idea to go. It does have buyback. We go into a bad team fight that could lose control that we have right now to have it away. So they're going to back up, just kind of control the map a little bit and wait towards the next objective, get the second Aegis.
Time. It's really, I would say, disciplined play from it. Doing all the things that they, none of the things that would end up putting them in a deficit. Time are still struggling to find, I guess, pickoffs at this point. Arteez has been able to get a lot of farm for himself, has the completed Lincoln. Thinking about going back for the Scotty, what's that item that he gets into that allows him to start taking over the bit? Is it?
It's usually the Scud.
Okay.
It's usually that like third item that you pick up that finally says Scotty, but it's that third item that says I am now a decent right clicker in fights and I'm gonna get worse. Before that, he's just totally pick off oriented. But as you could see, our team hasn't found a single kill and might die here.
Oh my God, he gets the Dark Pact off as well as the ulti. That was very close to dying. Be able to escape from that one. So Smoking doesn't end up working out.
Did you see what MSS did? Did you see that one play he did?
Oh,
against,
he tried to roar the...
Yeah, he was looking for the roar on the neutral to see if he can get that same exact play he did against BSJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. So NP, again, sticking together, making sure they don't let any pickoffs happen. Stick together, move towards the bottom half of the map, clear through that jungle area, see if it ain't off. They didn't. They get the shrine, focus on the tier 2. Then they're going to probably just reset again. Set up for... Is actually going to be up now, so I'm not sure how comfortable going to be going if each off the map. They don't really want to have an agent. But then again, I guess I'll look at EG.
Radiant's top tower
Really bad.
is under attack. Dire's
Another
bottom
thing to
tower
mention, we have the Blink Dagger that's been spoke about just a couple of minutes ago. He ended up going for the 1 extra talent, so he does become a little bit more of a threat with 4-up and boss as well as max out exorted. But it's still sort of dependent upon their ability.
Dire's bottom tower is
But
under
it
attack.
does a good job of spending them out as well. To see some pushing probably from... Is there any way that they can start to take, like, what's the dream fight look like for each? Them initiating possibly the Dazzle?
It really is going to have to be a fight. Because if it's actually a team fight, right? Not just a pick off, then advantage, and then running down. It's got to be like a multiple man hoof stomp. And I think it's probably like you just try and kite the Lifestealer. Got 1 4 staffs and a third coming in on the Spirit. So they kite the Lifestealer and they burst down the SF. That's your go-to. But you also have the Dazzle to deal with.
MSS here might get caught out. They spot him. There's the initiation that comes out. Global as well to follow. MSS is going to die. It looks like they're also able to take out the Dazzle at the start of the fight. He fall a little bit off the mark, but still, Owie is forced out of here. Eternal Envy trying to pop the ulti. Not doing a ton of damage off the back of this, and it looks like now EG trying to bail. They've already found 2 kills, but don't want to take this fight too much further, and they will be able to kite themselves out of this. So really great team fight execution, that one.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was kind of perfect, right? They ran into a Beastmaster that was by himself. It was all due to the fact that Evil Geniuses took like a very unique approach that fully wrapped with their smoke all the way around behind, because normally you would expect the heroes going straight on pit, in which case pop that smoke on the ground, but now EG has the opportunity to steal away this Aegis.
Really great stuff here, and this would put so much of a hamper onto NP. Well, they're coming to contest this. Tornado lifts up onto 1. God, this is so tenuous here.
Yeah. AG are doing the right play. They have to poke at NP a bunch, you know, burn through the mana with E and stuff like that. But I don't think the opportunity there. This fight is too hard for them to take. NP, they're not making too many mistakes whatsoever in their positioning. There's very few opportunities to make a good jump. So NP take the Aegis and can now look to go towards high ground. I'm trying to think of if they want to control the map a little bit more first before they go high ground. There's no reason to.
Well, and it's interesting too, the gem just now picked up by the Silencer as well, I believe. So now you've got another way to try and shut down some of this vision. You know, with the Hawk, with all of the wards. They have a ward that's now over by the tier tower in the bottom lane. So they're getting good vision up, and that's really allowed the map to...
Yeah, a lot of times these gems come in when you... Oh, I can't actually... But they're going to get into a spot. It's pretty much right now. It's going to... NP are going to start closing off most of the map. They're going to try and make it so they're very short distance. So all the lanes are pushed in, and you just kind of like bounce from lane. And the only way that EG are really going to be able to push out if they don't have smokes is going because there's no vision from the team. This is where that gem comes. To take away that aggressive vision, make sure they can't see your rotations outside of the base because you can't just sit up. Can't wait. Otherwise, MP themselves a large enough deficit over EG that it won't even late game. A Slark first 5K. Shadow Fiend is going to blow most up.
Far forward here. They're going for him, trying to take him down. The crit stone, they're not going to be able to get him, it looks like this time. Basher not online as of yet for Slark, and well, that is Stampede down. What is it going to take where NPs start to feel confident to really pressure up? Is it just once all?
It's pretty much a play like that. A failed rotation means that if you look at it, Evil G is all on the right-hand side of the map. Bottom lane is not a threat. Right, so they're gonna have mid pushed in, they're gonna have top pushed in, have all the lanes kind of where they want to be, so they feel comfortable going high ground without trading away a tier. So RTZ tries to push out the lane as much, but honestly he knows there's no chance of split. Has to be there. Game fight, and this is where Evil G either hold or break.
Tough as well. Butterfly completed a little while ago for Envy. Is got the range, all the range that he can. And well, they're gonna get a nice little stun combo here. As they're gonna be in follow-up. EMP to burn the mana. Don't want to have to pop the PK to that one, but he is out of mana now. Looks like that's just gonna be that Barracks going down. Not a great way to stop it. Map to follow. Arteezy gonna jump in, gets the lead. Oh, still does have it. They're able to catch on to 3 off to the side, and now Lifestealer is just all over them. Does look like they're gonna be able to get this melee Barracks, and well, just like that. Envy's still kind of low here. They're thinking about turning this back around. Lifestealer actually is gonna end up falling. They take down Envy as well, so that's 2 already dead. Envy were looking so good a second ago, and now potentially gonna end up losing more. Oh, the stun combo right out of the Aegis. Wasn't able to get the BKB off as of yet, and Envy is going to fall. They almost take down Arteezy with the Death Requiem, but my God.
Oh my God, Lyrical, I was so ready to praise NP so much for their disciplined play, for the fact that they weren't making, mistakes when it comes to positioning and fights. They were, even under the pressure of all the poke that was happening from the FBSF, separated on the high ground. No one came too close. They got that 3-man crush, okay? And it looks like Thievin might die. Yeah. But that was all fine, well, and good. But what happened there is, I think one of the big mistakes there was Envy using KB on his.
Right.
If you saw it, like, they jumped forward, Envy got super low, and they managed to save him, right? And they had the second life, and what they wanted to do was kind of reset. They wanted to keep this Aegis, see if they could reset, play off of a Shrine or something, come back in. And EG know well enough, right? They know they have to pursue, they have to fight while the SF is low. And right there, Envy pops his BKB, thinks, I'm gonna get off the Requiem, and then when he comes back up, he's immediately stun, is just on a whole bunch. If he pops BKB and gets off his ultimate there, maybe he can actually fight it out well enough that he can get away from that situation, and they keep the SF alive and everything from there. But the fact that he didn't have that magic too was
God. And yeah, you can see, I mean, if they don't have that BKB, if they so much control now, particularly through all the stuff that Invoker's got for himself. I believe that he's pretty close now towards that max out Invoker kit. And yeah, he's got all levels currently in Crosswex, so he's just going to become a terror. Does go back for the Lincoln Sphere as well at this point. I don't know. I feel like it's sort of gotten to the stage where we're on the other end of the seesaw, where we're definitely pulling it back and starting to take over.
I definitely agree with you. I think we're about even back to the 50-50 game. Spider Rack's advantage. Maybe they still have a slight advantage, but it's very worrying for that Evil have some of these lane heroes that kill threats in team fights, whereas Go, they really not quite what they wanted. Really great. Like playing around high ground air.
Looking for Warren. Well, not quite able to connect on it. Again, oh my God, they're so close.
So, Mel, I mean, to be fair, that double damage would mean an opportunity for He playing maybe a big hockey. I'm always going to be able to blink before they can. Probably true, right? Blardar has to best pop out.
Quite time perfect. Well, anyway, so in the meantime, we talked a lot about the ways that to sort of play very disciplined and stuff, but at a certain stage, do you kind of worry about losing that momentum? Do they need to try something at any point?
They didn't before, and you know, they went high ground pretty naturally. It all felt good, but now they're going to have to start forcing a little bit more.
Oh, well, the counterplay, they drop out the roar, going to be able to connect. Global Silence comes down. The BKB's already been popped for our Eternal Envy, though, and they're trying to chase it out on the north side of the fight. It does look like SVG is going to drop Sumail, so a mega kill streak for him, and with that, it does look like back out. I think MP are kind of okay with that, losing, they will use Global.
And it could have been a whole lot worse considering the way they failed their initiative.
Lift up now, onto Dazzle. End up dropping in a little bit here. No mana, but alive for me.
Hurricane Pike. Might have to give up that tier. Yeah, that could have been so much worse if we actually went back and did that individual fight. They ulted, they roared at a centaur who got force staffed pretty much as the roar himself, who got him out of that. So that target was kind of, and then they also popped out the Infest Lifestealer. They popped out of the Slardar before he actually blinked forward. So what ended up happening is Aoi spent pretty much his whole entire rage timer just running.
Yeah.
He's just running to try and catch heroes because he was so far behind. So. Oh, nice pick.
Yeah, this is a big one. Right after he ends up respawning, they're able to take him down again. So, Evil Geniuses in another great position to keep the pressure onto these objectives, and they've been able to find the Dazzle to boot. Dominating streak for Arteezy, and I mean, Abyssal Blade done now. Ended up going for that instead of the Scotty. I think that's a really good decision in this game, and they're looking down the barrel of possibly being able to take that tier 2.
EG is great at turning up the pressure when they know they have an advantage, and you're seeing that now. He is definitely on the side of things.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Should be
attack.
looking pretty good to take control of the game. They're probably not, you know, we're not looking at an end game scenario any soon. Probably not for another few minutes or so. Well, maybe with this Aegis, he's opportunity passed.
My God, they're getting into position right now where they want to come and take this fight. Aoi walk in, lead in the charge. They're in on top of Roche. They spot him out already, trying to take it down. Able to snatch the Aegis is Sumail, but BKB comes out. Envy drops the Requiem of Souls. Maybe going to be able to bring down Sumail. That is going to be the Aegis already down. Can they make any more of it? They're already here on top of SVG, able to get out actually with that Slither and Crush. And it looks like Crit trying to turn now onto Envy. He does not have any BKB left. Sumail is also going to get the Eul Scepter, trying to escape, and will be able to run away. It's going to barely be able to survive from that. Oh my God, he's so low, but is going to die to the Boars. Value right there coming out from MSS's Fleet Boars, and Arteezy maybe going to end up falling to boot here. Right clicks coming through. That was a wonderful team fight for Envy, and it continues over to the side. Universe jumps back in. They're able to take down Envy. Somehow they turn this back around, and now Arteezy's coming back into fight. The kite battle is going to continue, and with Crit coming in, he's going to be able to jump now onto Aoi, who is going to start to fall. Rage Timer going to wear off in a second, and then they've got a stun from Crit, I believe. Stun, silence combo, and that's going to be the kill. Unstoppable streak. So they do end up getting not the last hit on Roche, but what a fight.
Oh man, there were so many like small little things that worked out to the favor of either NP or EG. And I think one of the funniest things was Sumail on his second life. He blinked over, and the ancient camp woke up. Those prowlers or whatever, the one that locks you down when it hits you, it locked down Sumail next to the ancient camp, and now he was just kind of blessed. He was like, oh, I'll just run up and start right-clicking you. Sumail had the Euls himself and all sorts of things, but that was very close team fight. But in the end, it was a team fight that NP needed to win badly. They have to actually reset things. This is the danger. Slark, you know your game when you Slark. When you have an advantage, you just keep pushing. Right? You keep utilizing that regen to just keep being in the enemy space, to keep racking up those stats. What NP need to do is just let those stats fall.
He's got 30 right now.
Yeah, exactly. They need to let that 90 agility he's holding on to right now just to go away. So NP just gotta chill out. bit, wait for another opportunity, not like EG has Aegis, high ground, any. Have time to make yourself plays, to try and build some opportunity, takeoffs or...
And I mean, thinking about the gold graph and the way that this is around over the last couple of minutes, look at the way that the top heroes have switched around throughout the past couple of minutes. It's very clear that this was always going to be a possibility. 1,000 experience lead at the it says, I'm trying to figure out, you know, that you talk about reset, but also at some point you've got to get more than just a rain barracks up there in the top.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I think this again goes back to the idea. Right, yeah. Is that you always have the plan A. Ideally, you know, you're able to close out that lane of Brax by 30 minutes with the second Aegis and go the second lane of Brax by 40 minutes. That's in your head, the ideal. Right? You muck things up a little bit. Now NP, they don't have too many other options but slowing the game down. I'm not saying they don't need to run away from team, but the first plan kind of failed, right? We weren't able to in the ideal time for the Slark and the Invoker.
Feels like it always has to be off the back of a missile. Can't go in for the targets who have. Maybe eventually you get into a couple items to break it, but it looks to go for this initiation. They've been able to find one. Actually, Arteezy in a lot of trouble, but can they get the counterplay? Sumail jumps forward, gets a tornado onto 2. There's going to be the hoof stomp coming out as well, and it looks like for the moment they're controlling MSS. On the other side of the map, 1437 forced to grave himself. They're trying to back out, able to jump away from that tornado. Very low, and the Force Staff away. Like they're trying to find this. They get the roar off as well. Everybody needs to back out, though. Eternal Envy standing tall in front of his MP brothers. Arteezy looking for the kill himself. Another big hoof stomp that able to find 2. Can they bring them down, though? The counterplay is going to be able to control and kill off Crit there. But it looks like Arteezy is going to end up falling. Eternal Envy just too strong in this one with the triple. That tornado cooldown is quite good, but NP still win the fight.
A big Daedalus hit there. Man, I'm surprised that NP didn't just fall apart the way that team fight went out. The fact that they weren't able, they countered Arteezy, right? He went for this kind of weird kind of poke at Beastmaster, thought maybe he was alone, and immediately got countered. And them failing to get that kill, I was like, oh no. They're just going to kind of get hide as they try and move backwards, right? You're going to get Earth Spirit hit. You saw the way it happened, right? You're like, the tornadoes coming in, and EG, they're trying to poke and prod and find these openings. The universe hits this big stun, but Envy just put big. And part of it was Envy's positioning and the way he separated himself from his team to make sure that he was the one between his team and heroes like Sumail's Invoke, right? That Invoker couldn't get to that back line. Lay out some of those devastating spells off of a Centaur initiation because Envy was always in the way with high HP magic immunity.
I think in that fight recap, I saw he blinked 4 times or something in the space of that fight, which blows my mind. Like, he's trying to get desperately into a position to, you know, find an angle onto somebody else inside the Shadows of War that happened. And now, NP possibly have pulled themselves into a spot where they can push for high ground. 18 seconds with no Arteezy, and they push quite quick.
This is a tornado that is so obnoxious. Level 25 got the -8.
More comes out, me fall down as well onto the Life Stealer. Crit's gonna take a lot of damage, actually crit onto crit for 1,000. Down to half HP off one right click. My God. And now they have to back out. This is the scary part. 1437 still getting chased out. Glimmer Cape, there's the counterplay though. They drop the global as well, right clicking him down. Can they find it? Sumail, he's almost dead here and does look like he will finally fall. Mega kill streak for Eternal Envy. It looks like, well, able to back away. Okay, Earth Spirit buys back. Universe, maybe gonna drop. They have found him. Nice. And in the end, able to find a couple of core kills. And it looks like actually Sumail is going to cutting the free play as well.
Yeah, Sumail pulled out some fancy footwork there to be able to get out of that one. But again, it's NP, like so many other teams would eventually get caught in the mistake that as they have extended forward, they back out, they get caught by the tornado, they get caught by some sort of deviation, but NP still make good positioning.
Sumail did botsed up to the top lane. They don't have him here for this fight. They are going to die Oh man, Arteezy takes a ton of damage. They're trying to go for the counterplay, but they're going to end up losing melee barracks. Maybe going to find some more off the back of it. Envy, Glimmer Cape for the moment still staying alive here. It does look though like they've been able to turn it a 3-person Slither and Crush again. Envy trying to force this issue, and they will back out after taking that melee barracks. As another lift up, MSS still in some trouble. They find the kill on the Shadow Fiend. Maybe going to find more. It was looking good for a second, but now MP losing 3, gonna lose 4. EG end up making the most of it in spite of losing that barracks.
Yeah, they really did. Again, it's just the problem with this tornado. When you're able to have it on a 9-second cooldown, you're able to throw it as the team goes into high ground to try and hit it on the rack, set up some EN sort of play or something like that. And then as they retreat, you're able to catch them again with that tornado. It's just this constant poke, this battle where NP, they always have to be hyper aware of where the tornadoes come, their positioning as they retreat. I think it's just so difficult to not make those mistakes, and that's why I was so impressed. And
I'm also looking at this too. It's the buyback. Shadow Fiend bought back in that last engagement. I'm assuming to get a little bit more souls, up to 27 now, so that he can actually fight a little bit more effectively. But it does mean that, you know, if they end up hitting off Envy again in the next couple of minutes, it's going to be quite a difficult one. Looks like the tier 3 is going to drop here.
whoa,
Or stack forward. Really well played. The follow-up's done. The Sunstrike will be enough to kill him. He's dead for 100 seconds, and now Envy in a ton of trouble. Howie going to get lifted as well, but I think that this is just going to be eyes on the prize, trying to take him down. Stunned up for the moment is Arteezy, but it looks like he still might be able to find this kill. There's the Cold Snap as well, 4-step away as well as the Grave. Howie turns to fight with the Shrine Help. I think that they can just focus down objectives at this point if they wanted. Sumail maybe going a little bit too far forward. Oh my god, he got away on nothing there again. Oh baby, this is quite bad with still 80 seconds, and they know that Shadow Fiend can't come back.
yeah, this is the rough part, is that a Slark will just back out of vision, heal up, and then he's going to be the one to start hitting those Raxes. Sumail can also play off Quack and just start regenning up, so they've got plenty of time to play with here.
Seth's looking for the play. There's the roar, but there are so many force staffs. They're not going to be able to catch him. Now they don't have roar. Now they're going to turn on to MSS. Force staffing away is Universe. Well, the force staff away from the Sunstrike, but he's still going to get turned upon here by Arteezy. Grave to keep him alive, trying to get the kill, trying to pop as well. They're able to take down one. That's actually Sumail dying. So maybe they can find more here as Zai turned upon another hoof stomp. These fights have just gone on for an entire game, it feels like. Arteezy finds the pounce and the leash onto Lifesteal. Another Grave coming out from 1437. Lift up now onto MSS. The meatball is going to drop as well. Not quite dead as of yet. They're going to be able to back out. Sunstrike hits it. Oh, what a play. Oh, another lift up. They're trying to force this issue so hard. Envy is still dead for another 15 seconds. They're holding on to these barracks like none other. Oh my God, is he going to die to this? Right click's coming through. No, the tornado. They got the kill. There's the lift up and the shoot down.
Oh, Sumail's a sniper, man. He's just picked off 2 different kills now at like 2,500 range. And he saved Arteezy with that buyback, right? They had Arteezy dead. He was no mana. He was slowed down. He couldn't get anywhere, but Sumail came in with that buyback, created the space to allow Arteezy to actually retreat, and it ends up being a great fight.
Well, yeah, and we talked about that Agi game. He was up to 35 for a little bit. Now that allows them to secure Sean. So NP, they hold their barracks, but it's at a damn big cost as well. And thinking about all of the buybacks that were used in that engagement and who actually has it at this point too, we're getting to a situation where I'm really concerned for NP to hold this.
I think Evil Genius got Cheese and Aegis and still the stats, so I guess they could. But I wouldn't mind if they just kind of chilled out for like 2 or 3 minutes. Most of their heroes are on a 3-minute buyback cooldown. Universe, 3 minutes. Zai's Silencer, 3. Then Arteezy. So just, you know, they have the Aegis, have Cheese, they have great opportunity to close out this game. But if it does go wrong, right, you're going to think to your.
Yeah, no, definitely. A little bit cold in the players' room for Envy's.
I mean, Envy does have those notorious cold hands, right?
That's true. That's fair enough. What a game so far. And, you know, again about the way that the graph has sort of looked throughout the whole game. Had the ups and the downs. We are going to be back underway at this point. Just look at that graph. It's gone crazy. 5,000 still into the favor of EG, but it feels like one team fight, and it could all be over for either team.
I mean, just think about the many, many, many times that Arteezy walked away with less than a quarter of HP, right? That he was able to get off that ultimate last second. And think about how that built up. Had died that first time. Also died. And even situations like Sumail, he also got out so many times on less than a quarter of HP. Just one more disable and he would. But NP, and I love this game because I feel like NP, they played really well and they just, EG just disruptive enough to be able to stop that initial right, where they had ages in their high ground. And that should have been the time where NP totally takes the lane of Rax, really takes control. But
you got an Invoker pressure as well online. Gonna get to see some fireworks here in a little bit. I am excited for that one. Also, I mean, just thinking about the way that it hasn't necessarily felt like either team. It's much more been good plays that have been the decision or the factors, and I think that this is a big wake-up call also for a lot of teams out there. Maybe I think some teams were valuing NP at this event, and they have the capabilities to play, definitely.
I mean, this is their one opportunity to prove that they are in Tier 1 after failing to qualify for F, right? This is like they've got DAC and then they're sitting on the sideline. So they got to go into this tournament, throw everything they have into it. That way they can secure themselves. If they secure themselves top 3 here, that could mean maybe you're actually invited to other tournaments, and maybe you start establishing yourself as a potential invite BI instead of going through qualifiers.
Oh, and NP went up there for a smoke movement towards the top lane. Weren't able to find anybody, and now heading back. And it looks like NP is trying to become that whirling monster of death, picking up the Satanic next. He has already hit so hard, and now he's going to be able to do it for a long time. Well, coming in now from Evil, like NP, tapping in and back out.
I almost kind of wonder if he should just buy out the Satanic back. Like a second life, and SF is not a core buyback hero. Souls, if you're defending base, you're not. Kind of wonder if, like, this next team fight, right, matter you have. Kind of wondering if he should buy out. Maybe they hope to just draw this game. They do have some growth. That is the one thing, is that they haven't finished up the Abyssal for the Lifestealer. That's critical. That kind of block. They also have shards, all those sort of things, right? So there's still significant. You didn't want to late game against Slark and Vote. Now you're here, and you can still cast them.
The MKB is there for Slark, so he has an answer there. So the other thing that I think I noticed is onto his boot backpack, if I'm not. Yeah, making sure he has the agent.
I mean, he's got the movements without it, right? He's all on Wex, and he's with his blink daggers. Scythe of Ice. They also still don't have the Aghanim. Tar, obviously, that got nerfed. See the bit less power.
Yeah, which is quite good also. High ground, just high ground.
Getting Amplify off yourself or bouncing back a war.
Another step spotting this. Thought that NB well. Right now they would be walking under ward up on the high ground by the tier. Scouted, now Arteezy real. The couple ping.
Back towards. They still want to keep bottom lane. Give NP a quick opportunity to smoke out and put. buybacks are coming back into play here. SF and Lifestealer. Teams.
I mean, the other thing that you saw there is Sumail actually finished off the Sheep's Hell.
Yeah.
That's going to be another one of the items that, granted, that means he doesn't have his Blink Dagger up or some other thing up. I guess you want to keep the Refresher constantly in your shit out. Is it, or ability felt to me like it's so important at the start of these fights that you might not be able to have it in your 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he feels like he's fast enough that he'll be able to dive Tornado and disrupt jump onto him. Thanks to the heads up. I'm not totally.
Now a potential for a big fight here going out. They actually jump out though. Hoof Stomp not going to connect onto Owie, and the Sunstrike now. Arteezy and Envy, they're going at it with each other, but now looks like they need to try and back out. I think that this fight is going to heavily favor Envy if it continues the way it's going. And well, Sumail jumps in from the other side, is refreshed up, dropped the meatball, didn't really end up doing all that much damage. And they pop back on the Earth Spirit as well. Strange collection of fighting going on, and looks like they'll be able to snag their gem back as well.
They'll get it back into their hands. NP are just happy. Buyback was forced. They made the call. In the middle of a hectic team fight, they made the call. A buyback was used just back. That was a win. Yeah. They also used EKB on Slardar, for example, to make sure that he tied to the Refresher Meteor combo. So Refresher down, buyback used. They're pretty happy just kind of setting in a minute's time, going back in. They're going to go for it now. I thought they'd wait for the pressure is going to else they need to win. Or still have the wreck. They didn't actually use.
Envy is showing in lane, so I guess EG are still going to back out. They're too worried about a smoke. Could go in for this though, and they're looking for initiation onto Arteezy mid lane, able to get the clutch off. Dark Pack was not there, and they throw out the Lotus Orb, keeping him alive for the moment. Reflect the roar as well. She's ended up getting eaten there as well, I believe, and it looks like they're able to get the counter stun now. They're controlling up Owie. Meatball is going to drop, and that's on the 2 BKB targets. MSS looking to try and find enough damage there, and they are going to be able to bring down Arteezy. Now looking for more. Zai is going to start to get ran down here, and maybe they can take him down. A tornado lift up onto Envy to slow the push. Sumail jumps in, shoots him onto 1. They're going to get a Tempting Blast push back onto 2. Ice Wall as well, but another big crush comes in. SVG saving the day. Sumail able to tornado just barely away, and it does look like he's going to be able to escape with that one. Sunstrike comes down, not doing nearly enough damage. Universe, is he going to fall? They're going to have another tornado in a second if they want to throw it from far away, but Universe is already gone. Crit is going to be able to blink out, but NP with the momentum.
Nice initiation. That was great. That 4-man smoke showing Eternal Envy in the bottom lane like that. It gave Arteezy like just enough confidence to deal with that mid lane, and exactly where they struck. Great crushes by SVG all game.
Look at that range that you get from the Shadow Fiend as well. Just monster at this point. They get the counter crush coming in. Meatball is going to be dropped again, and out of mana right now. Envy's going to pop the BKB, turns to fight, pop the Satanic as well. He's taking a lot of damage here. Roar to try and create that little bit of separation. You have the Ice Wall down as well, slowing up a couple heroes, but that's now crit dead. He does not have a buyback. 90 seconds out in there. They're still turning on the light skill, trying to bring him down. The Sheep Stick to follow, and it looks like they aren't going to be able to have enough damage to run him down. So NP have another window here where they can go back in for another try.
They don't have any shrines to work off of, so they'll have to just full-on retreat back to base and heal themselves up. But that was another win, right? They forced those 2 buybacks. It's got to be slow and steady. You know, NP, they've been disciplined all game long. There's no sense in just fine and just mindlessly running into the. Again, they make the call too late. Worse, they keep their positioning and they make sure that, you know, if each send themselves, they're ready to turn. NP are now in a position the next 5 minutes where they have a serious win condition. If they kill the Centaur or the Slark, the game is like already 50%. You actually get that 1 kill and take that hero out of the game. Then you almost got the game, especially if you have Aegis.
Yeah, it's to the point now also where you don't feel comfortable going into contest Roshan. You know, this Earth Spirit's gone for that amount of time off the map as well, so they're able to take another objective because of that Roshan at that point. So another pressure towards mid. Evil Geniuses back up against the wall. How do they take this fight?
Sumail has got to be the aggressor here. He's got to be the one who sets all the initiations up. Can't let NP just walk into the base. And the reason I'm putting the pressure on him is he has the buyback. So he has the liberty to be able to go out there and try and make things happen, knowing that he has this second chance in his back pocket when he... his allies, none of them have buyback at the... Got to be the one to actually make the critical plays happen and lend opportunities for RTZ Universe to make smart follow-up.
They're trying to kill it all off with the tornado they're already on top of and killing off this lifesteal. He's taking so much damage. It's going to be Glimmer Cape. They find a 4-man clutch, but it's not enough to save their lifestealer. They're on top of Envy at this point. 4-step forward, trying to bring him low. Is he going to end up dying here? They're going to buy back on the lifestealer, try and get him back into the fight. The Crush from Universe only catches on to MSS. They get the silence to follow, but there isn't anything else there, and that is going to be another buyback for Invoker. So I feel like EG have to find something here, but it's just so hard to take this fight because now you don't have buyback on the Invoker either.
Well, Evil Geniuses do have, like, the Lifestealer did buy back and he's making his way in. So there's still a possibility that Evil Geniuses could win this defense and kill the Lifestealer and then be able to go down mid, but they can't afford to lose some of these cores. Especially RTZ, he hasn't racked up too much stats.
Oh my god, they jump in as soon as Universe jumps forward and able to get him out. Trying to walk away from all of this one. Cold Snap there as well as a lift up from the tornado. They're just trying to hold on as long as possible in this.
And off that stage hand. Uh-oh. Lots of creeps to hit.
Uh-oh.
He was hoping to get back to full HP with that satanic usage. That's okay, still has the age. Wait for a couple more creep waves to come in because after all,
they open wounds that way Envy could heal off of it.
All right, they still got 2 melee Raxes left. Plenty of time on the Aegis. There's no reason for NP to rush things. Done extraordinarily well slowing down this game and setting up opportunities for themselves to get the right kind of... Playing the way they have and they can close out this game.
Feels like SVG had a particularly amazing play and experienced in this one, like winning mid early.
Ravaged EG.
Yeah, like over and over again. And that play also to wait until you get the crush off after the 4-step to get his buddy to... Really good stuff. To find another one in the high ground, actually trying to find them in the wraparound here. Spotted out by NP. Gonna summon a boar. They have a hawk up there. But it'd be a decent time to fight for MP, even if they got initiated. And now they realize what's going on.
They knew about it. They playing that left side. They saw the ward laid down. Gotta be careful with this Dark Pack.
Up high ground and Envy actually up on the high ground itself. Try and hit down this melee barracks. They still haven't been able to do much structural damage as they might have wanted, but there's the initiation to come in. He's just still there. He's going to be stunned up, brought down in just a second. Brave to keep him alive. The counter clutch. Sumail is going to end up dying there to Owie, and now the counterplay is going to come out. They're all over him. Universe starting to fall low. Can they get another crush? That is going to be one. Crit doing his best. It's a 3-person stun and a 5-person magnetize, but it's not nearly enough as NP are going to be able to take the team fight and potentially even the game. Oh my god, great display from them.
I mean, fantastic. I felt like, you know, I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I bet I sounded like I'm just gushing over NP. But honestly, like, I was just super impressed with them. I was just like, every single time I'm watching them try and retreat from sticky situations, you know, this level 25 claws, spikes, and Volkers constantly throwing tornadoes at you, and I'm watching their position, like, they're really, they so well.
Radiant team ban. EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The sack.
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. EG's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dark Seer.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Bang.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Meeple!
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Mirana.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Kinker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
This fence doesn't really feel like a carry right now. Most of the time we don't want to be running Juggernauts. A lot of teams have. So there wasn't too many mids left that I was really confident about, and I didn't think about Tinker, but I am not fully confident that the Tinker is going to be able to bring what it takes. What EG got to do here is they have to first.
Yeah, that's something that just imperative, and it was something that was a problem for EG last time around. I will say that I've seen a couple of Tinkers versus Meepo matchups when I've been doing kind of region casting, and can be quite strong if you build up that lead. You think about the Ags, spamming that out continually, you get yourself into a really position. But likewise, Meepo can kind of counter the Tinker around the map. You get boots of travel on him, suddenly you can hunt that Tinker.
Yeah, Meepo games still like this guy just becomes a wrecking ball at like 30-35 minutes and it closes out the game by 45 minutes. You hit this like 10-minute window where you're super strong and you destroy everyone. And that is the fear right now for EG, that they're going to see too much map control. Tinker won't be enough in the game, and they're hit by that wrecking ball, and they won't. So that's why they have to secure a good laning phase. This time around, though, they did draft themselves a strong laning phase. They drafted themselves opportunities, multiple opportunities, aggressive. They could aggro dual lane with the Dark and the Earth Spirit. They could have done. They're thinking about aggro tri-lane right now to try pressure and maybe make a lot of things. They all of them are, I think, different areas.
This is really interesting too. They're going to send Envy up to the top lane. It's going to be Meepo mid, and with an arrow, he could potentially take out the Ion Shell creep over and over again. I don't know if it's going to work out super effectively, but it's something to think about. I'd say he's going to use it. But yeah, Owie mid, he's going to be on the Meepo there, facing off against the Bai Sumail combo, and does have his buddy, the Bane, help him out in lane for at least a little while.
The rotation is kind of... trying to be a little bit more... Because I was like, what is he... But that just... kind of played by Zai to be. No, Bane's gonna kind of like an ogre. Yeah, it's one of those supports that's always gonna.
Well, in the meantime, Aoi hasn't been looking too bad on this guy. He can sort of poof for a guess here in far 4. A good amount of aggression as they're going in for Aoi. No, looks like they're able to find a kill as of yet. SVG also need to back away in.
Bo, you want to put pressure on a Meepo. You can never put too much pressure on him. So I like the fact that they're starting off with lane with the Dazzle hovering around. Bane doesn't. And later on, we're gonna see. I wouldn't even saw like Grit make a Ion Shell TP. Receives the Ion Shell from her, or onto the Shrine rather, to try and. Threat number 1, everything in your strategy has got to be focused. All with the laning.
I also saw there's the matchup of the Bane versus the Dazzle. You had both of them really efficient at being able to trade hits because you've got, heat well. And it's something that you don't back by the Dazzle heal bomb. This is going to start to feel a little bit more the Meepo, I would imagine, is going to try and run down SVG further. They keep trading hits here. To be a little bit careful with the roll in. Now SVG, they get the Nightmare onto 1. Now trying to find the setup for the kill, or Stir is not going to be enough. Now they have to back out because Arteezy is here as well. The damage is going to continue. There's an Aphotic Shield to make sure they don't run him down. SS saving the day. While that Arteezy isn't farming, so.
That was a close one for SVG because he almost received the double heal bomb. When he got rolled in by the Earth Spirit, that just would have blown him up. He got to sleep just in time. Crit had that stunned the track. Dazzled.
They want to keep around. You saw the Universe down bottom. Envy is stay here as well for the moment. But they'll never possible. Go away, a couple more CS there from it.
I mean, I think MP is okay with whatever side lanes end up happening, such. But as long as they're keeping the supports out of the mid lane, away from potential game on AI. In fact, they're gonna get a kill on Tinker. Looks like
maybe. So much damage. The secondary route, he is falling low, and looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto. Oh, Sumail drop and roll for the kill. Nicely done. Man, that was so close to death with that laser, and thankfully they end up being able to pick one up there. But Universe that actually was credited with that kill.
Oh, you got the Ion Shell on. Yeah, so, but I mean, it's well worth it for AUI, right? Because he gets the experience for the team, and he managed blood goals down to well. So it kind of speeds along your progression into the DAC, and that's the real. Evil Genius does not have a wealth of decision, and this is why the Winpo pick. The question is, if he can actually get the stats up, they would be happy.
Oh man, that was a really good play there by the Bane to ensure that MSS can get out. Still taking a lot of damage, and that heal bomb certainly. MSS able to escape, fight level 6 as a dead end. Just gonna back out again. You know, I'm wondering when is the point where we start to see the Meep back to the jungle and somebody else in the lane? Stage where you have to like abandon the lane for Aoi, or I think it's okay to just sort of bounce back and forth.
It kind of depends how much pressure, but you are kind of like a Storm Spirit, usually by level 5. It can happen pretty much. Feeling enough pressure and efficiency. That's okay because it always leaves a lane open for naturally very experienced Bane and still like a typical end.
Yeah, and the same kind of efficient come out from EG as well as Darkseer's over. Now anytime Meepo comes back in, he can save and head back towards the jungle if he wants afterwards. And you know, as far as the skill build that this team might end up being a little bit of but Piranha in the meantime has her level 6 up. We see any good rotation in with trying to find a kill Moonlight Shadow?
Yeah, it would be pretty wise to. It can also just draw attention away, make some aggressive maneuver with that Moonlight Shadow. Maybe again, those are T-patients.
Nightmare. What about testing this? Crit gets the silence off, so they won't be able to find that initiation. Still, the pressure will mount, but they keep Ion Shell's strength.
EG are, I think, pretty happy. You know, I keep talking about this such, but I think overall they're very happy with the way the laning phase is going. They're up in CS on all 3 of their cores. You can't really include the Meepo versus team. That one's kind of, the side lanes are very well. They don't need to rush things. I'm curious to see what kind of build Arteezy goes for here. Whether or not a little bit more build, or if he tries to act as more base creator. In some ways, going
Sort of going to be a question, I'm sure, how the early feel like they can get away with that coming off. Time you do see it, they're towards the trying to find the kill. Wasn't going to happen. Dazzle's going to fly that jug, although there is now going to be a by NP as Light Shadow, and they're going to fully commit. Down to the bottom, he's playing
backside.
Diving for it. There's the Nightmare. The Crush to follow. Are they going to be able to get the range? Nah, they're not quite there in time. And now Crit's shown up. A lot of damage being dealt out. They take down the Leshrac. Going to surge forward Universe as well. Trying to pull in SVG. They use the Earthbind, keeping him in place for the moment. SVG still getting ran down. And Crit is actually going to dive all the way under tower for this one. He can just roll out again in a second. There's nobody there to help out.
The Ion Shell comes up big once again. He had Brain Sap up too, so he could have actually gotten that off. They could have that thing, and maybe both teams are gonna shrine up here. NP left a lot. Triple range creep that he's got set up right now, aggressively taking down the creep. Much chip damage on a big part of safe lane carry. Because as to go for a full.
Here's the setup, trying to find a kill on the jug. Will Zai here, this is never going to happen. In fact, they might end up losing more for it than they bargained. The pullback, vacuum wall as well. They're controlling them up. MSS, his ulti's been popping. It looks like they are going to be able to bring down that Leshrac as well. And probably this Abaddon as well. Healing ward in the trees. He's microing to the best of his ability. They do manage to bring it down finally. And now Arteezy in a lot of trouble. But can they get it? No, he's able to juke away. They have the grave as well to keep him alive. MSS's shield did not pop there to get the kill. And they lose a couple for it.
Just shy of being able to get that kill. The Brain Sap from the Bane brought Arteezy so low, and if they'd actually killed the Jug, then that all would have been opposed just farming away in various parts happening. So if they can just blow for blow, trade for trade, then it's into the favor of NP. That also said, if you're looking at the perspective, love to be able to gank. Slow down that boosted track.
Yeah, thinking more and more about the context, the greater context of how this group stage works. Bane is walking in. Bane! Oh my god, he got him! Oh no!
Who needs Moonlight Shadow and Smoke when you get an Invis rune?
Oh.
And Sumail's sitting at 100 HP.
God, Sumail's got to be so upset after that. That's so frustrating.
So happy because they're now also getting a lot of chip damage on that tower.
They have been able to catch out Eternal Envy. He has dropped so low with that one. Ion Shell onto crit. Quite potent indeed.
Yeah, it's like the Ion Shell or hardest. So much laning pressure, and there's so much ganking power. he just kind of like keeps you from being able to escape for so.
Again, just to go back to what I was talking about with the group stages as well, thinking about it was EG like have to win this. It's a very tough group as it is, and having already gone down 1, if they lose the NP and get a 3 advantage, like they need to pull something out of this one. Get a good team in the upper bracket. But in the meantime, there's another smoke movement in that Fatal and Ion Shell combo is ready to go, but nobody is there to take the gank. It's all moved out across the map.
I'll tell you right now, Lyrical, all the other teams in Group B, they're watching this game and they're cheering the hell out of EG. They're like, let's go EG, make this a tie, please, because they do not want any other team. Like, NP would be in such a great position. Dude, not many teams are going to be. They can be the great position. And so many other.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Around the map, the rotation of Grit and Universe covering the. But NP, very true to their style, stay pretty grouped up and usually not separating. Why it was such a hard start.
Grit is now showing up in mid and are going to eventually get this tower killed. It may just be denied though. That happened. But still an objective down, and that's both of the tier 1s taken in top and mid. For NP, do you feel like there's any need to really start to like try and push the tempo at all and make stuff happen, or you just keep on farming up on Meepo, happy with that?
I think the tempo is. I think that's the first objective. Make sure that Tinker doesn't have that very far forward objective to.
Oh, Fiend's Grip from far away. SVG has found him. Arteezy is going to be able to get the spin away now, and the turn, the Earth Spike is going to be enough to get that kill onto Crit. Starts coming in handy. Now, NP ready to push again. The tier 1 bottom could potentially be next on the docket if they wanted to. They can also just deny the tower and move out across the jungle.
NP is one of the better teams at defending their side. A lot of other teams have set up and gone for more aggressive maneuver, try and take control of mid and the enemy. Pressuring the, but NP, they seem to have a knack for 5-manning together really well. That was, it doesn't actually translate into active, but they do it. Slow down that battle. Up mid. Looking to buy assistant.
Another big smoke movement now. Have a ton of H right now. Up joint they wanted to. The call is to go in for Roshan, so how you wanting to pick that up? A little bit trepidatious about it.
Yeah, EG, they know that this is
Stealth Nightmare still taking damage. Brain Step to keep them alive. They're coming in with MSS as well. They're able to get that split Earth. They're connecting onto Jug and pullback, so they're able to fade out a little bit of aggression there. Still keeping this Bane alive.
MSS is going to be, it's kind of one of those heroes that just stands, stops it, just like, it's not like Jug feels comfortable. That push is going to be kind of nodding themselves away. Farm efficient. I think are both kind of efficient, but in very stark difference. Full Genius is big load out of this like 5-minute window by splitting apart, farming very well. NP, they focus a lot more. Or amount of network by 12 minutes. After that, they start grouping up a little bit, saying, hey, we got the lead though. Now, let's...
And I guess that plays more in style of Meepo. Well, is trying to not give any he ended up going kind of an interstilled here as well. The Meek has 2 Wraith Bands as well as a Dragonlance and the Blade Dagger now, which should allow him to scout out and take down Sumail optimal time. Although we have seen that they've tended to keep one of the supports with Sumail on this Tinker every time he's rotated the lane. Up in the top, Zai was right next to him. Now he had Crit next to him. And this is really good job of covering him.
Yeah, I think AUI knows to start putting pressure on that early. Can't go the stat efficient. First of all, because of Dragonlance gun, but also primarily because you're use the map. Nice pick off on Zai though.
Classic combo. Nightmare into an arrow. Mode.
Hate life as a support, you know? You just push out, you're just trying to get a ward down or something, you're like, oh, I got slept, I'm dead now. There's nothing I can do.
What happens about? Well, and also you take a look at these players here that were in the mid-roll end of it. Quite good for experience. How it goes. How have you felt about his performance so far, considering this is one pro game stage?
Not really much to say. So far, I think, you know, adequate. It's once you get the Blink Dagger and start seeing, it's not just about the technical performance, though that is a part of it, but it's also about picking where you go. Sometimes we're going to have traps set up, like, we're going to bait out. He's got his first big kill here.
Yeah, this is a nice one to pick up, although maybe going to be able to bait it out. They get the Grave off in time, and now Aui's in a little bit of trouble. Can they bring down Sumail, though, in time? They aren't going to be able to get the kill. He's barely alive. We talked about those traps, and I'm not sure if it was one, but it ended up working out for EG.
Oh, man. EG, how did he just keep getting away with this? It's like highway robbery every single time. I watch these heroes walk away with just 100 HP. And, you know, it's just, it's oftentimes just small little things you an ally thing. I was just watching Sumail walk away from another game. Hey, I thought for a second, I was like, oh, this is mine for EG. Sumail just start hopping like rocket HP.
Well, and this is also Arteezy getting his Battle Fury now at a timing before, like, the tier 1 tower goes down in the bottom lane. So granted, it's not like, you know, the most spectacular Battle Fury time we've ever had in our lives, but it's going to allow them, the fact that not too many objectives have been taken, to really keep these lanes pressured out. And I feel like EG are in a very comfortable spot against this bow.
Yeah, it's normally the Juggernaut would be a bit scared. Like, his job would that against the Bane, but that's okay because Sumail's actually good at adopting the split push out all the lanes, get all this aggression, and then Arteezy might get caught here though.
Yeah, they're not as of yet, trying to get his way away, and now he's turning to fight. There's the Nightmare, but yeah, with Universe coming in, they're not going to be able to actually take this fight, I don't imagine. Just have to get a little bit more back out.
Oh, AUI trying to catch crit there. Approach the bottom lane. That does reveal the first one. Oh, God.
This might be a problem. He needs to get his way away. Silent stun, taking a ton of damage as well, and it does look like Aui barely able to escape from that one.
No,
but the Magnetize. Oh my God, they got him. Oh, that was really close.
Okay, well, I think this Meepo game is very rapidly turning. That's the first failed Blink rotation of bottom lane where they have that team fight. EG with they're able to respond to the crit. Now this time again, try to crit. Like, you can't afford those mistakes on the game against late game here. We didn't have a late game presence. They just wouldn't. But you have to understand that
Radiant's bottom tower is
extra
under attack.
deaths a lot than most other carries. Back into the.
Well, this is at least a little something. Finding a pick off here on the crit. They need whatever kills they can get at this point because they're now behind, 5 to 10, but 4 to 10, it's still a rough one to go. And Zaya's also picked up this Medallion of Courage for himself, so if they do win a couple more engagements, they can probably try and get something like Roche, but this feels like a really salvageable thing now that you have Aoi going in to get Roshan for themselves. That picked off on crit.
You're still going to try and contest, but it's going to be a rough one.
Going in, they want to get it. They're able to get the Nightmare off onto Arteezy, but the wall back in, breaking Dota for a second. MSS starting to fall, but he gets the ulti off. They're able to take down Roche, and Aoi does pick it up, but immediately going to be popped. Omni Slash was used, the Battle Fury finally coming into play, and now the arrow connecting as well onto Arteezy. They need to burst him down in this time period, but there's the grade trying to TP away, and they are going to be able to break that TP with the Nightmare. A couple more right clicks, they clean it up. Still, not like a definitive great win for NP, but it's something.
Yeah, Universe felt like he was, I think, a little bit pressured on timing of the Roshan. I think if he just placed that wall a little bit deeper and NP weren't able to,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
that could have been shot down in. As a result, NP did that Roshan play really well. They just backed out of the wall, finished off Roshan, give that Aegis to both. Entire fight is so they reacted really well to that play by EG. They do have themselves, again, you said it wasn't like an amazing team fight for them, but it's okay.
Now bottom, another pick off there. 1437 going to go down. Prayed a little bit deep. It doesn't have another roll in 10 seconds, although he does have a stun out. Won't be able to chase him down at all. That blink on the Earth Spirit, quite effective in this game. We also saw, if I'm not mistaken, the Sheet Stick being worked on by the Meepo. He's a ways away, but that's another one of those power spike items that could allow him to take further advantage of killing off the Tinker.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a question of whether or not you can. Right? And I don't feel like we've NP outmaneuvered up to get those opportunities. It's not like we've seen it. Just had that sight of what had changed up. Then you catch that. But it will allow him faster, easier opportunity. And also, more notably, he had opportunity. It's another thing that Juggernaut. Not just the script thinking. He's gonna have to play a lot more defensive. It's pretty much the submission. Like up game.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
You're just like, it's the Tinker. You know, there's 3 lanes, there's 3 cups. The Tinker's in one of these lanes. You just gotta try and find him. Once you do finally kill him, then you can snap and push out from there. Well, that's why you should never play that game.
Exactly.
That's usually a scam.
Got Sumail over here who's going to end up TPing away. There was a smoke gank that was going down towards bottom, hoping to catch him, but didn't end up happening. And
Wrong cup.
Yeah, wrong cup. There you go. There is still, a possibility here with the Moonlight Shadow. Juggernaut is in the mid. A little bit tough to get that initiation off, though, when you know the rest of the supports are just going to be right there with them. I do like the idea that MSS is going for kind of an insurance measure, going for the Radiance next. At least that's what he had queued up. If he did end up getting into that amount of gold, I think that that's sort of a fallback measure for can have this third quite strong.
Yeah, in some ways. I mean, the abandon was picked up by the NA region a lot. Ice Mike in particular, I think, was one of the adopters of going this stain build on abandon. Goes back in Guardian Creed later on. Saw as the rest, we saw a lot more aggressive. I think it's just a natural, but not so.
Meepo caught out again. They're able to get a nice jump in there from Critzy. He gets the vacuum back to pull in for the kill. And well, now SVG in a hell of a lot of trouble himself, trying to get away from this one. There is a Nightmare, a stun out as well, but it's not going to be enough to get him away. Dead again for NP, and Meepo gone for 60.
Oh, that is so much time. Tinker's going to be able to get all of these into team areas, and the rest of his team is just going to be farm efficient or take objective. Maybe even they could just do so much with that time of picking. Far ahead, and they're farther ahead. Pick like a couple more pickoffs like that, and I'm not sure. Nice arrow though.
Holds off the push for a second. Value. That's It's something going right, which feels good. I mean, you gotta hang your hat somewhere.
It's a moral victory of sorts.
I mean, the other thing about that long death timer for Meepo is it's more time that he's not farming as well, which is got to keep that pressure up. We do have Lesh, who's going into a hood, and that's also the hype recipe, so that's going to be completed. Another thing to help mitigate that incoming damage from the... have an Aghanim in there. God, the refracting laser is just a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, what you really wanted to do was, as the Meepo, pick up the Blink Dagger, get a couple of kills, shut out the game enough that you were able to go high ground before that Aghanim's. That timing has been missed. Dota plan B. NP are going to have to play a lot off of initiative. Now, they could still win the game, right? They're going to have to deal with, you know, probably a really... They can still win the game purely off of initiative. It's going to be difficult. There's going to be a lot of problems, but they do have the opportunity. So, just gotta cover it. He's got one. They probably went up to.
That's that 20. Hazel has not been buying a whole heck of a lot for himself. But another movement forward, they've been able to find the Meepo yet again. Omni Slash committed immediately, and Owie is going to go down. Owie indeed hurt.
Yeah. Not nice.
And you okay?
God damn it, Lyrical.
6-14. Pressure's gonna come in now.
You need to take off that suit. Put on the Hawaiian floral.
I know.
Shirt back on.
You have to have your moments. Provide some levity to the game. EG 7,500 net worth ahead, and they do have the relic at least now on MSS.
Yep, they do. It's just the problem is it's like it's not like this Radiance. It's like a secondary core, but he doesn't like transform the game. It won't transform this game, right? It's not like most he's gonna feel kind of annoying. I can't think so. But for the most part, it's just bouncing in and out. And he, another situation, right? SVG,
yeah.
Right place, right time, just like barely wrong, and that he misses out on a potential. This is the frustrating part. Dealing with teams that you have to make those kind of plays, but what's going to end up feeling don't connect. You're going to feel like you're wasting so much.
Yeah, and things like this happen where MSS gets caught out for a second. They'll be able to body block him. And, well, Meepo's going to actually jump in, try and bring him down. There's a lot of damage being dealt out. He's about to evaporate as well. RTZ and that laser get shot out. Another vacuum into two of them. They're able to take down, at the very least, the Darkseer and the Jug. So there is something going back there, but it all started off again with Meepo going down early.
Yeah, if they just could have gotten MSS a little bit more HP, maybe could have survived long enough. Sure, they would have had it by now. Still just in a recipe away, so rough. They do have at least the Eternal Envy is going to try to put himself into more of a right-click core. We're a lot of them are on it right now.
He's a rapier cube.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Okay.
I don't know. Like Envy, I think the beauty that comes from the artist that is, right. He has this. I wouldn't even say it's that unique, but he really commits to that idea that behind. There's that quote, right, where everything's messed up, shake things up.
The prize is mine.
Does have this idea. When you're on a losing side of Dota, you start doing at it in order to upset the odds. If you just play normal Dota, you're probably gonna. So that is where a lot of the beautiful high-level plays. It's also where like he's in a quite that situation.
No, definitely. I mean, I like the, honestly, I love the idea of it. It sounds really cool. He's going to end up jumping away from RTZ here. Has he found him? But break that, obviously. Be able to escape. That is the Radiance done as well for Abaddon. I guess is it sort of a do you think that he would go for a rapier? Like, let's just say hypothetically that quick buy isn't crazy. Does that change the complexion of the game at all? That level of damage physically?
Yeah, absolutely. It gives them a win condition that back around that 35-40 minute down game. But I do think it's okay if they.
This would be a good way to get towards it. Now they've caught him out. Tail bringing him low. They are going to get him with the backing wall now. Down on absolutely everybody. There's no follow-up damage, though. They're not there. And now Crit trying to roll away. It's going to be able to make the escape. Reapplying Magnetize. They're trying to chase these guys down. Arcana going in for the kill. They'll bring down Owie. Our 1437 also in trouble. Sumail is going to start going off. Rocket, lasers, every damn thing thrown at him. 9-20 continuing it.
They finally make the right Moonlight Shadow rotation and catch the team. But Oils again. Crit did such a good job delaying their retreat. Come in, lay out the damage with this 8. Probably both. Not even a full lane of racks, but it's gonna take the tier 3 and that step forward.
You just certainly don't hurt. Not ready to go up and assault high ground, or at least, at the very least, trying to shut down the vision that you have on the rest of Inside. Battle Fury is well style done. There's like a lot of answers that NP have individually. Where do you see, like, with Abaddon next, he's got this, the Radiance. Do you think it's worth to go back for like an Aghanims at this point? Potentially, or
for the Abaddon?
Yeah.
I think he's got a Blink Dagger queued up right now. I think that's the best thing for him. Skate con. He just pops the ultimate, waits 3 seconds, and that's the beauty. Almost always really. Not sure if the Ags is. Does feel like there's just enough direct damage from. Can't mitigate. Yeah. They're going to lay into a meal, they're going to do it, not going to be able to. So I think NP, their win is less about stopping that damage by having system, or about being, not about the items that they, being able to find the opportunity, start the fight off on keeping team, finding a.
Gone into the damage talent for Endwell, trying to find whatever answers get more damage out on the field, because it does feel like they can sometimes blow up one hero, but as soon as that initial combo comes out of that heavy match with them, not a whole lot left over afterwards. But now they kind of have answers to down for all the light clicks with got. Still unlikely to try and kick off the drugs and put out that Aegis.
God, he actually did it. I was going to say, I was like, here's what I think Envy's going to do. Okay, he's going to buy the Demon Egg, and then he's going to hold on to the extra gold. And if some sort of scenario comes in, like, buy out. But he doesn't do that. He's just like, all right, I have enough gold for the big part of the raid here. I'm going to go ahead and buy my Sacred Relic. Not even disguise the fact that it's got this cute.
I think that it's sort of one of those things where it's like, know that this is going to have to happen for you if you want to. At least that's what he expects is going to happen. I kind of agree with him. Though you have a little bit of a fight happening. Snail is over in the jungle. Owie is waiting, seeing if they can find somebody, but he is going to end up just trying to move out. That looks like ball.
You know, this is even worse than the cup game, right? Because this time they chose the right cup. They went to the lane, they set up the trap where the Tinker went. But then it was like after the cup, you found a coin. And then the guy's like, okay, now I'm going to flip this coin. And in order to win, you have to get tails. And the problem was they went down, right? They went the bottom half of the jungle area. Up. Yeah, they set up.
And now they're assaulting high ground as well. SVG there, they're going to be maybe even forced using the Shrine. MSS can burn through this a little bit with the Radiance, but it's not easy by any means. RTC's good, but doesn't really care. They pop the ulti as well for MSS with the Shrine going. Oh my god, and now the rocket spam is going to come out from Tinker. They get an arrow, which is nice. Some right clicks going down onto RTC, but they just don't have nearly enough damage. And with the healing ward back there as well, making it work, doing it all. Another laser refraction. Might be able to go for some type of a team strip play here. Possibly the splitter. It's not going to be enough. They take down the tier 3. And honestly, Arteezy doesn't even look like he wants to lead. They are just so dominant at this point. NP do not have the answer.
Yeah, there's no reason to leave. Got the Aegis. He's going to have another healing ward up in 15 seconds, too.
Another creep wave is going to come in a bit. You do have another ABBA ulti. They're able to keep them from fully assaulting high ground. Now you have a sheep stick done on Tinker. My God, they are so farmed.
AUI's backed off of his push in top lane. I'm not sure. I think he kind of needed to keep that pressure there because EG is not leaving.
Play, Universe, vacuum wall completely off the mark, even with the added radius, and they've X'd him up for the moment as well, trying to bring him down. Arrow was not there to connect, and Arteezy starting to drop low. He does get great, but they still have the future going right through. If they can kill him off here, it would be fabulous for him. It is just the Aegis, though, and Sumail's still largely in charge in the background. SCP's looking to go for a Nightmare. He's going to be able to connect it, and, well, that's actually going to be the Dazzle out of the fight for the moment, but he don't have enough damage to bring down Arteezy. So, it kind of doesn't even end up mattering. Maybe with the Split Earth and all the spam. Crits there as well. Really good stun. There's the vacuum on the 3 of them. There's an Omni Slash out there as well. Envy is going to drop. It looks like Arteezy will be able to escape as well.
They just can't get the healing ward in the background. They just can't get to it. That's the problem. He keeps pushing forward and moving his ward backwards. And P can't get that sustain item out of the way.
And now ABBA finally going to drop. No more ulti left for him. EG will take what they came for. Both sets of barracks down. You have an E-Blade on Meepo, so maybe you have a chance there with some like huge burst, but feels unlikely as we are going to continue this rampage through the base.
Tinker's just going to keep backing them up. More March the Machines, more rocket spans as our hits tier 3s. Another healing ward coming up in 8 seconds.
Good Nightmare. Split Earth as well. Ways that this could work for them. The root is on to 3. Applying it there onto Arteezy. Tower is going to start to drop, but they drop another healing ward. There is still no answer for that. Another vacuum into the stone. It's going to do a lot of damage here. Les beats it back out. He'll be able to escape for the moment and actually get X'd up. The Meepo went forward. Isn't going to be able to use any of those items. Sumail, great reactions and almost able to even kill off Meepo there. Envy is going to drop. Oh my God, and Crit ended up killing off the Meepo as well. Yeah, yep, this is tough. This is a really hard one. Arrow connects onto Earth Spirit. He is going to fall. No, they get another Grave Ball. Dazzle, he's been in the right place, right time, every time. EG taking no prisoners. They're taking the base.
Arteezy, even just with the extra bit there, blinks forward, recovers the gem for them. So they lost one support, but then the gem. Now they're actually just going to try and close out the game, it looks like.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to be into Rapier territory even because he had to buy back in that fight. So.
Oh, the arrow.
Oh wait, no, it's there. It's there. It's actually. He does have it. It's on the courier. They're trying to bring it back to him. This might be an opportunity here. It's going to be able to have a huge increase in the damage. The right click's coming through. He takes down one. Can he find more? They're leaping forward, trying to bring down Arteezy. They have the Glimmer Keep there to keep him alive. This might be enough if they can contain him just long enough. They're chasing. There's the Manta Dodge trying to escape. The right click's coming. It's going to kill off Universe.
Oh.
Envy did it. Oh, baby.
Envy, show him who's boss, baby. Oh, Divine Rapier at just the perfect time. And it could be better, right? He hits him with the arrow and the Divine Rapier comes in right as they have this opportunity to do a bunch of right-click damage. All these other times, this Divine Rapier, like, oftentimes this is going to look really lackluster because there's going to be this laser bouncing around. He's going to be blind half the time and won't be able to shoot anything. But that one moment where he hits the arrow on the Tink, it does give NP a window of hope.
Tinker is dead for 40 seconds here, and they are pushing down mid. I don't know what exactly they're going to be able to do, but they certainly feel the need to do something. Yeah, look at this timing he gets delivered. Oh, as the BKB is completed too. So, like, you think about if Envy gets into a couple more levels, he's level 23 right now. That 100 attack speed leap thing. The magic here, as it looks like they're getting ready to assault high ground, come back into the game.
Be good. They take this tier 3. They can't possibly take Ratchet. I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, he does a lot of damage.
I think they should take the Roshan Shrine away.
Okay.
Take the Roshan Shrine away. Start setting up for Roshan because that is so big. If they can get Aegis and Divine on Envy, make sure he doesn't just get popped at any time by Juggernaut in Abyssal Blade or Tinker. Like, they have to ensure a backup plan. So, couldn't quite finish off the Shrine. Didn't feel comfortable about that. The death time fast. Take that little bit of objective, but they can still set up for Roach.
This has certainly turned into something I don't think many people were expecting, and Abaddon does go back for that Ag Scepter. So this is now a moment where you have another saving mechanism for Mirana outside of her normal kit, and they're going in to contest Roshan. Will they get there in time, though, is the big question. It's dropping very low. 1437, he gets the split earth. Arrow almost connects. Oh, the Blade Fury, but Envy jumps in. Can he bring him down in time? The Abyssal Blade controlling him for the moment with the right click. Ami slapped it there. Envy is dropping low, but he is going to be able to get the Aegis. RTZ got the Aegis instead, takes down Envy. Rapier on the ground, and it looks like actually it's going to be Leshrak who picks it up. The big body right clicks coming in from 1437. He's never had so much net worth in his life, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Oh, Crit is there. They stun onto Bane, trying to bring them all down. Abaddon, he will have his ulti back up in 10 seconds, but it doesn't look like it's going to be soon enough. They'll be able to bring him down as well. Oh, it was a dream for a moment.
Miracle, I so badly wanted to see this game stretch out longer with the Envy holding that Divine Rapier, but I don't know how he did it, but Arteezy managed to grab that Aegis before Envy could. I'm not sure if he did it like while he was still Omni-slashing onto Envy, or if he just dropped down just before Envy was able to pick it up. I couldn't quite see exactly what happened, but as soon as that Aegis was picked up by the Juggernaut.
I mean, we still had to me at least, I feel like there was a moral victory there. The kills off the back of the Rapier purchase, that was a highlight moment for him. Maybe not. Maybe winning the first game is more impressive.
I mean, I think as a whole, though, as a team, they got to look at this.
EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
War Chief.
EG's turn to pick. EG's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Newbies turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. EG's turn to pick.
Life stealer.
Newbies turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Ursa Warrior.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Newbies turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Seconds remaining. seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Vengeful spirits.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5
Invoker.
Newbies turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies, turn to pick. Naga Siren. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Puck a whole bunch in the early stages of 7.0. So this is, it's viable, I think, just barely. You know, it's going to be tough. I'm not sure how Universe is going to be able to pull it off, but Universe always seems to find a way. So I'm not going to take too much away from him.
All right, well, let's get ready to hop into the game right now. Again, your first one of the day, Group B action. EG definitely needing a win here again, just to keep it in perspective as where they're at in the table, bottom of the group. Meanwhile, Newbie sitting up at there at the top, and already some movement out here by Zai. Get down a nice ward over here in the Dire jungle, and this is kind of going to be an interesting little start to this game because we've seen occasionally a very aggressive dual offlane with a Slardar and a Batrider. Not sure if they're going to go for that this time in particular, but it's still something that's potentially there if they wanted to try and pressure those supports pretty heavily. And movement out as well. They will spot out that movement by Newbie Geniuses and probably get a D ward there as well.
Yeah, it looks like Evil Geniuses are just making sure they really can't deal with any sort of aggro wards right now. Any sort of aggro wards that you can lay down in the beginning of the game really help you be able to decipher exactly what Crit on the Earth Spirit is up to, and his rotations are going to be very key here because Evil Geniuses do have a pretty fast-paced lineup. They chose to go with the early life stealer. Their scaling hero is really the Invoker here, and with an offlane Puck, it doesn't really leave much late game for them against a Naga Siren and Ursa, right? This Naga Siren lineup wants to be able to draw out the game quite a bit. Evil Genius is going to have to play very fast, and it all starts in the laning phase. If Crit can make the right rotations to keep SC down in the mid lane or even go up to top lane and help that Puck versus Batrider matchup, which is not going to be overly favorable to the Puck either, then you know that can actually change a lot for EG and set them off on a great foot.
Already you're seeing the movement across the map, all of these different lanes, switching up slightly. The Warlock TP to the bottom lane, and this is going to be a full-on aggro tri-lane versus aggro tri-lane as Sunstrike out there to try and get a range creep as well. Smel's taking a good bit of damage. How do you feel like this matchup plays out, the Naga Siren versus Invoker in the mid?
Oh, it's a great matchup for the Naga Siren. He could just abuse the Invoker pretty easily. You just kind of run illusions out there. You're going to be able to mostly free farm, barring any gank from the Earth Spirit. You should be able to just kind of farm away against an Invoker, and that's what a Naga Siren wants. I think SC got one of the more favorable mid matchups series that I've seen so far. Normally, they like to be able to make sure that Samael has strong 1v1s because he is probably one of the best laners.
something we were sort of mentioning offhand to each other at the start of the game too. There's very limited stuns in this laning phase for EG, particularly down there bottom, and I'm kind of wondering, do you think they can take advantage of this and find some kills early on with the combination of, you know, quick magic missile, the stun from Slardar?
I mean, they can definitely inhibit Arteezy's farm quite a bit with this aggro tri-lane, and I think Evil Geniuses, they need to abandon the idea of trying to match this tri-lane versus tri-lane. I would even be okay with Zai. Unfortunately, their easy camp is blocked away. They managed to get a sentry down that hasn't been countered, so they don't have that opportunity. This is kind of rough, though.
Oh my god, they're all over him already, and on top of crit, right clicks coming in from U9 trying to find that kill, and it does look like indeed they're going to be able to draw first blood. Faith potentially going to end up taking a little bit of harassment here as well, but it looks like with the big bad Ursa, the strong person in this lane, they're able to force him back. Yeah,
there's no way this matchup is even close. When these three heroes clash together against each other, Ursa offers a lot more fighting power early on. You have the better nuke and disable coming out from the Vengeful Spirit. It gives you like that quick damage and also control. That'll always be able to get the first kill when these three heroes match up against each other. So I would much rather have them play a lot more passive. This laning phase sucks for EG. They don't like this, but Zai just needs to be able to try and open up one of these camps, try and do some pulling, and Sumail's actually in a bit of trouble.
They're on top of him. Kaka, he's already used Sprint, but there's going to be a crush. The DD rune to boot, and now losing out potentially on 2 of the 3 lanes. This is looking quite rough for EG.
Yeah, this is terrible, and Crit really can't do much because it looks like the Naga Siren is just never going to be a position for a reliable gank. He's always going to be a bit too high HP, so that only really leaves him top lane, which he's kind of trying to set up for Universe right now, but he always has these high level of sticky napalm stacks, and he doesn't really feel comfortable challenging KP. So I'm not sure what Crit can really do. The static laning phases sit against them. He doesn't have a whole lot of roaming options either. Newbie have just basically cracked open the whole entire laning phase and are going to be able to walk away with, I think, a huge net worth and experience lead by 10.
They're on top of Arteezy yet again. Right clicks coming through. U9 all in him, and the Bear Man hugs Lifestealer to death. And you talk about it up there as well. They placed that ward on the high ground on the Dire side, so they spotted out the movement from Crit the entire time. KP was just positioned beautifully up there, and they weren't able to find the kill.
Yeah, I think a lot of this does come back to the draft. It seems like Evil Geniuses, watching the difference from them drafting in day number 1 and day number 2, it does feel like they're trying to crack the code that is the first 4 picks of the game. You saw yesterday they were putting a lot more focus on making sure there wasn't this light. It's the problem of Magnus, Lifestealer, and I think a little bit in Juggernaut as well. There's some of these powerful duos that they can't afford the enemy team to actually pick up. So I think they're still trying to crack this code, and this time around, instead of banning away Lifestealer, they pick it up for themselves. But it obviously left huge weaknesses in their draft, especially since they banned Dazzle. It meant the Ursa was a fantastic second pick.
Yeah, and you see right there as well, Kaka just continuing his movement around the map too, getting the early roaming potential and sealing away the runes. This is another thing, is that if you try and leave for a little bit for EG to go pick those up, you're not the fastest heroes in the world, and that's more time that Arteezy's not really farming. 16-2 versus the 19-9 of the Ursa so far. Now, this is still an early point in the laning phase. Do you think that the EG lineup can fight once they start to get these levels up? Are they going to take too much damage in the laning phase?
Well, with the first thing that's really going to change for Evil Geniuses is when they get that Infest Bomb from Arteezy, and they can make more powerful rotations with the Earth Spirit. For example, like Earth Spirit could run down to bottom, they can infest inside of him, then Earth Spirit could TP into mid or top. That would be a very fast play that could get a critical kill on a core. That's the kind of thing that Evil Geniuses is going to have to do in order to claw their way back from this very bad laning phase. Because right now, they don't really have any options. They just kind of have to suffer in silence. So watch Arteezy. You know, he's not moving. His hands off the keyboard, you know?
Oh, God, yeah, that looks really painful. And it's not really changing. He can just sort of sit there and not really approach the lane at all. They scout out. There's a scan. Yes, there is indeed Kaka still there. And, I mean, they're able to get the D ward, but, man, this is a frustrating game for a Lifestealer.
And Kaka's even going to start moving over towards that 6-minute room. Maybe they know about this, though, and they think this is the opportunity to go on U9. I just don't really see them having the kill power, though. And Ursa is relatively tanky, and he does have phase boots.
Oh, and while this is happening, over towards mid, there's a movement in. They want to try and go onto Sumail. It looks like they're not quite in position to be able to find him. Although if he steps too far forward, there is a chance. So he's just going to go walk away.
Sumail definitely knows about this. Like, all of EG knew this kind of rotation. They knew the two supports were going to rotate in, get that 6-minute rune, and take it away from the EG supports. And they think this is an opportunity to maybe have it go on U9, but he's so powerful, even just as a solo hero. Now they're going to get wrapped around.
Oh my god, Arteezy's there, but you do have crit in the area. Maybe thinking about turning onto this. Sunstrike comes through as well. They brought in the puck. Every damn person from EG shows up in the bottom lane, and now trying to find more. Faith running away. There is no more boulders coming out from crit, so they find two, much needed for EG there.
Yeah, that was perfect timing by Universe, really providing the saving grace there in what could have been a very disastrous team fight for EG. This is kind of what they have to do, right? It's like the same concept of moving the Lifestealer and the Earth Spirit around pretty early, is that you have to make multiple hero rotations to upset what is the innate nature of this game, the way this laning phase is going. It's just kind of an auto win for Newbie in many ways, so it's going to be EG who have to make a lot of different plays around the map, play very fast and very heavy.
Yeah, another Sunstrike coming in onto Faith, a little bit off the mark there. Might have been able to bring them both down with that Fatal Bonds on two of those heroes, but it does look like they'll be able to walk away, and crit paid for the trouble. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind here is that there's still a Naga Siren draft on top of the early laning phase win that Newbie is having. How much is that going to play into this as well? Like, does EG have the heroes to deal with Radiant's Naga?
They don't really. They don't have like really good lane pushers. They don't have a single hero that's fantastic at being able to quickly deal with illusions as they push out. They mostly just have a lot of mid-game team fight and initiation between the Puck Lifestealer bomb as well as then the follow-up counter initiation that's going to be from the Warlock and his chaotic offering. So with those elements, they can dominate in 20 minutes.
A nice pickup there again. Sumail going to be able to hit that Sunstrike, and any little bit of kills like that you can find are just so valuable for EG at this point. Now moving in for the Shrine, and maybe I guess you can start trying to heavily prioritize getting Zai some more levels in a bit, so you can start team fighting around that. In the meantime, we have seen Ursa actually queue up. Is that a Hand of Midas as well? Or Helm of the Dominator? Okay, I was going to say.
I think Helm of the Dominator is a bit better.
Seen a lot of Chinese Midases over the past couple
we
weeks.
definitely have, and you, I think, will continue to see a lot of Hand of Midases from the Chinese teams. They think they've slowed it down a little bit from what was happening just before this DAC LAN. Before that, there was a lot more Hand of Midases, but I think the Western teams play a little bit faster and kind of take advantage of some of the overly abundant weakness that multiple.
Probably a good choice not to go for that one, but still, you know, you start looking at the next couple of minutes here. It does feel like the early laning woes of EG have been solved at least slightly. How do you feel like I mean, there's sort of multiple invest bombs now. They're going to actually go onto U9 and catch him again. Sunstrike is going to be there. Enrage pops, turns to fight, creating some trouble as well. They're going to be able to run him down almost. Well, that is going to be a Dream Coil committed. U9 still barely alive here, but is finally going to drop. We'll see if they can bring down Universe Puck. Flame Break is a little bit off the mark, but Faith, he will be able to go for some more right clicks here. Trying to run him down. Universe pulled back in and should be brought down with that one. Well, he gets another Illusionary Orb. Jaunt away. They've got Universe in their sights, but he's so low, they aren't quite able to run him down as of yet. And Crit comes in to save the day. Flame Break connects. That should be enough. Jaunt not going to be there.
Oh, man, he used that phase shift earlier and wasn't able to dodge the Flame Break, and that was nail in the coffin for him. He just bought so much space and time, but he didn't actually manage to get out. They need to use Arteezy, I think, pretty soon here. Start moving him around the map to make sure when they make those kind of aggressive plays that they win it hands down, and TP rotations from Newbie don't stop them. Because that's the thing, is Newbie is incredibly good. I think they're the kings of defensive TP rotations. They're super good at being able to always have a TP ready to go and have multiple heroes respond to an attempted gank. And even if they lose that hero, they'll always get a kill and return, just like you saw on the top lane.
Yeah, and I think that this is something that, you know, EG have developed an understanding of this too. They have a storied history against each other. A couple of those matches at MDL long ago, you think about how well they did in those tournaments and stuff. So they've been good to make sure that, you know, EG responding in similar fashion. When the puck rotated down bottom for those first couple of kills, stemmed the flow of the blood. And now, well, Crit is set up here in the top lane with Universe. Not sure if they're going to be able to go on to Ursa again, but with the Sunstrike, there's always a threat of a kill with these heroes on the map.
Somebody's got to open up a lane for Zai, and it looks like it's going to be Sumail actually abandoning Mid lane, his Hanamitis is coming up anyway. I think Arteezy wants to finish off his armlet before he starts getting aggressive, and that's just the symptom of a bad laning phase. Normally an armlet would already be there for a lifestealer, and he'd be good to leave his lane, play jungle, and play a little bit more of a ganking style, but he needs that item desperately before he starts being active around the map.
This is a nice play if they can pull it off. There are a couple of EG heroes in the area, and the smoke breaks inside the Roche pit. Do they realize it, though? It doesn't look like they do, and because of that, Newbie are going to enable a free Roshan for themselves. So pop the song to make sure it happens. Now up here on the top side, they're going to initiate onto Crit. Can they quite get him? They're going to be a rolling away, and it looks like EG will get out, but early Roche going the way of Newbie.
Yeah, that was a very cool idea. Them utilizing the mid Naga Siren to always protect the Roshan attempts here from the Ursa. That is actually going to be a very big problem for Evil Geniuses. The next time Roshan is up, they're going to have to keep 5 heroes, I think, in that top half of the map and always be around that pit, because they can't just kind of like poke at Roshan against a Naga Siren. They need that kind of full all-in committal that forces the Song of Siren and then try and reset and still fight out.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Faith is gonna, well, not quite
Infest?
drop. Infest isn't there. Oh, that hurts.
Now he doesn't have Infest or Rage. I think he just dies now.
Oh, Arteezy dove a little bit too deep for that one and is punished heavily. And this is starting to turn very quickly into Newbie's favor again.
He still does not have that armlet. So even as he revives, if he had the armlet, it'd be kind of okay because it would be a reset of some sorts. Lifestealer comes back, and he can choose to TP wherever he wants and go with an ally, and they could put the pressure on some sort of lane. And Newbie would just have to kind of sit there and wait for that aggressive response. But without the armlet, I think Arteezy still doesn't want to make that kind of play. He'll have to maybe jungle a little bit before he has that item. And all the meanwhile, Naga Siren's just free farming away. You may even have a Radiance before the first gank happens on SC.
That would be really a very bad situation for Evil Geniuses, to say the very least. And now Newbie going to be able to secure this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, try and take over map control. I think that EG's been doing a really good job of getting wards out across the map. You look over in the Dire jungle, and they've got pretty good vision throughout, but it is still a problem of connecting with these ganks, and Newbie has basically abandoned that side of the map, at least for the moment, while Naga Siren continues to farm out the other areas of the jungle that aren't under vision.
They just don't have a good support to really deal with this Ursa. So Ursa has run rampant over the first 15 minutes of the game, and it's bought tons of space for not just SEC, but also allowing KP to have a very favorable one for such a long time. He now has his Blink Dagger by 13 minutes, and he's going to be a terror around the map. EG probably know about this Blink Dagger timing, and they just have to stay relatively grouped up. You know, they have to be able to stay close enough to each other that if a Bat Rider does pop out somewhere and grab someone, the rest of the team can respond and try and counter it.
Yeah, and that's where their, fight strategy really plays out well. Unfortunately, Newbie sort of have the answer to that in the Naga Siren split push eventually. It's just them making sure that they're able to run down the lanes, EG at various points, and try and pressure to the best of their abilities, cut off that farm of the Naga Siren, which already has a relic 14.5 minutes in. Wow.
If you look at Newbie's positioning around the map, what oftentimes is they're going to be doing is they're going to be pushing out his 4 kind of aggressively. And in many ways, they're kind of scouting and posing an aggressive threat, while the Naga Siren is going to be playing more defensive, surrounded by all these offensive heroes. Right? So EG will never have an opportunity, even when they do get the initiation and get those timings, they won't be able to make a smoke play that catches the Naga Siren, because they will inevitably run into a Slardor or a Bat Rider who are aggressively positioned.
And you see this smoke gank, and it's exactly what we talked about. KP there to break it in case it came from the north side, and that's looking like it's what's going to happen. Immaculate positioning right now from Newbie. We'll see if this smoke is going to be able to connect at all. He's not in Firefly, so does not scout them out. But EG also not realizing, and there's the blink away. They're fine. The ward was placed aggressively. They spot out everything. Newbie is going to TP away.
Wow, he's
what?
not even going to get
so
caught.
Good. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're just reading Evil Geniuses. They're reading them like a book, but it's also because the laning phase was so bad that there are limited options for EG. It's pretty obvious that EG has to make rotations and try and catch these heroes because they've hit their timings, right? They have the Blink Dagger on Puck and the Armlet on Lifestealer. You know exactly what's coming, and Newbie are just playing around it beautifully.
And you don't want to go on the Ursa with the Aegis at this point either. That's not the fight that you want to take. So Universe still holding Arteezy inside of him. They're moving up for KP. They've been chasing him around the whole map. First it was bottom, then it was sort of in the mid area. Naga Siren has a Radiance at 16 minutes, and they're still not going to find a kill here. So what's the, I mean, what's the answer? Is it just more of the same and hope you get better with your ability to find those kills, or is there any plan B really?
There is going to be an opportunity when the Aegis fades away from the Ursa. Evil Geniuses will have better options, because before they had to play a little bit more pick-off oriented. They needed really strong initiation that started off on a hero that wasn't Ursa. And that's what led Newbie to hiding the Bat Rider aggressively and doing things like that. Now they have some other options to them that the Aegis is gone. They can just straight up smoke straight into whatever heroes they can, and they'll feel comfortable winning a 5v5. But they still do have to worry that a Naga Siren sleep in the right position could actually counter them entirely.
Oh, this is a nice combination. They're going to be on top of the Ursa, managed to find that pickoff. Sumail, the bright spot in this team certainly for Evil Geniuses. Second highest in net worth, has his Agnum Scepter, has the Midas completed. This, I feel like, to me, is where you play around for EG.
Yeah, I can't blame... It looks, his positioning looks bad, but that's a position that you're not expecting vision to be had by EG. But they did have it simply because of that smoke play earlier where it popped. They laid a ward down as the smoke popped, which is pretty natural. And that ward ends up, scouting the ancient pit. So just a bit of bad luck, really.
What you're talking about as well. The Aegis goes down. Evil Geniuses, they move in, try and take down a couple of towers for themselves. You got Armlet up on Lifestealer. Is there another moment now to try and go for a smoke gank, or do you just try and push out all of the lanes? It's starting to become more difficult with Naga Siren Radiance online, right?
Yeah, you don't have too many more smokes to work with. I think they only have one right now, and Rit's holding on to that one. Nice catch on Kaka, though.
Yeah, much needed. This is before any type of Blink Dagger for himself. Still very far away from that. And I guess that is something else to keep in mind as they find that kill onto Kaka, is that the other heroes, the supports on Newbie are maybe a little bit below where you might expect. I guess they're still ahead of where EG is, though.
Yeah, I think Newbie, what they're doing right now is they know this timing is very well controlled by Evil Geniuses, so they're not going to be doing the same kind of four-man push-outs into towers like they were doing before. Now it's going to be a lot more of spreading their heroes quite a bit, like Slardar aggressively farming bottom. Even if he just forces the rotation, he gets caught, that's okay.
Arteezy, they're on top of him. There's the big four. They got control. Lifestealer going to drop again. Types of rotations you're talking about. If you're not showing everybody, go for a smoke gank and get a kill.
Yeah, Newbie were able to play a lot more brazen in the first 10 minutes.
Oh, wow, they're on top of him again. Oh, I don't know if they're actually going to be able to kill off Kaka, though. Yeah, he did have his Blink Dagger. It was over there in the stash. All right.
I mean, with the Lifestealer down, they feel comfortable, still forcing some sort of engagement, but I'm glad they backed away from that. I think they just, it's the first 15 minutes when the Lifestealer and Puck really weren't ready, where this Newbie team could play very brazen in your face with some of their pushes and just kind of dare EG to rotate to them because they're buying space for Naga Siren. Now it's going to be EG. They kind of have the ball because this is their big timing. So Newbie are going to play a lot more hit and run, a lot more split push, a lot more smokes are going to be used for this period of time. And thankfully, they didn't have to use a whole lot of early time. So they've got plenty to work with.
Control over their economy of the smokes, definitely. And this was also something that the panel was sort of mentioning. You have the first pick Lifestealer overall. Newbie had all of these picks to deal with it, and it feels like they've countered it out quite heavily. And it's natural then that you would have Lifestealer with a little bit more of a difficult game going forward. It does feel like it's a lot on Sumail at this point with the level of farm that he's gotten. How do you see his game playing out for the rest of it here?
Well, he is level 16 right now. He's got Hand of Midas and Agnum Scepter, so we are getting close to Invoker really coming online as a team fighting power rather than just a farmer who occasionally sunstrikes for you. Arteezy may get caught again. He sticks around for this next wave. He's going to get swapped back into an Ursa.
Yeah, they've got so many ways to break this.
Oh, got him.
Trouble. There's the swap. There's the crush. Right click's coming through. Dead again. And Well, Puck drops the Dream Coil. Now they're going to turn on to Universe. They want to take him down as well. They also spot out the Warlock in the background. Oh, God, they're all going to die. Doesn't manage to get the Chaotic Offering on. They are going to come in with Sumail, though. A huge Meatball Deafening Blast combination. And suddenly, the Magic Man himself might be able to possibly turn this back around. Universe is going to live. Fate's starting to fall low as well. SC's dealing a lot of damage in this, though. Sumail needs to get out right now, and it doesn't look like they're quite going to be able to bring down that Naga Siren. But a great display, and Sumail at least saving the day a little bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, Sumail has got to do so much in this game. He attempts the Sunstrike on Faith, who he brought so low earlier, but he ends up missing it just barely. But Sumail, that was a good first step there, because that was a disastrous team fight, right? Arteezy is immediately picked off, and then the Song of Siren catches 3 heroes, where the Warlock is immediately disabled and has no impact. So it was basically 3 versus 5, and Sumail still managed to even it out a bit.
Yeah, and you can see right there, it's pretty, just that slight cast point, and again, the damage coming out from Sumail, quite impressive. I thought that they were going to be able to bring down Faith, but able to escape again. A couple of those for himself. Yeah, so far, 9-11 is the score. Are you feeling like that was enough to kind of pull EG back into this, or no? They're still hurt.
It's still a pretty big deficit, honestly. The Naga Siren has the Radiance, but she hasn't even reached like full farming power. It's kind of similar to the Alchemist, right? When you first pick up the Radiance, that's not the scary part. The scary part is when he gets off Doreen and he's throwing Manta illusions everywhere, and all the lanes are being pushed out constantly. It's very similar for a Naga Siren too. The scary part is when he has Manta and the travel moving around, and everything is being pushed in constantly, because EG is a team that doesn't deal with split push very well. This is why they last pick Naga.
Well, this is a really good pickoff again. They're able to constantly catch Kaka. Now, something else to note, they did take down the Dominator creep right before Roshan respawned, so EG know that Rosh is up, and Newbie do not. This is a huge turning point if they can somehow manage to take it down. It looks like they're going to be able to. Yeah,
remember talking about second Roshan, how they need to play 5 heroes around that Roshan towards the top half of the map, because you have to take that Aegis away from the Ursa. Otherwise, you're getting this kind of like 5-minute window where you're scared to fight into Newbie. But they can still get caught here by the Song of Siren. It's coming.
Bat Rider's coming in as well. Arteezy pops the rage. They pull him back in. They're controlling him up and possibly going to bring him back down as well. Puck jumps forward. They're on top of this Naga Siren. The Warlock only comes down as well. This is looking okay for EG here. Almost able to bring down SC, and they are going to be able to find that kill. So no reset with the Song. Roshan has fall. The Aegis is on Sumail. He gets another kill onto KP. EG pulling it back, and now onto Kaka as well. We'll see if Sumail's going to be able to guess correctly, and, well, Kaka actually blinks back. All right, they spotted him out now, and Crit should be able to find this cleanup, I imagine.
Pull out the jukes, Kaka. 3 seconds.
Time to run
Come on, 3 seconds.
All right, I got him. Cold Snap is there. So again, a great display coming out from EG. It feels like Sumail is definitely picking up the slack where, you know, the rest of the team countered out. It's hard to deal with.
That is the second team fight he's kind of won for them. You know, that first one was so bad that it shouldn't even been close for EG, but he still pulled out a couple of kills. This time around, it was just like the worst possible situation where you haven't quite finished up Roshan as a Naga Siren shows up, but he had a beautiful EMP, burns out the Naga Siren, prevents her from being able to use Song of Siren to kind of reset that whole entire engagement, because they had just been able to kill the Lifestealer and then Song, that fight's over. It wouldn't even be close, but EG reacted really quickly, not just Sumail, but also with Crit and as well as Zai jumping forward on both Your Spirit and Warlock and getting off those disables really helped control the Naga Siren long enough for them to make a trade.
Ooh, SC caught out here. Universe, he can go back in a second, but they're going to drop the Song. They decide to go in again. Universe is just gonna...
No, Universe just needs to get out. This is a good time for them to... They need to group up. Make sure they don't lose anybody here. This is where this newbie smoke comes in, right? They want to make sure that EG can't take advantage of the Song of Siren cooldown.
Oh, great display there. Zai gets picked off very quickly. Looks like Universe is still going to be able to make his escape. Kaka not able to chase him down. But yeah, that smoke play really nicely used.
Yeah, I mean, that was perfect, right? Because they would have had a 2-minute window almost to work with the Song of Siren down. That would have been a great opportunity for EG to get aggressive, but because Newbie, they kind of already were in a situation where there's smoke, but they just push forward really fast and find that kickoff, they can now, you know, kind of control the lanes. They give time to the Naga Siren to push out a bit, and they won't have to deal with an immediate threat on a tier 2 without having that big team fight spell of Song.
You have the BKB here for Ursa. Like there's things that are feeling like Newbie are still, you know, building this momentum with their draft, but it definitely has felt like EG have been able to turn it back around. And with this Aegis, is there any real impetus for them to try and, you know, make more objectives happen for themselves? Or you just try and hold pat for the moment?
I do think they need to make some plays happen and start taking some tier 2s. A pick off on Conco would be big.
Now they're going to be able to get it. Tornado lift up onto 2 as well. Now on the other side, U9 forced into the BKB already. They haven't brought down KP, but now you've got 5 heroes chasing after the Ursa. That is going to be Faith sacrificing himself for the cause, but they still might be able to run down U9 here. Sumail chasing. That Bearman is pretty quick.
That was really bad decision, I think, by Newbie to get aggressive at that point in time. I think it was unnecessary, especially with the song on cooldown still. They could have just played it pretty defensively and split pushy. EG, the movement was perfect by them, but it was also really nice that Sumail just throws out the tornado right as Batrider blinks in, and he throws out the deafening blast right as Ursa jumps onto him, so it pushes the Ursa backwards as well. That was pretty fortuitous timing for Sumail, that's for sure.
Definitely. And you think back again to one of the big games between these two teams before. It was at that MDL match where we had SCCC and Voker just go off and blow the world away, and now Sumail able to try and turn it back against Newbie themselves and having a standout performance here. But the big problem that we still have is this Naga Siren, who's been able to get so much farm. When is the point where you sort of start to see that take over the game here?
It's getting close to it. You've got the Manta now. We're going to be working towards the Octarine. Octarine is usually when the full split push farming Naga Siren is complete and all your lanes are hemmed in constantly. This is why, well, Arteezy is probably going to die here to a good smoke gank.
Yeah, there's the jump back, the right clicks. They're all over him. And this is, again, something that I feel like is just, you kind of have to accept it with the way that the picks have gone for Newbie.
The big problem for EG is that they don't have heroes to deal with this split push very well. It's why Lifestealer has gone for a Maelstrom. You know, he needs something like that to be able to push out waves really quickly, because most of the other heroes are not going to be adept at like, Puck can push out waves, yes, but he can't deal with the Naga Siren illusions, especially as they get tankier. He's opting for faster burst damage, though, with the Dagon. I think that's absolutely the right choice. They need to be able to pop a hero before the Song of Siren comes into play, especially if it's Naga herself. So if he can actually jump in, set up the same kind of play we saw earlier with the Dream Coil leading into Sunstrike, and then the Dagon to finish him off, that would be huge, and it kind of makes it so you have the numbers advantage even if the Song comes in play.
Quite good. I think also you look at a couple of these other item choices, not things that you would always end up seeing, like Blink Dagger first for Earth Spirit. We saw Solar Crest picked up for Warlock. Items that are just fit the niches and fill in the cracks of what this draft is lacking. You can now take Roshan much more quickly, and I think that that's going to be that next big engagement. And we didn't see Newbie go in with the song to disrupt the Roshan like we saw in the first instance of it. That might still be something that they can pull out when we have the next Roshan up.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be Roshan 3 is coming up, and that's Aegis as well as Cheese. Pretty formidable pickup, just because the lineup of Newbie is kind of dependent on being a burst down a hero. Both Cheese and Aiden act as a...
So many Blink Daggers available. They're on top of Kaka immediately. Earth Spirit still waiting to go in. Can go for the counterplay in a second here, because SC is setting up for another kill. They're deciding TP away, but they've been able to catch them. All right, that was not quite there. Faith is going to end up dying. They're going to get the Courier as well. So it's a lot committed for the kill on the Venge.
Yeah, unfortunately, you just can't throw out that Chaotic Offering far enough to be able to catch the Naga too. But nice catch there by Sumail, maybe getting KP, but not anymore.
Nice Yule Scepter there to joint what could have come out to break his Blink Dagger.
I have to say, though, Evil Geniuses, they are very good at making sure they don't crumble under pressure. You know, I see a very clear win condition for Newbie when they had such a strong laning phase, but EG still found a way to claw back and continue to get pickoffs like this one on Kaka that have actually won them a network.
Yeah, they've been able to really pull it back into their favor, and you still have the problem of the Naga Siren, but I'm seeing that path to victory right now for EG if they manage to keep these lanes pushed out, secure themselves Roshan. You talked about the Dagon, it's going to be there. It does also look like Invoker is going to be going back for the Octarine core. There were a couple of Midases. I think that Kaka had one in the works for the Slardar, and they're trying to build into a few more of those maybe for Newbie to sustain a little bit more of their late.
Yeah, unfortunately, after his last couple of deaths, that Hannah Midas won't be coming in any soon for Kaka, but he does know that he's going to have to transition into more of a core, you know, pick up a BKB or something like that, so he can just stick on a hero. This game is definitely going late. Evil Geniuses, it's not that they can't beat Newbie's lineup in late game, it's more the fact that like they just have to deal with his constant split push that gives Newbie the inherent advantage. So what's going to end up happening here is all the lanes are going to be pushed in. There's more opportunities for Newbie to get farm on their other heroes, as well as plenty of opportunities for quick picks that can turn into an objective. When you're constantly hemmed in all your lanes, even if you do find a pick off on the side of Evil Geniuses, it's hard for them to translate that into an objective because they are so deep on their own side of the map. So that is going to be the inherent problem for late game. As I believe Hani once told me, you know, it's just like, team that has Naga Siren always has a late game advantage, and it's a very unique late game advantage. Yeah. I mean, the split push and the Song of Siren, it's this maneuvering advantage that always gives you a big lead, even if the enemy team can contest you when it comes.
And these type of smoke ganks become less effective too because you have less vision around the map. You're not like the other team knows that you're pressuring, all of the lanes are pressured in, and these will be less effective as time goes on. You know, interesting little thing comparing the Ursa to the Lifestealer this game. As we have the smoke movement still going out, the Ursa is 9-4 and 4, I think, at this point.
Yeah, 9-4-1.
And you've got that comparison to the 0-6 Lifestealer, and yet they're only 2,000 roughly net worth apart. Like, Lifestealer's been able to keep up and farm pretty effectively this game.
Yeah, I think they got a lot out of the couple of team fights that they did. So Lifestealer was rewarded a pretty big windfall when he was able to get a couple of kills in team fights, and some of that comeback gold comes into play. But also it's the fact that Ursa is a hero that's very dependent on getting kills to be able to continue to snowball into late game. And this game has slowed down quite a bit. Evil Geniuses were not able to take full control like they wanted to at 20 minutes, and they did have to play a little bit more of a slower pick-off oriented game. And Newbie have kind of stumbled with a lot of their aggressive smokes. They had the opportunity to use a lot of the smokes they didn't have to in the early game, but the one like where they 4-man smoked up the top lane and led into a bad team fight is very much played against them.
Yeah, and well, this is now Roshan soon to be taken. The Sunstrike comes in, it spots out the Unites in the area, and it's still very hard to contest this with SC right there having the sleep. And it looks like he is going to go for it right now, is actually not able to quite catch him. They're catching out the Lifestealer and the Earth Spirit right now. They will be able to secure themselves the Aegis now, trying to turn the universe. They drop the Chaos offering, doesn't really hit onto that many heroes, and now they're on top of Sumail, slowed down solo, but can they even kill him off? There's a huge Deafening Blast combination that comes out. Invoker is not going to be able to do it. They've just got too much damage coming out on Newbie. 4 dead, soon to be 5. EG all over him. Oh my goodness, what a great display. And it does look like U9 also is going to get ran down here. Cold Snap back up in 1 second. There it is on U9, Tornado lift up. EG, they made it work.
Yeah, they did. That's a total wipe against Newbie on Newbie's side of the map, so they can very quickly turn this into tier 2 and a high ground push, try and force some buybacks out of Newbie. That was huge. What Newbie did is they overcommitted to taking Roshan. They got caught in a bad spot, right? And they used Song of Siren as well as BKB, and Ursa was still low on that first life. They used all of that just to be able to get Roshan, but those abilities, the BKB duration as well as the Song of Siren, they didn't last long enough for them to get a full retreat. Evil Geniuses knew. With Aegis, it doesn't matter if they use some of those things like the BKB and Song of Siren so preemptively in the team fight. They're out of ammo at a certain point.
That was so well done, and it gives them a whole lane of racks. You've got access to shrines now. EG just blew this game wide open, and in the second when this gold graph ends up fully catching up, we are going to see just how ridiculous that ended up going. But man, look at this combination. It looked for a moment here like U9 was going to be able to get the Aegis. Maybe they just blink out and get away, but yeah, the combination that came out from Invoker here in just a second was quite strong. Oh man, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sumail like knowing, hey, I can just be super aggressive, and also Universe. Like, those are the two players that define this team fight. Universe being able to catch 2 of the supports on the north side of that pit with the coil prevented any follow-up initiation after the song faded down. So allowed EG to aggressively position themselves to chase down those cores like Sumail did, right? He had little fear. He just jumped straight forward into an Ursa. Didn't care if he was melee form because he knew this is a team fight that's ours. They don't have some of the abilities that that they need to be able to win. You know, having an Aegis and resetting a team fight for an Ursa isn't the be-all, end-all if you're just going to be able to run over the Naga and that first life of the Ursa so quickly.
Well, and now, you know, we talk a lot about the ability of Naga Siren to delay the game and hold out for a long period of time, but when you lose everybody like that, Song is used aggressively by and large. That means that now you get those first lane of barracks against this Naga Siren. How much does that hurt the way that Newbie want to play this game going forward? Is losing a lane of barracks like that bad?
Oh, it's terrible because you're so dependent. These Naga Siren late game lineups are so dependent on being able to have creep equilibrium because the Naga Siren split pushing all the time. All the lanes are being pushed in by these Radiant Illusions that you have full control of the map. But you are inherently at a disadvantage when you've lost a melee Rax like this so early. Now mid lane is naturally always going to push in, and Naga Siren can deal with it. That's the one good thing about it, is that it does allow Newbie. They do have a great hero for being able to deal with those super creeps that are going to be coming in, but it does put them at a disadvantage. It hurts the inherent advantage that Naga Siren is supposed to have late game.
All right, and now they have a lot of tools to deal with these illusions as well. We'll see if maybe we can have some. I mean, it's a long time ago that we had those quick pickoffs that happened over and over again on the Lifestealer, where they were jumping in, Bat Rider, and then Ursa on top of them. Do you think that they can try and replicate that type of success that they were having earlier, or is EG always going to be sticking together at this point?
No, I think EG is always going to be sticking together. This is part of the way they're able to play pretty calm and come back from bad laning phases, is that they have confidence that they can out team fight people. Like they just think, you know, we can click our abilities better than others, right? So as long as they group up and don't get you know, picked off too much, and that is kind of what maybe should have happened in some ways. Other teams, I think, naturally would have tried to be a bit greedy and spread themselves out in order to try and catch back up from a bad laning phase, but EG rather just grouped up and kind of balled into Newbie members. Newbie actually obliged a couple times with some of the aggressive smoke in, instead of just taking map control and playing an economy game.
Oh, and you can see here, they're setting up a trap as well along the bottom lane. If anybody from Newbie showed up there, they're going to explode. And in the meantime, take down the shrines, move around the map. It's nice that you do have the Bat Rider who has the gems, so they've been able to, at least for Newbie, shut down a little bit more of the vision. But you can see that Radiant do have an Observer Ward inside of the Newbie base. So if the next couple of minutes, if there is some more pressure there onto high ground, there might be an opportunity for a quick catch, either from Universe jumping in and then Sunstrike combinations or something else like that.
Yeah, I like what Evil Geniuses are doing a really great job of making sure their lanes don't get too pushed in. It's so much easier if you can get all the lanes over the river and you start closing in the map a lot more. It's a lot easier to control this Naga Siren and the illusion spam. So they're doing a good job. They always keep 2 lanes over the river if possible. They've taken an objective in bottom lane without losing anything in return. So these are good signs in dealing with a Naga Siren late game. But there is going to be the occasional aggressive poke out from Newbie. They got to be a little bit wary of that.
Actually, interestingly enough, it looks like Naga Siren has a sheep stick queued up. What are your thoughts behind that? Not something that we always end up seeing on the Naga.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. Some sort of quick reaction disable against Puck or Earth Spirit, or maybe even Invoker when he jumps in. Problem is he doesn't have something to be able to deal with the Lincolns immediately. You know, like he doesn't have another instant cast to be able to pop the Lincolns, get the disable on Invoker. They do need better lockdown against the Invoker, because he has actually played a lot of havoc against them with just operating Blink Dagger, Blink Dagger and Lincoln. Blinks in and they try and throw one of those disables down on him, but he's just able to casually walk it off, throw down the ice wall, and it's so disruptive to who are like, especially Ursa is very much harmed by that ice wall. He wants to be able to just stick onto heroes, but Invoker at this point is excellent at kiting heroes around. He's even got the minus 18-second tornado now, which is going to be another problem for Newbie to deal with in team fights.
And it feels like if Newbie don't get that initial jump and find and explode either the Invoker or, you know, probably the Puck is the other one that they need to heavily focus, it's just going to end up going terribly for them, because you have to burst there. Otherwise, there's all these kiting mechanisms they have. Inherently, then you kind of need the vision advantage as well, and I think that's why we're seeing the Bat Rider go back for the gem, scout out across the map, try and get any D wards that they can. They have been able to get that one ward out of their base that was up there. Right there as well. Is EG really under any stress where if they lose a big team fight, all this advantage they've been able to build up gets thrown away?
Yeah, some of the advantage is just the map control that it's been very hard fought, but they finally do have decent map control. Like right now, they're in a position to go high ground with neither bottom or mid lane being a threat lane. Like maybe mid lane will do some damage to the tier 2, and bottom lane will eventually get to the tier 3, but for right now, it's free damage on a tier 3 tower with no response.
So looking for Sumail, you do have that Aether Lens on Batrider, so we can catch him from a little bit further away. A jump forward, pull back in Sumail. If they could blow him up here, this would be huge. They end up getting the crush, but it's broken, and it is still going to be able to bring down Sumail right at the start of this fight. He does have buyback, but in the meantime, they're going to chase down more. Sleep to catch, on to 3. 4 are actually caught in this one, but can they blow them up? Universe is going to be the first target. It looks like it's going to be able to get that phase shift for the moment. Over here to the side, Arteezy trying to show up. Sumail is here. They ended up going for the buyback. He jumps forward, controlling up the Ursa. Is Ice Wall down as well, so should be able to just continue to run him down. And it looks like they're just going to keep their eyes on the prize, take down these objectives.
Yeah, there's just not much they can do with the lasso down. They made that first play against Sumail, and that was excellent, but on the second life, they just don't have enough control to really be able to catch him when he aggressively pushes forward. But that's good enough. Like, a buyback came out from Sumail, and they still defended their tier 3 tower. That was an excellent hold by Newbie. I'm not sure if, like, Sumail thought that was going to be this fantastic endgame scenario for them with the buyback and immediate commence with the fight, but Newbie played that pretty defensively. You know, they kept themselves really well spread. They didn't really have the ammo to get another quick kill after the Song of Siren. You saw them kind of setting up on a puck, but ultimately it's a puck. It's going to be hard to obtain that, but you know, they just kind of played it defensively and said, EG, if they want to run into us deeper, let them. We're not going to try and fight this one out too much.
And now you do sort of have that answer for the puck after the Song of the Siren with the sheep stick completed on Naga Siren. Yeah. So that's another one of those items that will start to change the dynamic of this game a little bit, where the songs used aggressively will be more effective than they would have been otherwise. And yeah, you know, also the Invoker not having buyback, I'm feeling like there's Newbies starting to build back that momentum again. Do EG need to be concerned about this, or can they just go and try and secure themselves Roshan and go rinse and repeat?
They definitely need to be concerned. It's why they really want to be able to pick up this Aegis. They're going to clear through the Helmet Dominator creep right now. Roshan is going to be up in 30 seconds, though it does have a max respawn time of about a minute 30, so it's not like EG hang around inside the pit. Newbie will eventually cut across from bottom lane into mid. You've got mid and bottom lane pushed out. The Siren Illusions are going to deal with top. They're getting the map control necessary to set up a good Roshan fight.
See here as well, the levels continuing to go up. We're caught up just about the Naga Siren to where the Invoker was, and to start soon surpassing them. The other thing that's nice about this for Newbie, I would say, is that they're not sacrificing the farm of all the other heroes. Sometimes you see that with the Naga Siren, where all the rest of the heroes don't have anything, basically, but you've got some decent farm on the Batrider here. Ursa's been able to maintain a pretty substantial lead over the Lifestealer, roughly the 1 to 2k mark throughout the whole course of it. But now Roche coming out, we'll have to see how Newbie respond to this. No Shrine to TP2, but they still can't get here quickly.
I'm really surprised that Newbie are not contesting Roshan. They know this is about the time it should be up. I really thought they were going to cut across from bottom through mid and start taking some of that area, but it looks like they're still going to get there in time with this smoke play.
Oh, yeah, AP going in, able to jump on top of him. Did he hit Roche with that? Well, Song of the Siren is down. They get the counterplay. Arteezy still gets the Aegis, though, and U9, they're turning to fight onto this crit with a really good silence, but is it going to be enough? They have the net down as well, onto 1, and it looks like with everybody starting to fall, they've already lost to Ursa. They lost that Slardar as well. KP's starting to fall low. Sumail's so freaking low. He got down to 18 HP and does finally go down, so 2 minutes with no Sumail. It's still looking quite bad, though, for Newbie. It looks like they're also going to be able to take down SC there on the Naga Siren. 5 dead for Newbie. They did lose Sumail, but this is still a huge win.
That was a very awkward initiation. KP, he didn't use Lasso on the jump. I'm not entirely sure what he ended up trying to eat through. I think he tried to jump forward, force staff the Lincolns off, and then go and Lasso. But I think Lifestealer just kind of raged up. There was force staff. I think he actually maybe hit Rodan or something. But it was just an awkward initiation that turns into another Song of Siren that doesn't look good at all. They got free damage on the Ursa with that Song of Siren. You know, they hit him a couple times and then they all fall asleep and invulnerable.
Well, it does force out the SC buyback, and that's a full lane now done as they take down the range barracks, but don't want to pressure for anything more there. Probably a smart one, and yeah, it does look like he popped it on Roche there.
Something popped there, and then they try and go into the song, and then they're still raged up on Arteezy, and he's able to get that Aegis. You get a couple of swipes on U9 before he goes back to sleep, and they just don't have enough firepower at that point in time to finish off Sumail, which is pretty sad. You know, it's some of the lost BKB timer with the song. It just feels like Newbie are not playing very well around the use of this ultimate. And the fact that Sumail barely goes down, I think if Sumail actually stays alive there, he's able to heal up, that actually could just be the end games. Yeah. Where EG, they quickly heal up, they go 5-man into Newbie, who only had like, what, 3 buybacks available out of 5? And just take a good 3 versus 5 into base.
Well, and maybe that's that one buyback earlier. You have that at that point too, and you could potentially end the game as well.
Yeah.
But no, it's still a very, I would say, dominant performance from EG in that fight. It's still hovering around that 15 to 20,000 net worth lead. As you look at it, it's getting closer and closer. Experience, much different story. You think that there is going to be a point where Newbie can sort of like dominate this game at all with their heroes, or is their time on their timing really passed a little bit?
No, there's always going to be a very big difficulty to team fighting. Like, you can't end the game without winning a team. Evil Geniuses have very strong initiators. They are scaling pretty well on this Lifestealer who's got a completed Mjolnir. AC still doesn't have the Abyssal Blade. I think that's his next item when he drops the Aegis, but they're always going to have this big sustain and initiation advantage over Newbie. So it's going to be more about maneuvering for Newbie to win.
Okay, well, you can see up there in the high ground, they jump forward, able to control up one, but now Crit in a little bit of trouble. Arteezy trying to turn on U9. Not sure if that's going to quite work out for them, though. And well, it looks like Newbie are actually going to back, expecting the rest of EG is going to be right behind them and have started to show up. The thing to keep in mind is that bottom lane is still being pressured in by the Naga Siren Illusions, and the tower took a good bit of damage, still doesn't go down, but EG losing Crit there for the price of the Venge still works.
Yeah, I think you still want to go high ground here if you're Evil Genius. Maybe push through mid and go top. That might be a bit too. I was just thinking they still have this Aegis, but the Venge is down for 30 seconds. It's like they are just going to back up and kind of reset.
Heart quite good on the elude while making them harder to take down. I like the little Mjolnir laid down on top of the creeps too, so he's kind of had like the counterplay coming out with the creeps going out the other direction. So I think we're seeing a little back and forth there. Counter to the split push.
Remember we were talking about Kaka and picking up his Hanamitis. He knows this is going to go late game. He needs to get some actual items that allow him to be a right clicker. Well, that BKB is still so far away. He's only got 1,100 gold in the bank. U9, his farm is stalled up quite a bit. He's still sitting around that 18K, where Arteezy's Lifestealer is now up to 21K. And all this extra farm on Naga Siren is not going to translate into huge wins in team fight.
Trying to catch Kaka there. Sunstrike not quite able to be on the mark. You know what the real value is, though, a little bit later on. Moon Shard.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe? No? Okay.
Not really, just because they don't have... Like, if Kaka and Faith were more farmed as supports and they were turning into a little bit more right clickers, you could argue there's some value there, but the only value is really just going to be on the other side. We're already seeing with these team fights. EG's taking it slow, they control the map. You know, I was talking about Love, they have this opportunity maybe to go through mid and push high ground. But EG are still keeping this, like, they're just more focused on controlling the map and making sure Naga Siren does not get these split push opportunities out there. You look at mid and top lane, they're really not pushed in at all, so EG are in a great position to start sieging.
They got one creep in, and now they pull in Arteezy pretty deep into that one, but the meatball combination comes out. Is it going to be enough to bring them down? KP heals suffers himself for the moment to try and stay alive, but it looks like they're still over on the other side. On top of Zai, the Chaotic Offering has already come down, though, and it looks like the Bat Rider buyback is going to try and go for initiation on it. Arteezy eats the cheese. Now U9 turned upon. He's taking too much damage, though. They're all over him and is going to fall. That last little right click coming through. EG came to play. Both of their supports are gone now, as we do have SC on the back line. Arteezy is there. Does he get the bash? Not quite going to be there, but turns now into Kaka. Blink away, still fine for the moment. Everybody alive for Newbie. I think that EG need to be careful about this pressure. And they're gonna back out.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. They forced another buyback. They it would just be like too much of a risk, I think, at this point in time to continue to go high ground. They're in a great position. Evil Geniuses, this is a 15-minute game against Naga Siren, but we're getting into that super late game territory where the Naga Siren split push just isn't quite as viable as it used to be, and Evil Geniuses are getting so much farm on all of their members. Like, even this puck is translating into some decent damage, as he's going to have a Sight Device after that dagger dodge. So, like, everybody from EG is hitting pretty hard, while if you look at the newbie side of things, because of what Naga Siren does, right? She soaks up all the farm on the map. Venge and Slardar, they look really, really poor.
Yeah. No, it's tough, definitely, and not really feeling like there's a great answer for it going forward either, as far as getting those heroes more farm. The Midas is nice on the Slardar, but because it came so late, it's not translating to that same level of items that you would have seen otherwise. I do think that also the Aghanim Scepter here on the Earth Spirit, a really cool pickup, particularly when you have so much of the single target focus. We were talking during the draft that maybe the Dazzle would have been something that they wanted to go for. Banned out, made it really tough for EG, but now you sort of have that secondary form of it in the Grave. But well, this is going to end up being a dead Slardar here. Gets picked off. The rotation comes in, though, from the rest of Newbie. Kaka still manages to get off a crush onto Crit to keep him back in. There's Puck already dead. Now U9 trying to take down Crit. Isn't quite there in position to bring him down, but it's like Kaka going to miss onto that right click, and well, they break the Lincolns for Sumail. The sleep is going to catch onto several.
Oh, I don't know about this one. It's risky.
Quite tough. You have the refresher there for Invoker as well if you want to come in. Yeah, they're just going to TP away. Good decision, but the lift up will catch the Venge, and Faith most likely to die here.
Yeah, that's going to be a drop gem. That's really unfortunate.
Oh wait, they're with the courier.
He's trying to give it to the courier.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Saving that shot's still going to finish him off, but if somebody can run into that jungle area, might be able to pick it up.
Oh, they did it.
Go Bat Rider, get it.
They didn't know that it got swept. Oh, that was beautiful.
All right. So they took the gem away from Evil Geniuses. That's pretty big. If I'm not sure if EG doesn't work like that, just like smokes. I can't tell if they're fresh gem stuff. But it does allow Newbie maybe an opportunity to hold some better vision and get some split pushing out, and they'll just have better ideas of what EG is up to, and EG won't be able to, because they want to make, ideally EG, they slowly push in all these Naga Siren attempts at split pushing to get all the creeps pushed into around like 3/4 of the way through to the base, and they get aggressive vision on it, right? And then the only thing that Newbie could do at that point in time is operate off of smoke, so they would push outside the base and catch EG. But with this gem, it just means there's not going to be an opportunity for that kind of aggressive vision, and you can make aggressive plays without the smoke.
U9 is going to be sunstruck there. Might signal that the ward in the area, and actually Sumail going to be able to catch U9. Would have been a big kill if they could have found it, but
out is buyback. Still 3.5 minutes, so Evil Geniuses, they definitely want to go high ground, I think, in the next 2 minutes or so. Try and take another lane of Rags. They don't need to end the game by any means. Just another lane of Rags, another progression in their win condition. Nice.
He actually dropped the gem on the ground there too, actually. That was nice. He didn't end up dropping it when he died. He put the gem on the ground so the courier could pick it up. Well, 53 minutes in, and EG ready to barrel down the lane again. How does this dream fight look for Newbie?
They need a strong initiation, and it can't be on the Lifestealer. They need to somehow get KP to catch the Invoker maybe in the back lines, because he's got a refresher. He's such a big threat in team fights, but he's going to grab Crit instead. He does have that saving mechanism, so they're going to try and take it out of the fight.
Nicely done. There's the Dream Coil down. The first meatball has already dropped. Sumail does still have the refresher if he wants to go for it. Ice Wall dropped as well. They've already taken down the Ursa. They've taken down the Bat Rider. EG, it was looking so bad for so long, but now looking a hell of a lot better. And Sumail, well, they're going to be able to continue to get this chase down, killing off all the illusions and hitting barracks as well. EG is all over him.
Yeah, this is just over. I think without the Ursa, there's no way Naga Siren by herself can output the damage to force EG back.
Now they're all over him. Kaka's gonna drop. EG, again, it was looking so rough for them through those early stages, but throughout all of this, they were able to persevere and now take what looks to be tier 4s and unless barring a miracle, some type of a win. Sunstrike takes him down and GG gets called. Great display for GG.
Yeah, great. I think what Newbie were operating on a 5,000 gold advantage, it looks like, by like 16 minutes. They had a very early Radiance, but EG, they just did not blink. You know, they reacted really well to that kind of pressure. They said, we're always going to be able to out-team fight them. We just have to make sure that we don't lose too much map control. And certain things like item choice.
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Newbies turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Newbies turn to ban. EG's turn to pick.
Life stealer.
Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth spirit.
Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds.
Sand king.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Keeper of the light.
Newbies turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dusk.
Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
EG's turn to pick.
Invoker.
Newbies turn to ban. to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10.
Earth Shaker.
Newbies turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Alchemist. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Call the panic button, but U9 rotating in. Turning around. Go for the Echo Slam universe. Make it happen, baby. And now KP, he's going to jump there onto the Tusk. So creating a little bit of trouble there, trying to go for a little bit more.
Have been doing, but
Well-rounded draft, I would say, from Evil G's. On the other side, for Newbie, it's going to be an Alchemist show again. This is a hero that has had a pretty abysmal win rate so far in this tournament. I think that that's mainly based off of the plays. Like, is Alchemist still a good hero?
I think people have just managed to adjust to Alchemist. There are certain heroes that come back into the meta time and time again, and you will see for probably the first month that that kind of hero, that kind of style, always has a really good win rate. So, for example, a Spectre already, if Spectre anytime comes back into the meta, you'll see this spike where Spectre is very strong, has a high win rate, because teams have kind of forgotten how to be able to play around and against a Spectre lineup. And I think Alchemist is kind of similar, and the decreasing win rate that we're seeing right now is the fact that teams have played against it so many times that they have adequately adjusted. I was thinking a little bit, I think that Newbie's last pick, there really wasn't too many options. I think it was either Naga Siren or Alchemist. Their lineup is pretty team fight heavy, but they didn't have the scaling necessary to beat out EG's Invoker Lifestealer core duo. So they had to get something that kind of changes it kind of flips the script, you know, changes the idea about Dota. And both mid Naga Siren and Alchemist accomplish that for you. So I think in that regard, the Earthshaker would always be a strong pickup just because he gives you such strong, hard initiation.
Yeah, and it is sort of going to come at the cost of a little bit of an interesting one here. KP soloing the lane did come with the full poor man shield as well as a set of tangos for himself. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it's going to be both the Earth Spirit sort of trying to zone out to the best of his abilities as well as Faith and deal with this Earthshaker who's basically just playing in the offlane role the whole time.
Yeah, I think KP very much expected to be dealing with a dual lane of Tusk and Lifestealer and having the Keeper of Light down in the bottom lane with the Earthshaker. But Universe, maybe he actually just wanted to be able to get the solo lane because he does the Fisher block. He gets a fast level 2 thanks to creep equilibrium. In fact, he's even going to take a big creep. That's a good steal for Universe that will help him progress into the boots pretty quickly. So I think they just expected an aggro dual lane to start with, and then KP, his positioning was very heavily punished, right? He was so far forward, he's already used 2 burrow strikes, he's activated his early offlane shrine just by EG having Zai up at top to zone the Sand King early, because Sand King is a hero you don't want to give a free 1v1 or 1v2 against. Going against 2 melees and having early levels of Caustic Finale could be devastating.
Yeah, and, well, they're still going to keep a couple more right clicks here on a KP. They have shards to block him in, and be able to just stick around here for a moment, not wanting to use a burrow strike there for that one. It is a little bit interesting, though. You take a look at the CS and the way that it's developed, and Earthshaker was sitting on the same CS as Juggernaut at this point, so the early laning phase going a hell of a lot better for EG than it was last time around. How different of the game is it going to be with an Alchemist as opposed to the Naga Siren in the mid lane, though?
It's not going to be too drastically different. I think the Alchemist peaks a little bit faster. And he hits a little bit more powerful of a peak, a little bit better team fight power and those sort of things. So we should see Newbie around 35-40 minutes kind of reach their maximum capacity in this game and try and end it out. And it's going to be a little bit less split push. But very minor difference.
Get a courier snipe, and now seeing that KP's in the area, we'll see if they decide to go for it. Sunstrike coming in, Snowball to follow. They are going to maybe be able to get that kill. They try and turn it. Doesn't have enough mana for shards, though, and now with the rotation in from Kaka, they're going to stop that kill from happening. No shrine to go to, but we'll use the salve. And maybe with a rotation in, they can make something happen. Doesn't look like they want to try for it. They're just going to force Tusk back.
I thought they were actually going to wait until he went for the pull on the neutrals to have the neutrals kind of help out in damage, but that would come at the risk of obviously maybe he'd be able to get the successful deny against the neutrals. They just really wanted to claim that first blood. And if they'd gotten on the Tusk, that would have been a big-time pickup. Tusk having early boots and Orb of Venom is notoriously hard to deal with. Offlaners can't actually utilize their offlane camps very easily because they're just going to be matched in a 1v1 so often with the Tusk harassing you down.
Really, again, surprised at how much this Universe Earth Spirit's been able to get out of this laning phase, even without having that Tusk there. They stuck the Keeper of the Light down here in the bottom lane, obviously, but it's felt like EG has basically just had free reign to run around the map wherever they want to, and they're still, I would say, winning all of the lanes at this.
Yeah, I would say this is a combination of the fact that they're doing an aggro dual lane, so what Zai's doing is he pushes out the wave with this Luminant Blast, and then he pulls the hard camp over and over. We saw this develop pretty early in 7.0. It's why Coddle and Dazzle were valued so highly. They're both aggro dual lane supports that push out the wave and take advantage of the hard camp pull. So this is why Earthshaker is able to get so much extra CS. And then the other factor is that if Earth Spirit isn't in lane, it's just a damage combo, but they have no stun between Juggernaut and Warlock. So you see Universe plays it very far forward, knowing that he can always fall back and TP scroll if they go on it.
Quite good, definitely. Now SC farming out the hard camp while this is all happening. You saw there that the Sand King had wanted to stack it earlier, but SC will still take that extra bit of farm for himself. And this is a hero that they need to keep the aggression on. Been left to his own devices so far. Is there really like much of a worry of him getting completely out of control in this game, or do you think that EG have the heroes to deal with him well?
You don't worry about it in the laning phase. It's kind of like a Storm Spirit. You try and rotate and kill him once before he hits level 6, but Storm Spirits and Alchemists, they've adjusted to that idea, and once they pick up usually level 5 or maybe even 4.5, they'll immediately go jungle until they have 6. So you don't worry about it in the laning phase, but you will try and put pressure more as you start going into the mid game. Try and slow down that Radiance time. You're not going to prevent it entirely, obviously. It's going to be, again, looking very similar to the last game, where they didn't worry so much about the Naga Siren, they just kind of focused on their own farm. Invoker. Oh, no!
Just barely off the mark there with that Sunstrike. SC is still taking a lot of damage here, but Kaka is going to be there in position to help him out. It was interesting. Crit moved just into the mid lane, knew that he wanted to go over for that Alchemist because of that ward that was placed up on the high ground, giving them vision. But that did also tip them off the fact that they were heading over in the direction.
Yeah, very, very smart. I like the fact that he went into that offlane camp. Oh, maybe they can catch KP here. He does have another Sandstorm, though. Never mind.
Oh, DP, Sunstrike come through. Oh,
Jesus.
barely. And that was Infest used as well, correct? I believe it was.
Wow. That. Well, so I thought he was just going to kind of Sandstorm. But if he did, he would have been Illuminate Blasted and Sunstruck down. So it was smart of him to TP out like that.
Again, the story for me is I feel like we've seen the offlane Earthshaker oftentimes just not get a ton, but this game he's been able to have a great time for himself with the help of that Kalo, as you were mentioning, and getting the pulls constantly out there. How much does an Earthshaker picking up an early Blink Dagger change the dynamic of this game? Is that like just the be-all end-all for EG at this stage?
It's big, but it's not necessary, right? The timing of the Blink Dagger, say with Slardar Lifestealer strategies, very important, right? The lineup just doesn't come online until you have that Blink Dagger for the Slardar. The Earthshakers, it's nice if it happens earlier, but before that time, we do have the Tusk, who is a secondary vehicle for the Lifestealer to work with. It's kind of similar to Earth Spirit in that regard. It's a nice support initiator that lets the Lifestealer move around the map early whenever he wants. RTZ's also having a much better time because he's not facing an aggro tri-lane who's just kind of free farming. He's going to have a faster armlet, so we may see a faster rotation by him, but he does have that armlet joining the Tusk and trying to put some pressure on preferably the Alchemist. Juggernaut is kind of a dead lane hero, and it's kind of hard to gank because of the Blade Fury magic immunity, but maybe they can get a surprise stun combination down Unai.
Yeah, you can see the sort of the way that might work out. A long-range fissure, a snowball to follow, and you know, if you get that level 6 up on Tusk at a reasonable time, he's still going to be a ways away from it, but there's something there eventually. Not to mention maybe pulling an Earthshaker to get into range for a follow-up Enchant Totem. Kind of the ghetto Blink Dagger, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just blocking him off with the Fissure and with the Ice Shards and allowing the Lifestealer just to right-click the Jug while he's spinning can still be a win condition. So, a very aggressive maneuver here by EG. I like the fact that they're wrapping so deep around behind mid, trying to catch one of these supports in the process. They want to be able to get this pick off and then turn it into a push onto this mid-tier 1 tower, because it's already chipped down to 500 HP.
Oh, they're right there on top of Kaka. He's going to immediately get out, and now EG call the panic button, but U9 rotating in. It's, well, turning around. Go for the Echo Slam universe. Make it happen, baby. And now KP, he's going to jump there onto the Tusk. So Crit in a little bit of trouble there, trying to go for a little bit more with this Enchant Totem. Not quite in range to block it off, but they have been able to find another kill on Sumail. Kaka dropping low, and now the Burrow Strike onto 2. Is it going to be enough damage, though, to find any of these kills? Crit walking away is going to be alive. They're going to take down KP. Triple kill for Sumail. Oh, he has had a hell of a game. Oh, we almost had him with the Sunstrike, but not quite online. Sumail gets a Midas on his way out. Give me that farm.
That would have been a sick ultra kill, but Sumail, I mean, it's hard to see how like Evil Genius is going to lose this game because they came back from game 1 after such a bad start. And game 2, they're off to a fantastic start. It's a very stark contrast to game number 1. Sumail starting off with a triple kill. Arteezy's totally free farming. They're making a lot better use of their supports. Remember last time we were watching the Earth Spirit just not really do anything because there was only one real lane that was viable for ganking. This time around, you can feel like the Tusk has a lot more opportunity. And a lot of it's just kind of lane setup. Evil Geniuses probably learned from game 1 and said, you know, we recovered and we won that game, but we do need to shore up our laning phase.
I mean, talk about a way to start your day number 2, too. After the rough start that they had in day number 1, looking quite strong against the top team in the group. And man, that call by Universe, we're going back in, baby, taking them down.
Yeah, that was sick, playing off of the high ground advantage and knowing that they're fogged up. And so right as Jug gets over that cliff, he just runs straight into the Earthshaker like that. The sick call by Universe. Round play, and as a result, Evil Geniuses, they are very far ahead in net worth, considering the fact they're dealing with an Alchemist. Having any kind of net worth lead is good, but it's a pretty dramatic one at that, 2,500 lead.
Stage, and it's something that's going to become more and more pronounced. Sumail finding himself another kill there in the mid lane, just a quick Sunstrike. Those can happen at any point in time. Quite a tough one indeed. It did look like there's, again, some movement around the Alchemist trying to find farm wherever possible. He does have his armlet done and building towards that Radiance. I mean, is this something where EG are going to need to be worried about it, or do you think that just because of the tempo they're playing, it's not going to matter? Verse, maybe going to die here. Sunstrike
Yeah,
not able
done.
to kill Kaka, but we do also have a rotation in from the Tusk with the Lifestealer inside of him towards mid. I don't know if they're going to catch SC, though.
No, Evil Geniuses, I've had actually notorious at having a hard time against Naga Siren and Alchemist drafts, but they've really done like a lot of homework in that regard. Look at it, they constantly are rotating into the off-lane camp area. They're going to find the Alchemist here and bring him down, it looks like.
Sunstrike comes through and that finds the kill. Sumail, he's gotten a lot of gold at this early stage. I think, does he have all of their kills at this point? 5-0-0.
Yeah, he does. This guy is, he's halfway through an Aghanim Scepter at 12.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I don't know if it's just Invoker or if it's the rest of his team setting him up for it, but he has certainly came to play today, and it is making a spectacle of it.
I do feel like SC looks a little bit awkward on some of these heroes like Naga and Alchemist. Like that, he did not respect the rotation from EG because KP knew. He knew those heroes were missing. He knew like it was about the armlet timing. He knows this is about the time that there's going to see rotation. So he had to have made that call.
All right, a lot dropped here for Universe. They'll find the kill. Epicenter down as well as Omni, but Newbie, they just need to get something going for themselves here.
0% kill participation, 100% personnel.
I mean, that's the way these heroes work, though, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, sure.
but yeah, it's definitely a much cleaner performance from Sumail in this game. And maybe it's the comfort as well. You talk about that and the way that these playmakers like to make it work. Kaka setting up on Sumail here. Still quite hard to find initiation, get a kill, but if they could somehow find it, it would be huge.
Free safe lane tower going to be given away, probably on both sides. I'm not sure if you really want to head up to that top lane. It would be ill-advised to try and scramble to save that tower when Newbie's already set up on it. So, kind of chill out. Universe just needs to farm up his Blink Dagger, utilize the push at top lane, and then also some of the jungle. Like EG, they did really well for the laning phase, but they don't need to get too aggressive at this point. Well, Universe wants to fight this one.
Splits the upright to the Fissure. Is still in a little bit of trouble. They've got the spin forward, trying to bring him low. He had a really good start to the game, but now they get the recall in on RTZ. They drop the Echo Slam, able to turn it. They take down U9. Well played. KP hiding in the trees and should be able to get his TP out. But that was a quick turnaround.
Yeah, that was it was kind of the unique situation, I guess, with the Keeper of the Light, because they only TP one hero in. Universe, you know, he just walks into lane. They only TP Zai in, but Zai is bringing someone else in, that's Arteezy, into that fight, so it is kind of a unique way to be able to defend a tower rather than mass TP rotation. But it was also just a lack of damage, because the laning phase has gone so poorly for Newbie. They start going on that Earthshaker, and I was just like, they're doing nothing to him. Like, the spin is doing nothing because Universe is actually pretty high level. He has 1,100 HP at this point, and he's got some extra armor thanks to both the Stout Shield and the Iron Talons. So, Brit is going to find an opening on Fake here. That's another free pickoff.
Yeah, nice little pickup here. And Crit does not super high level as of yet, but they're actually going to be able to get the Courier as well. SC trying to turn and fight this one, gets the stun, and is going to be able to find the kill with U9 onto that Tusk, picking up the Sigil of boot.
Small little turnaround, nothing big there. for Newbie. They're still very much concerned that they're losing map control. A lot of this jungle area is being taken away from SCC. He's been ganked a couple times in that off-lane jungle area. Now his other primary camps are being taken away. It's like the 4 safe camps that Alchemist should always be able to rely on. It's the 2 camps next to the tier 2 at mid, and then the 2 camps in the off lane. Like, he should always just be able to cycle through mid lane and then those 4 camps, but Evil Geniuses is cutting his farm down basically in half with their just kind of parking these 2 cores in the mid lane and hovering over the jungle area as well.
Yeah, they leave 1 small creep in that camp and then also block it off with the ward, I believe, as well, over to the side. So just a lot of hate thrown there for the Alchemist. Oh, it's not blocked off, just scouting out the area. But nonetheless, this rotation in from Newbie, if they could find Sumail, tremendous for their ability to get back into this. Smoke not broken. Spotted if they're here, but like EG, very cognizant that something could be going, and they're backing out.
It says a lot about the fact that Newbie try and make an aggressive smoke maneuver before the Blink Dagger's up. It says that SCC doesn't feel very comfortable with the space that he has to work with right now. He's like, guys, I need you to create space for me. So they're actually forcing KP to move around and try and make a play when he's sitting on 1,800 gold leading into that Blink Dagger. And I'm not saying it's the wrong decision. I'm saying that Evil Genius is pressuring them so much that they're forcing maneuvers that Newbie just honestly don't want to make.
Yeah. And they broke the smoke there, come out. They see the rotation in. They're able to back out themselves. The Blink Dagger for Earthshaker gets done before the Sand King. Granted, they're both off-lane players, but you'd expect that the Sand King with Caustic, all those other abilities, could normally farm, but just shows how much they've been able to shut down and cause pressure on this Newbie team.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, I would much rather deal with the Juggernaut in lane as an offlaner than a Lifestealer. I think that's another big advantage of Lifestealer is that he just, unless he's getting aggro tri-lane like by an Ursa or something like that, he should almost always be able to zone out and have a heavy impact, a detrimental impact on the offlaner's farm. So I guess it's not terribly surprising to me that Universe is able to pick up his Blink Dagger first, despite the fact that, as you're correct, Sand King should be able to farm faster.
Alchemist does have his Radiance. It's around the 15-16 minute mark was when he got it done. The Blink Dagger also done on KP. So there's potential to take a fight here if they want to, but to me it just definitely feels like Newbie is going to be focused on trying to clear up their jungle a little bit, get themselves into position to just get some more farm on this out, because he needs it.
EG are probably going to go for a pretty big smoke rotation here, I would imagine, with the Blink Dagger. And RTZ having an Echo Saber as well as that armlet. Anybody they jump on, even the Alchemist, probably just done. So, and
Top of it.
You know, this is the reason they're able to make these kind of plays, right? Where they chill out with 3 heroes and set up a smoke. It's because Invoker's always pushing in a lane, especially when he gets these levels 15 and he has that extra Forge Spirit. One side lane is always pushed in because of Invoker. And then the other side lane, because you have a hero, a support hero like Keeper of the Light, he's always able to shove in a different lane. So there's 2 lanes that are constantly pressuring into.
Oh, they're on top of SC. They try and go for a counter gank, but they've already lost their Alchemist, and, well, it looks like that's going to be more dropping for Newbie. Snowball pulling in Arteezy with them. Kaka in trouble, is going to drop. You mentioned how quickly it can happen. The Echo Slam from Universe combo together, and now they push back in the Warlock as well. Fate's gonna fall, U9 getting chased down. There's the fissure, there's the right click. It's a team wipe. EG showing no mercy.
It does look like this is going to be just a very clean 2-0 for Evil Geniuses. They're even getting the extra kill, you could say, on the Warlock Golem. And another extra 100 gold, Roshan as well. Tier 2s are going to be free for the taking, and Alchemist is going to have no space to be able to farm around.
KP trying to do whatever he can, is gonna drop. Oh, it interrupted. Sunstrike is gonna connect. They throw in the boulder as well to try and stop this Roche, but it was never going to be enough to get the Aegis.
You know, it's like already it feels like you're taking a big loss, having to use an epicenter on a Keeper of the Light, and you don't even get that 1 kill. You don't even get the epicenter off.
And you can see the idea there. Like, normally baiting out an Alchemist, or even just that smoke movement and thinking that they're going to be able to go forward into the jungle and then the Alchemist follows is a great play, but EG smoking it at the same time and just having more tools at their disposal to find the, yeah. Sumail finds another kill in the meantime.
Another Sunstrike kill.
AP down. Sumail's been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, Sumail Invoker. It puts on quite the show, and I think it definitely saved game number 1 for them, and this is just like the icing on the cake, you know? It's like the game isn't being won by the Invoker, he's just collecting all the kills that his team is setting up, you know? It's like, another freebie. Another freebie for him to work off of. He has Aghanim's Boots of Travel, Blink Dagger, working on a Scythe of Vice now, all before the 20-minute marker. This is, I think you're seeing a bit of a weakness. I think the draft was not great for Newbie, but I do think this is a potential weakness in them, is they need to enable KP, because KP then enables the rest of the team by creating space for SCC as well as U9. I think U9, he's an exceptional carry player, very consistent, but he's not the kind of carry player that wins you games like he's like the opposite of an Eternal Envy. He's not willing to make those like super hyper aggressive plays that can change the nature of the game, even if they are inherently risky. I think that's just against his nature. He likes to be able to have the same kind of performances time after time. They needed something to kind of change to flip the script. You know, we could kind of see where this game was going, and Newbie needed to try and change something rather than just kind of sitting back with the Alchemist and farming and waiting for EG to take the first steps.
Well, and maybe it's a hero selection thing too. I know that in the past, KP playing Slardar was a lot of ways to help enable his team early, sprinting around the map and trying to help out the mid lane. But whatever the case ends up being, we're at a state now where EG are not going to be denied. Rage, Alacrity, everything thrown on top of Artesian. He's just going to beat away at that tower, and it isn't even daytime at this point. You could maybe argue with a couple more minutes before that comes up that EG could wait for it, but I mean, they're just feeling so comfortable. They don't even feel the need to.
A little bit of tier 3 chip to see if they can unlock the shrines with this Aegis. I'm not sure if they really plan on trying to actually take Rax's. It looks like they are going to give up on their endeavor here. They continue to sit around this top lane, but they're going to let Sumail push out that bottom and get the extra farm.
They call in a second.
There's no need to speed this game up. It's like he's going to have Linken's pretty quickly. I'm not sure why he had Scythe queued up. That didn't really make much sense. Linken's way better against the initiation of the same. Block out that Burrow Strike.
Well, here we go. Tier 3 down, and Arteezy just going to hit away at the melee barracks now. Can back out after the Rage. And Newbie, they need to do something. Sitting here is not going to answer it, but there isn't really a great response in any fashion.
EG know there's going to be probably some sort of epicenter play. It's going to be attempted.
Stun, silence. Force Arteezy fairly low there. Maybe just wait for daytime at this point, or just play back out.
The daytime would make a big difference, right? If you had that sustain from the Keeper of the Light and Illuminate Blast, healing Arteezy up every single time he pushed into high ground, they could easily take melee racks, or at least force Newbie into finally making that big play, but it's not going to happen. EG, back up, take the Shrine. Daytime is up in another. There's no reason they can't just control the lanes again. Just like they did last time, have Sumail like push out bottom or something a little bit more before recalling back.
100% kill participation for U9 looks good on paper. The only problem is they only have 3 kills.
Yeah.
So that one kind of hurts. It's a struggle. But again, movement in. You can keep the pressure on this tower. Thinking about the sort of macro sense of it, does this give you a lot more? I know that people were really concerned for EG going into day number 2. Or are your concerns alleviated a little bit here?
Not entirely, just because I think they're very similar to Liquid. I kind of took the time this morning to watch that IG.V series that they had, and kind of similar to Liquid, it just seemed like they got a little sloppy. I had faith that they would be able to make the comeback, but this series alone does not prove much.
Oh, wow. When you lose a hero like that, well, Sumail is taking a Shrine on the other side of the map, and they're still keeping the lane pushed in top. There's just no momentum or any type of agency being felt right now from the side of Newbie. And a Rage up, Arteezy gonna hit this. They're not able to manage to dodge away from that one. Melee Barracks about to die. They can back out, do it all again in a second, and now it's daytime as well, I do believe, in just a second here.
Yeah. For whatever reason, the day-nighttime is always a little bit messed up by excuse. We'll should have those healing Illuminate Blasts, so Evil Geniuses will just siege and siege and siege, and it's going to be Newbie forced into some big initiation, some big epicenter blink play or something like that. And EG, they're maintaining a very good spread. They have Arteezy on the front lines up here, right? And they usually have this spread across where with their Blink Daggers and certain things like, say, Snowball, they're ready to jump inwards, but they're making sure that the epicenter Blink forward play is not going to be very effective.
I mean, who's the hero to jump on if you're a newbie? Is it the Invoker, or do you have to go on like the saving hero with the Tusk? I feel like there's just too many targets to chase that. They're going to go onto the Earthshaker at least to start it. They drop kill. I mean, with the Snowball, it's going to save him and pull him down to the south side. Meanwhile, Arteezy keeps on hitting onto the Alchemist, forces him to pop the Shrine, and EG can just reset. No Golem now.
Yeah, they wanted to stop the big initiator while simultaneously going forward with Chaotic Offering. It looks like it was kind of a two-pronged defense, but they're just not strong enough to contest either side, it looks like.
There is no answer in the least bit, and Blinding Light pushback as well is going to keep U9 out of the fight throughout the whole course of this, and with the creep wave pushing in, time to go in for another one. Newbie, no answers in this.
Oh, nice Burrow.
Okay, Burrow Strike as well. A huge combination comes out, and SC is actually going to be able to find at least two, a third one as well. Okay, that works. Arteezy's still hitting the tower, though.
Can they actually deal with Arteezy? Can they bring him down? He's just going to jump inside a creep and walk away. So, you know, it was a great team fight. It did a lot for them, but it's still 2 lanes of Raxes down. And you did not get, like, those are nice kills, but it wasn't like a huge windfall at gold, right? Because they didn't kill either one of the big 4s. So it was a great Burrow Strike, but we needed that, like, 2 lanes of Raxes to go to really stop this push. Evil Geniuses are probably just going to reset pretty soon, take Aegis, as Roshan is going to be up in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Take that. And they're also not on a real big timeline. It's not like they're thinking, oh god, the Alchemist is just about to come online. He's really not. He just has the Radiance Manta. He's working towards an AC right now because he needs a fighting item rather than the Octarine, which would give them more split pushing.
They're still ready to go up at a moment's notice if they need to, and you know, it being a long day and all, maybe want to finish this one off before too long. So they're going to go forward, hit this melee barracks. Arteezy, really any way to stop him, and that one's going to go down. Omni Slash going to be dropped. They hit a big combination, but he's able to get the toggle off. There's going to be the Echo Slam. Fatal Bonds onto all of them for EG, but it does not look like it's going to be enough. And GG gets called. That's it. They're over.
EG, they came back. I mean, theoretically, Newbie should be the stronger team, right? In comparison to IG.V, Newbie has been the top Chinese team for such a long time that Evil Genius is dropping those 2 games against IG.V and then coming to the series against Newbie. I'm sure there's a lot of people who had a lot of doubts. You know, It's like, is EG even going to be able to pull off a single win here? But quite the contrary, they managed to 2-0 Newbie just like that.
It feels like a new EG today compared to what we saw yesterday. And maybe if they could get those games back against IG.V, it wouldn't be looking such a different scenario. Meanwhile, on the side of Newbie, a little bit of a
EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
War Chief.
EG's turn to pick.
Life Stealer. Dazzle. Terror Blade.
EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slada.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
EG's turn to pick.
Dark Seer.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Necrophos.
EG's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Liquids turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Lina. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Master. Soldier's
This'll come in handy.
fortune.
Get back. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
What surge is this?
Arms for the dead.
top tower is under attack.
Is not nice.
This'll come in handy.
Money's flowing. That wasn't too bright.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm burning up!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Haste!
Sorry, sister, but you needed thawing.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Lucky find.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Soldier's fortune.
Must burn.
Dire's top tower. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Crystal Maiden. More like Crystal Melton.
He has a weave and amplify.
Yeah, he would survive for a while, there is no doubt about that, and EG are looking for more damage. But for the moment, he's going to go for teamfight control as the universe style.
It's too late to commit after you take 120 damage is also a lot.
It always feels weird, though, when you see the 14 health regen talent over on a Darkseer when you have your Tranquils and you've got your Pipe. So your regeneration, like you see him sitting at 35 a second already.
Yeah, that's the thing. Normally the 120 damage.
Yeah. It just feels like you're just lacquering on a hell of a lot more, almost to a point where you have the Darkseer running around with the equivalent of a heart. Just powerful, but still.
It's also just a good item to get after you have your teamfight items in your blink, and then what? Normally you'll see like Shivas or Scythe or something like that, but I think
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just sitting, it's the Radiant Courier sitting up at the side shop on the top lane. From the side shop, unless you're keeping it there instead of having to secret shop. Anyway, we'll jump back into the fight. Hawk Stomp straight forward. You already lost Zai. Arteezy will pop out, but with that fresh Skadi, overall miracle. Arteezy has no chance to run away. The Shallow Grave will protect him from that Reaper's side, but it will not protect him from the Underworld. He'll be put down 1 minute without the life stealer, and Roshan is just about 35 seconds short of maximum spawn time. Liquid and not catching a break on the back of that fight win.
Meta's gonna be down by the time Lifestealer respawns. So yeah, Terrorblade's gotten to that point. He's uninterrupted free top of net worth, and he's pretty much destroyed.
It didn't help that when his initiation came in, he was counter-initiated on first. So there was nothing that was really going to save him there.
Yeah, Roshan definitely going to be that does the amplify. It build medallion, the medallion.
I'm actually so happy to see Darkseer change this one. And I'm wondering if Universe has done that just because of this timing of Roshan. He's picked up the Blink Dagger on the Darkseer. So he's going to have that positional advantage now. At the same time, fresh out him up for Team Liquid. That Aghanim Scepter is now on the Necro. And in goes EG. Once again, the Observer Ward sees everything. But the Weave triggered nice and early, so if Liquid want to fight this one, they're going up against ever-increasing armor. Scatting out with the illusions. Roshan is just being punched one by one by one. They don't want to commit, but Thomas going to jump in. Who's going to get it? Zai will take it, and Arteezy gets the Aegis, but the double stop, and then back into a three-man ball as perfect. Mind Control barely alive. It's only the Necro to drop. Okay, he'll actually die almost to the fall. It'll be Arteezy's poor swipe, cleaving the flesh from Mind Control's hide.
Yeah, Miracle didn't have meta. He's really reluctant to go in without meta. A lot of these fights. And it really costs them. Arteezy pre-raid, so they couldn't really stop him unless they wanted to Reaper him during the Roshan kill. I actually think that might have been worth it if they were able to sneak the Aegis onto the pretty much any of those heroes, Centaur or Necrophos, or any of the Necrophos, and then Life Stealers without his raid with no one to. That's really unfortunate for Liquid with the Roach.
Yep. Liquid have to try and now defend as EG have the advantage. So 20 seconds before Liquid are back at full strength with 5 players. And EG will back up. They're happy with this. They haven't brought down the tower yet, so they can't start taking out shrines.
Not really in fighting shape. Blink Reaper could catch him off guard. He does have the Aegis. First fight was Liquid with meta. Fight where Liquid no meta. So you just see a fight on.
This'll come in handy.
Magic resistance. Necrophos' job is to actually.
Yeah.
Your Heart Shepherd is like.
Resistance makes sense. Going up against them.
But at this point, though, they might all willing to. They might need more damage output from him.
Well, now the Terrorblade's finished up the Butterfly. They have to use all the magic with burst damage to try and bring him down.
Yeah.
There's still 2.5k life they have to get through.
They really need to Ags on Centaur. Once they get Ags on Centaur, Terrorblade should be able to get a Sunder off most of the time.
Yeah, but you see what he's also building into. Even though it's got nerfed, he's still going to enjoy the range for it. The Hurricane Pike is the other build coming in for the Terrorblade. So once he completes that, he'll have the distance play against the Lifestealer.
It's going to be really...
A Terrorblade. Maybe next time he can push with a creep wave so backdoor regen doesn't stop it. But we might be getting to a point soon where Team Liquid are forced to do something a little bit more rash. As you can see, that swing just dives the way of the EG side.
They have to do something very soon. Roshan is... It just respawned. It's been 10.5 minutes since the last respawn, so...
The Illusion's scouting it out now.
Illusion's got it. Dire also kind of knows that it's up. Very high probability. Like.
Team Liquid can't really bring it down yet.
Oh, what did he TP back?
Wait, yeah, did he go all the way? Dazzle TP'd all the way back, and I think he did underneath the Illusion.
He TP'd back to get the Observer. Liquid, they are going to smoke up. Are they going to try and sneak Roche themselves? Doesn't really
and maybe just smoked for movement speed to get back to Roche. Like, Liquid picking out the fact that Roshan is up, but they're smoked up and waiting next to the shrine. So if EG come and they scuttle themselves to get over there, the smoke will break from both sides. Arteezy on the front line, but top of Mind Control, they miss it again. There's a huge back wall from Universe, catching out more of them. But top of them, BKB will try and protect him, but they've already lost Koro. The Sun's on the back line. Maybe Miracle is the bigger one. Zai gets the crush. He's protected right now by that Lincoln Sphere of Miracle. He needs a target. He'll have to sunder his own teammate, Mind Control, and the damage is still too much. Mind Control will jump back in again, but he was the sacrificial, very large lamb of meat. 3 heroes lost for Liquid. They're going to find as well GH in the tree lines. He's starting his TP. Now they see him. Now he's dead. 4 heroes gone for Liquid, and EG could end this right here, right now.
Beautiful vacuum wall from Universe. You set up that fight. Arteezy actually has hid inside a wall of replica illusion for some of that fight too. They were trying to focus him down during the raid, but it took them way too long to do so. And
safety megas or is GG push?
Is GG.
And they'll realize there's no buybacks from Team Liquid, and Team Liquid will admit defeat in Game 1 of this 2-game series. EG, they have done it for Game 1.
I think that Lina really pieced it all together for them. I think Lina played very, very well. A little bit risky with the Light Strike Array over the...
It's okay.
They comboed very well though, like the Light Strike Array into...
Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Axe.
EG's turn to pick.
Dazzle.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Life stealer.
EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Monkey King.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Crystal Maiden.
EG's turn to pick.
Weaver.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Naga Siren. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shadow Fiend.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Naga does become that control factor. Comes to the team. Very difficult. that may be the other approach.
But they have a BKB hero in the mid lane. Shadow Fiend BKB is really good. You want things that you can't actually BKB out of. You have Naga Sleep, Arrow, Black Hole. These are things you
I
can't.
suppose it's the other side too. The fact you're already running a Magnus as well as a Lifestealer, right? Like you've already got like, the better team fight.
It's a waste of empower.
Or is it the setup? So Mind Control can then get the greatest RP of all time.
It is. They have Dazzle in case Mail does get RP'd. They have the Axe for counter initiating that goes through BKB. Very important versus the Lifestealer. But they have time lapse on Weaver just in case the down. So I do think their team fight was good. I think it could have been a little bit better, but I don't think the Naga. Yeah, the team fight's good, but with Naga, it's not like, oh my God, sleep into RP. Not at the end all be all. No, it's not. Nothing to write home. I'm sure we'll probably see at least one or two good ones.
We'll have one. Like you still got Epicenter, you've got Freezing Field, you've got RP, you've got all the cleave damage which can come out, you got potential heavy Riptides, mass Burrow Strikes, like all these things Team Liquid will have to work with.
Did you just really say Riptide for a team fight, Toby? That's like the most underwhelming team fight ability in this game.
Hey, you know what? I'm just listing every single thing. Eventually, I'm going to hit solid gold.
But Monkey King, he can turn into a tree during the team fight. Wow!
You know what? If that actually says it, I'm going to laugh my ass off and then refer to this moment.
That's not going to win them a team fight. It can be awesome, but not win them a team fight. Oh, man.
Critical influence, man. Critical influence.
Zai Monkey.
The GH block in the mid, so he's starting on the mid.
Wait, what's happening?
Yeah, he's mid. Miracle is on the SK.
Yeah, Miracle is not the not a Naga player though.
Yeah, but is GH the Naga player? Like we've seen
Why not, dude?
We've seen him have some really great positioning when it comes to the custom maiden, and maybe this becomes one of those hybrids where you give the early farm to the Naga Siren and then just switch her into the jungle and let the SK take the lane against Samael.
I do think it's strange that he's playing Naga Siren just because, as we saw last game, Miracle loves the AFK.
Yeah.
It seems on some heroes. Maybe just not. Especially because Matama Man plays it way more than Miracle. Not all the time. But they need to have a life steal. I'm sure Miracle can do like any mid slash. Yeah, safe one.
Like you're actually turning SK down to a harassment. Like he's trying to push the Dazzle out of bottom lane. And in fact, it looks like they're doing some damage to the Dazzle at the moment, who will just be able to TP out of the bottom lane.
Come on, that tree's more exciting to watch.
It kind of is if he can snipe the courier. The Venaling, oh, he cuts through. He'll see it. He'll see it. It's just a little bit lower. One more attack around the tree lines. Run, Venaling, run! Instead will be there from GH and maybe even the first blood. It will be going the way of Team Liquid.
Wow,
they were denied on bottom lane with the TPing out Dazzle. But GH is this courier bait game.
At one level of ensnare, he was trying to jump into the trees. Wasn't able to get it off because tower damage was.
Save your points for the right time. Zai's going to jump down to the bottom lane now. Quick fall to the ground, looking for a little bit of harassment on the Kura, but Matubman's already making his way over as well. So Zai trying to be as aggressive as he possibly can. With the support from Crit, he can survive a little bit longer, and in fact the RTZ bugs throwing out, so Matubman losing that armor and has to back up to the tier 1 tower.
There on the bottom lane. They have been favoring these ones.
Who really wins that? Like, Universe has got to be very scary to come in close up against the Whirling Death.
I think Axe versus most melee. And on top of that, he has better
Flora Strike. Miracle's going to be here to gank onto Samael. GH started off with the ensnared. Zai now jumping forward. It's going to be Miracle to be the one who dies. GH needs to back up to the tier 1 tower, or does he? He knows Samael is low, but not low enough to find the kill. And GH is happy. He's got a regeneration rune to go with. So he'll be very happy to take the damage. Riptide doesn't have the mana to use it. And Miracle doesn't get there in time to get the Burrow Strike off.
Time to 3-man Shrine. They're really good about playing Rust. Dazzle TP. I do like the 1 point in the snare. I've seen so many Naga Snipers just go 4-0-4. Not even taking the ultimate at 6 or 7 or 8 and not taking any point in the snare. But look at how much it's done for GH already. You got the first blood because of it. They're able to set up on Veil, not normally a lane that the Naga would be able to press. Really holding on to them. But Level 1 mirror image is also pretty lackluster. It takes 600% damage. So 1 raise is...
They're looking to fight top. You're already going to have that jump in from Zai. A quick skewer from Mind Control. Actually picks up Zai and Universe, but there's more support. It's Miracle. He comes from behind with a Burrow Strike. The damage on the Act is minimal. His armor is just so damn high, and Miracle doesn't really do anything against Mind Control, who's dying at the moment. But Zai, he needs to jump away. He can't do it. Universe will come back in again. Miracle just using the Sandstorm as protection, so Universe will miss the call, and Kuro will arrive to also assist on the top lane. Another Burrow Strike is available, but they'll need to wait a little bit longer so they actually have the Frostbite too, but that's too late. Zai jumps right over the top of Kuro, starts the beating in with a rod, needs the 4th attack, won't get it with that Burrow Strike from Miracle, creating more space. But a lot of commitment from Team Liquid to the top lane. And now it's also Sumail. He can easily kill off the Courier, and GH will understand the peril he's in. Raise 1, raise 2. Enough damage with the extra attack. Crit can't reach him. GH gets back in range of the tower.
Wow, that was a really hard triple raise to hit there too. Pretty impressive. By
Arteezy? Kuro doesn't want to reveal his position. He needs Arteezy to be in range of the tower so he can do that.
Okay,
Frostbite and get the kill.
I thought he was gonna like eat a tree right so he could not be in range of the tower detection, but
that was patience from Kuro. Because if he threw out the field, maybe he would have actually had that like eat the tree and then run to the right. But Arteezy being a little bit more frivolous on the bottom lane, and now they can look just to try and force Matumba away from the lane.
no pressure, and Naga's gone. Gonna have this sinking. Try and pressure him a little bit, but.
Oh
my god.
He dropped to 8 HP at that point. Has to bottle and then send it back. He needs that 6-minute rune. Maybe almost worth using the raises just to take the lane and then go for the rune.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he has 70. It's when you're not... Wait, does Miracle actually... Nope, it's going to be the bottom rune, and Dazzle scats it out, and it's a haste rune. And so are you liking the GH Naga so far?
Yeah, I think he's... Well, he's like a little bit more active, but at this point, he's farming for weight. Efficiency game.
Kuro will die at the same time. A little bit further side is going to be Matumberman to fall as well. Support is nearby with Miracle here, and it's Sumail with a haste rune. You know what he wants. He wants the kill onto that Naga. RNG didn't actually get it. The RP from Mind Control is available. GH so low. Zai can't reach him. To leap himself up into the tree line. A quick Nova to the north. Now realize the crits in the neighborhood. Frostbite will hold him there. Burrow Strike is back off cooldown. So Shallow Grave will just delay the inevitable. A lot more kills in this game so far than we had in game number 1, but it's a lot more scrappy.
Protecting Naga. It's a little bit easier because everyone has full mana from Crystal Maiden. They've been picking it a lot, but a lot of
one of these trees is not like the other. And Zai is right on. Oh, he leaps over the courier.
But no one's sitting in mid.
It's like he's trying to stop GH from farming, but GH is farming up the mid lane with the illusions. Okay, that's a moving tree. So GH is just farming the 2 small camps in close, keeping the creep wave push back out again, stays top net worth, and also continuously harassing down Sumail with Riptide.
I wonder if he's going to take it. Would have been really nice.
RP is available. They're going to look to try and kill off Arteezy now. Arteezy going to Shikuchi his way through, but Tubberman's pretty low. So he's going to open wounds, rage up, holding on to that rage. Now he'll use it. Where's that RP? It holds him in, but where's your detection? You're doing a gank on a Weaver without bringing a Sentry Ward. Problematic to say the least, but Arteezy with no Shikuchi, but he has time lapse available. He's away.
They thought they could get the Frostbite on him.
Now Matumberman's actually in trouble. He has Infest up, so if he... okay, he's going to open wounds and just... Okay, there's your Frostbite. Matumba's going to have to jump inside of a creep sooner, or else he's going to die, and he knows it. Into the dire creep, Arteezy very, very low. Burst that back out. The damage is not enough. The Nova also misses. Arteezy running the edge of this AoE damage, and then gets the TP away to safety.
near death. Miracle only one level cost taker.
Die very quick on the bounce away.
Radiant has you scan. Long gone. That would have been nice to come out actually during that chase, because then you can hit a shockwave that's only half blind.
These illusions are starting to become farms for cement.
I think they'll. 500% damage. Universe for the Vanguard first.
Allowed him to farm these Ancients and now actually puts him at the top net worth on the field. First one to hit 4K.
Yeah, Vanguard's quite nice. Going to be taking, but it's not terribly great versus big hits.
Especially when Magnus has got a lot of space up on the top lane, so it's a lot of levels which are coming in for the Magnus, so it should be very early point up into the 4 points up in power, while still having everything he needs for the team fight.
Lightstealer doesn't feel like incredible much. He gets armlet in. It's not like stacking agility on agility. Are more comp power stacking. I wonder if Nagasana is actually going to take that.
Just become the really hard to kill. Kuro, trouble. TP's out. We'll be safe. Matubman looks like he's going to let the tower go. Actually, no, that's Miracle. Miracle just TP'd himself into the bottom lane. Now he is invis for the moment. He'll have Zai. He'll cop the stun. Where is that epicenter? Matubman's leaving. So it's up to Miracle if he really wants to do anything with this. But what's he going to do? Double Burrow Strike?
They don't have to stun
Epi?
him. He can just stun Epi Zai, I think. They'd have to use Grave on him, but he'd probably die in the... Actually, they don't have the technical.
Yeah, there's no fortification, and he'll let it go. Unless he can get a solo kill on someone, but when Crit's got Shallow Grave, that's not really possible.
Radiant's top tower is under
Where's this
attack.
team?
Okay, that's one kill you can potentially get. But you need to hit the Frostbite or Burrow Strike. Crit's coming back down again. Kuro's going to reveal himself with a very quick attack. And Miracle is now back out of the invis. Kuro needs the space. Monica's going to get the bugs off him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The whole lot of nothing, which is good for Naga.
Good for Magnus too when you build a Hand of Midas as your first item.
It's not...
Is Arcanes and Midas even before Blink Dagger?
Usually Echo Saber is your... You can farm neutrals incredibly quickly. But I can see where he's going with the Hand of Midas, because his limiting factor is actually going to be a number of neutrals, not time. Because you're on the team with...
Yeah. Naga's still working your way towards that relic. It's taken time. It's taken a lot of time. Like, we're 12 minutes in, you went for Boost, Iron Talon, PMS, Bottle's in there too, and you had to run the mid lane. Mycontrol has to TP out, Universe needs the call, and Mycontrol realized that ain't gonna happen. So he actually gets out of range of the call, but he has no TP scroll available, can kill off the creep wave. Even the Weave's trying to help him out with a little bit of extra vision, removing the ult from Mycontrol. Another jump forward from Zai. Mycontrol very tanky, support is on the way. He goes for a quick RP, actually committing this to escape. And looks like he's able to achieve it. They will not kill him.
Nice quelling. Get escape to the left side. Kuro trying to take on Sumail.
Yeah, he's got 1 point up in Frostbite. I don't think that's enough. Even if you let your freezing field go, you need one more person to bring in some damage. And the Riptide could have maybe tilted Sumail close enough to death.
And more Hand of Midases. On Shadow Fiend as well. Probably one of the most uncommon pickups. Shadow Fiend. That kind of game.
And we're going to start to add it up. It's like, oh, we're up against an Argosiren. All right, cool. Let's just Midas, Universe, Blink. Gets the call off. Is able to actually catch the real GH, and with the Shadow Wave damage from Crit, GH doesn't really survive too long.
Perfect Blink timing coming out from Universe right there. He didn't have that for the top fight, so he thought he would need farm neutrals. But nope, right then.
And such a big hero kill as well. Like, you catch her out while she's banking money for the relic.
Wow. So Naga did go very greedy.
Yeah.
So no sleep at 6, no sleep at 7, 8, 9, 10, and he went for the mana talent over the health. help might have saved them right there. The 125 was at full HP, so might not have been in Coling. But Naga's got to get their farm.
They do. Meanwhile, Liquid needs to also find that farm. They're looking for their double blink daggers on both Miracle as well as Mind Control. So Miracle's at least getting the space on bottom lane to get his up now. They're going to have to give that over to Mind Control.
Can you use Naga? There's some heroes that you can play.
Bottom lane, Miracle's going to go down. I am not a master of syntax.
Well, isn't that like every business is you have your company
name is a verb?
Yeah, like rocks. One that's cool. Yep. You're good enough with the hero. The heroes can become Naga your way. I don't know.
I want to go Arteezy.
Go Solar Crest and Halberd on Bloodseeker.
Something like that. He's had success today. But this game does look... It still doesn't look like it can go, it can go either way. Neither team has an overwhelming advantage.
RP is generally king later game.
Yeah.
That's a very loose statement.
So is Naga for the split push. Again, also relevant.
Dire's top tower
Because a lot of it depends on Shadow Fiend and Axe. Weaver is Weaver can do damage, but you're burst light stealer, you're not gonna be able to burst anyone down or
Here's your timing from Liquid. They just got both of their blink daggers. Now, EG, if they force this, it'll actually come into the point where Liquid want to fight. The Live Stealer inside the Sand King.
They have to worry about Axe and the Dazzle though. There's two heroes that can counter Nation.
Blink dagger just got revealed. He just blinked on top of a Dire Observer ward. So if EG was paying attention, they'll understand this with Miracle right now. And in fact, he's going to walk on top of the other Dire Observer ward in the map.
Where's the smoke
There's
at?
Literally two, and very visible to both.
The thing with the Naga strat is you generally don't need to save your smokes. Any half decent opportunity you see the smoke, you smoke.
Look at Monkey King knows. He's inching forward as Bark. Let's see if he can bite Miracle. Up onto the tree, he's going to miss the target. It's the flying vision, but a quick blink away back to the tier 1 tower. And EG potentially revealing they have vision there, but it may not matter. You can just still put it down to the Monkey King, and you're going to take the tier 1 tower. But Liquid get what they want. They're going to get this fight. Mind Control under the cover of smoke. Samael and Axe are pretty close. They could potentially both get RP'd, but Zai's going to throw a spanner in this works if they do initiate. So Miracle misses his Burrow Strike. Universe now pops out. Zai's going to jump in, throws the ulti out, stays on the tree lines. Mind Control, there's still no RP. Song of the Siren has to be committed by GH. Getting rid of the Scarab Beetles, and they're actually just bailing from the fight. I think Miracle even survived half a second after he jumped in then. And in fact, as Zai wanted to go in deeper. That's... yeah,
but that was a disaster. What they were waiting so long. Why did they smoke the Sand King to begin with? That was the strangest thing. I saw this. They definitely had smoke. CM had one. They smoked a Magnus too when he had his Blink Dagger, but they just waited so long they couldn't find the right jump. And Universe was the one who got a two-man call. Of course, the one on the ever so.
The jump positioning just looked really off. I mean, they didn't really look like they were in a position. They probably understood through the tree line. The Monkey King was sitting up there. Yeah. So if you come in close at that on that side, which is where you probably wanted to have the SK even closer, but he couldn't be. So you were kind of being choked out of positions by EG.
And but finally, Radiance is there. Radiance is generally a pretty big deal, but let's say he had that fight, they wouldn't have been able to take out.
The jump forward, Mind Control, caught out, he'll go down. It was Liquid who were the ones meant to find the kills. Yeah, if you had Radiance, that'd be great, but you still reveal both Blink Daggers on Team Liquid. Don't get a kill, and it's EG who finds the opening.
They're gonna roast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Very, very easy for them. Medallion is up. What level President of Dark Lord? He's level 15 with a Midas. That is a level 4. He hasn't picked up level 15 talent.
This is turning into a full split. You can
Yeah.
see Miracle getting into position so he can just blink out, intercept the creep wave, go for the full split. Crit, okay, Universe jumps in. Fresh blade mail reveal, and then culling blades down GH.
A lot this week. It's like Riku. All around the map, just.
Miracle actually missed half the wave. And there goes the TP. Actually may force one TP back.
Ooh.
Zai thought he may have been quick enough.
Doing the Basher Rush too?
He
Doing
is
the Basher Rush.
full on control with his ultimate. And he had the perfect position. It's like, you don't even want to jump in. You just want to go down so you can throw out your ultimate. Sit in the tree line. We saw the same thing being exploited earlier today with LFY and a couple of other teams so far here at DAC.
And I believe it's a BKB already. BKB is the best item here versus the Naga.
Especially with Blink BKB. Like his position's going to be perfect for the fights, and what are you going to do? You have to ensnare him to stop him.
And you definitely need it. But the smoke did hit, or sorry, the Radiant Skin did hit, but it made them think that they're going to Roche, likely. But
that's why Matumbaman's coming out. He's well out of position. The smoke will break, the Observer will get the vision. Akura, there's nothing he can do. Live Stealer will go down.
That's
and EG
so
have a ticket
unlucky.
for Roshan. Even GH is caught on the wrong side of the river.
That's so unlucky for them that the smoke actually hit and they weren't doing Roshan.
What? When the scan hits, yeah.
Oh.
So now EG will take it. You do have Naga Siren sending illusions down, and they're coming from the dire jungle. But this may be causing a couple of mental problems for EG. The fact that it's surrounded on multiple sides. Miracle as well. This could be the moment with that Blink epicenter. They've got to put it to work, but Roshan's so low, they have to go now. Song of the Siren comes out from GH. Roshan is low, but he's not looking inside. It's Kuro who's being killed off by Universe in the meantime. So they don't have the Crystal Maiden. Another shockwave through, but Roshan, it belongs to Evil Geniuses.
I don't know if they saw the BKB, but if they had gone on that, they would have been obliterated. There's no way they can stop this. Even with perfect timing, you still can't do it. Play in between this.
They're actually going to get a courier snipe with the Naga Siren. She was pretty close, but she was busy microing her own illusions to get out of there. Miracle, Fire Strike and TP. Zai, where's your stun? Doesn't exist.
Not gonna be an easy. And the minus X. Lead not in their favor. I don't actually see it swing back in Naga favor because generally after you get the Radiance, it's like, oh yeah, we have Radiance, we can form a push. But this game, they're not really scared of it at all, just because they're so far ahead and Axe is just dunking on everyone.
But you do have like still great split push that comes out from heroes like the Sand King. Like really quick at pushing lanes. Live Steal can be a little bit more frivolous as well because he's gonna have the rage potential TP out.
That doesn't when you can push out the lanes, but you got to fight sometime.
The only thing that's going to win you the game is probably when EG push up and you hope for the most glorious RP of all RPs, lacquered with epicenter and everything else.
We're going to have BKBs. So you can't rely on this.
TPs are coming over. They're almost trying to bait this fight out. You can still jump in with the Magnus who's sitting behind them. A quick blink away will dodge the call of Universe. Okay, they're not wanting to bait Jack. They are leaving.
Very dicey. I'm trying to foresee a point in the game where they're like, okay, let's take a fight now.
Yeah, it doesn't really exist. Maybe you look at it from another timing. So, okay, yes, SF has BKB. It looks like Arteezy is not going to build into the same one. Can you actually get the timing where you isolate the SF and then just focus him? Do they have the damage output in order to do that? Okay, Crystal Maiden die is going to happen.
No, you don't. Because they'll usually pre-weep.
You got to try and catch him out of position, but that
well, he's not going to BKB until you just need a really good RP. You need them to slip up. Kind of the only. I mean, the Observer Ward is right there. They saw
RP catching Universe. He's actually going to go for quick spins as well. The damage is too much. Mind Control, he's brought down. Then you let the Requiem go. You can say goodbye to Miracle.
Yeah, you wait for the lapse in positioning. Oh, wait, Universe is right there to
Yeah. It looked like Universe actually jumped in at the very, very start and didn't actually get the call off, but came a fraction of a second later.
Know that they had to get pick off with the Magnus. Nothing happening on the Radiant side. It's just a bunch of people trying to stall the game by killing creeps behind.
If we can just wait till 2018, this game will be winnable.
Good luck with that. They used 2 ultimates, so even if they were to sleep right. The weave is pretty important here too. You're not going to be able to cleave people with that power like you normally would. Like their positioning is going to be so far spread out. Shadow Fiend's going to be in the front. Weaver's going to be far away from the SF so that they can't both get RP'd, and then all the supports are
90 gold per minute is the talent from the Magnus. They are looking for anything that will buy them a get out of jail free card. The double RP refresher orb may be the only option they have.
Yeah, once the BKBs get down to 5 seconds, but you have to give to survive until not confident in their ability.
Just play the Obi-Wan strat, man. Hold the high ground.
You have a lot of big ultimates though. Mess up the ult high ground position, or if they have Aegis.
Miracle. It's like trying to clean up the wave. Nice skewer. Actually going to pull Universe in rather deep, almost to the tier 3 tower and on top of the creep wave. But there's a lot of EG reinforcements here. And Liquid are not seriously looking at this kill. Yep.
It's all a lot of slow damage. Lifesteal with Empower would be... But
he's going Midas as well?
He's going Midas. Yeah, we can...
We are turning this in. Okay, this is actually almost a 2013 Alliance game. After TI.
There were a lot of teams that remember LGD International.
Yeah. I just remember where Alliance had 5 Midas. That was one of the most entertaining games I ever cast.
None of their talents are extremely. None of them are like super. There's some.
Yeah, I was wondering about the Naga. Like she bypassed her ensnare option. Like I think it's what, a lower cooldown or duration.
30 attack speed. Helps you farm a lot. You're a farmer as Naga now.
Well, right now it almost feels like they need to have that extra control, but you are right. It has to come out from the SK. Oh, Song of the Siren. They knew it. Axe came just in range of the sentry wards. Now they get really good vision, but Weave is down. It is very early though, but Universe with both Paul and Weave is very difficult to kill.
They don't have sleep.
No. Maybe they're just trying to bait out like actions from EG that then force to go back to fighting, because Miracle keeps doing this blink into aggressive Burrow Strike back. That almost sounds like a contradiction, but it's just so far forward.
But they're going for picks on Shadow Blade on the axes, purely to get kills on. It is definitely one of the better items. I definitely do not see Shadow Blade picks up, because you need to be able to bypass the Naga illusion. A good Naga player will always have an illusion buffer. Her and
the blink if you're the full-on initiator, and the Shadow Blade if you're the scatter to initiator.
Or you get both.
No. Seeing My Control attempting to do the same kind of thing. 4-star Blink Dagger, Shadow Blade. Anything which can put him in a good position.
Avoid, avoid, avoid.
Yeah. Is it really going to become fire and evade? Naga push as much as you can. Miracle's probably giving a look towards BTs at some point. Once he's able to get something more defensive like a Yule Scepter or something along those lines.
How's Dire supposed to play?
Yeah, that is the challenge, but doesn't that just come with the heavy farm on the Weaver and the SF when they just rip apart the towers?
Still haven't seen like a powered lifesteal. I think it's gonna a lot of damage coming out.
Yeah, and the powered lifesteal are killing creeps.
Oh yeah. Show me more of this.
Okay, give me that farm. Give me that farm. Oh yeah, pick an anti-mage. Oh, there's a small opening. Like, EG's vision is still pretty damn good. That Radiant Observer Ward sees the SF moving. It doesn't see the active Miracle. He's going on top lane, gets the Burrow Strike onto Arteezy. Mind control. No! He jumped up, went for the RP, but Arteezy time is just in time. And Zai will chase him into the tree line. They pick up the retreating Miracle with the other rotations up. Both will be lost. Again, they're trying to create space. But now they may lose another one. Matupperman is overstaying his welcome on the bottom lane. He has Rage TP. But everyone else from EG up, they fought up on top, came bottom. And okay, now they're in range of the Observer Ward. He's out.
That was pretty lucky that they had to buy something for this.
This is just... It's funny though, because you get the commitment from EG. They then go for their rotations. We can have a quick look at this again. So Miracle, the Burrow Strike is perfect. He doesn't know he's got him, and Mind Control just has to go for it. But the split second between the RP and time lapse.
I don't think they had enough damage. If he had RP and then right click, he doesn't have an Echo Saber for that little bit.
It's all they can do though. Like they have to go for things like just hope they find enough.
Yeah, still, it would have been way better with like a 50 fast. I think they would actually been, or let's say half detection versus Weaver. You know, there's a better way, better things that they can do.
They can't afford detection against the Weaver. They need to keep spending money to get the Observer Wards down that Daigi is planting everywhere. That's the one thing they can potentially control. Now Samael inside the pit, crit in the neighborhood, has a full Solar Crest completed, so this Roshan is going down very, very quickly for EG. And yep, Team Liquid can do nothing to stop it. It's very rare a team with the Naga Siren is unable to hold the Roche pit, or even a team with such huge AoE control and teamfight abilities like Team Liquid can't control the Roche pit.
It's the way they see one hero. I guess they had the universe.
Hi, Miracle. He doesn't know. Universe goes for the blind blink call. But they won't find that opportunity.
We need a gem. Yeah, they need a gem on someone, but actually the one.
Oh, they have it on Zai.
Yeah, they have it on Zai. I think he needs it. So they can get more pick. Universe is the one hunting heroes out. Monkey King can do it, but he can't.
Slow the game up has been working for Team Liquid so far. They still hold their racks. Naga is still sitting up there very high up in the net worth. She's gradually getting higher. And once that Octarine is up, the split push becomes even stronger from the Naga Siren.
No one's scared of her.
No. Well, what they're scared of is just the incredible amount of delay, and then you're like, well, maybe that's what Team Liquid's still looking at this game. It's like, okay, the Naga's going to be pushing out the side. The ESK is going to do the same. The Live's just going to do the same. Team Liquid feel like they're on a time clock to get into the base before they end up in a bad trade-off position. These type of kills are definitely going to help. A quick call. Miracle will die, but he's only dead for 23 seconds.
I will say one thing about Liquid strategy is that they're committed. They're committed to out-farming and delaying the game.
Yep.
It is. It's not too late for CM Midas, right? She doesn't have any items.
Not too late to put the kettle on and start brewing a cup of cocoa. Like, Liquid are in for the long haul. And My Control's on the hunt. This time they're coming with the Infest. They're picking out Arteezy, but they walk past Zai. Remember, this is the Shadow Blade they're using. Zai will see him. The Gem of True Sight did the work. No! The RP misses again! My Control, run away! Kuro will die in the mid lane as another expected pick off. The Crystal Maiden doesn't really have a lot of safe places here.
RP's down too. That's
yep. That's the chance to push up.
Personally, that was a good bait though. You knew that they knew what was going to happen.
You got creep waves.
Yeah.
Look, you look at the position of Naga Siren. Like, I know this is GH and Miracle is on the team, but it almost is a testament to Miracle.
What?
You heard the difference in pronunciation. Naga Siren, greatest of Southeast Asia.
That's a stretch.
This is what he does. Oh, My Control. He jumps out. He was looking for that skewer back over on Samael. Now it's up to Miracle to actually create a little bit more space, and they Song of the Siren, allowing My Control to survive.
They need what? Yes, maybe?
They needed something, but that was just a disengage. ultimate. That was all. Jump back in, keep the chip damage going. Buy the time for the RP to arrive and just keep chipping away at their life and make it so that Aegis carrier can't just sit there and hit the tower.
Continue on. They have the Aegis.
Yeah, they know it.
Could go disastrously.
They're already leaving.
They need to Satanic it.
Now they're jumping out. That Observer Ward sees Arteezy, but they need the control. Arteezy Shikuchi's up. The Sentry Ward's too late. Runs through mid.
And Lucky King is dead.
Okay, goodbye Zai, but also troublesome for GH. He doesn't have Song of the Siren just to TP out this one. Samel's coming into the Octarine. He needs to do a little bit more damage to stay alive, and Samel, he triggers the BKB. Song of the Siren is now up, but the call is there. The Culling Blade too early, but the kill will still complete. But they're having to repair the creep wave. The top lane, Team Liquid's creep wave actually reached the tier 3 tower and did damage.
Small victory for them, and of course getting the gem is also pretty big for them. Nagasarn is still a little bit behind in terms of what stuff. I'm surprised he didn't just sleep there. If you sleep like X, the SF has to kill you, but he doesn't have MKBs. He has to deal with that miss, and you can try and fog.
There wouldn't have been the stun, so yeah, he potentially could have just TP'd out.
That was a really good BKB.
It took 35 minutes, but Samel just got the 150 attack range, hit level 25 on that SF. Sand King, run to the trees, inside the Sandstorm, trying to keep clear of Universe. Universe doesn't actually have mana, so it's a Burrow Strike into the TP bag, out again, a Miracle will survive.
They have no... But with a Shadow Blade Magnus and... Sand King.
They have vision. They had it before.
They lost the gem.
Yep.
So that
was when the Monkey King died.
They have to wait.
That or they just find Koro. He's the man carrying it for Team Liquid, but he's... Actually, I think he put it back on the Courier. Because they really don't want to lose that, but he's looking for any vision, which is going to catch out the Naga, catch out any of the split pushes, and he's still holding on to it.
I wonder if they're going to try and Ensu. I guess SF can still buy moon jars for other people, but he's pretty close to 6-slotted.
Okay, that Observer Ward sees so much. They know mind control as well as Mentubman are up here. Universe runs forward, the blink forward, able to get the battle hunger, so the movement speed, and GH will just let the Song of the Siren go. And everybody TPs away to safety. The game has been delayed. And GH gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Now only about 1,000 gold away from completing that butterfly. Way to keep the Monkey King away. Just have Magnus keep skewering trees.
I actually have to
Arteezy. RP is going to hit him. He won't be out of time lapse. 76 seconds without a Weaver.
These Observer Wards, that Observer Ward on the south side was... Yeah, Liquid playing their strat very, very well. They have not given up too many deaths. They've gave up every Roche, but they're so far behind it. They haven't lost any threes. They split push out the lanes quite nicely, and they're keeping up the spike going.
Yep. It's getting better and better for them. The fact they haven't lost the tier 3 towers as well, I mean, those shrines, they're always able to push out nice and quickly.
Oh, Lifestealer didn't actually.
He didn't? He backed up to the Echo Saber and AC.
I'm actually surprised. In this sort of game before, breach for like 25 minutes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, they're on the hunt again. There's no RP. It's on cooldown for another minute. Main point of control they have from mind control is going to be the skewer, but maybe at the same time, like every target is a little bit more killable because you're not looking for the Weaver.
Wait, you went for move speed? Wow, you went movement speed over tower damage. That's pretty rare. When you're playing this type of game, and power damage actually does not matter that much when and a lot of the time.
Yeah, Lifesteal is the only one who really benefits from the power. Not even the Magnus would be built. Oh, the jump up, Ghost Scepter, raises from Samel. He's still got the close range raise. Akura with the life, he needs to stay alive. The gem, the attack will connect. The gem of True Sight's on the hillside, and EG, maybe they didn't realize this. Samel's looking for more kills. Won't find them. But the gem hasn't been taken. It's still, the courier is on the way up to pick up the gem. Miracle, a quick Yule Scepter canceling off Zai, so he doesn't actually reach the tree. He's actually caught on the ground on the other side of the tree. Courier has managed to recover the gem.
They're probably thinking, why in the world would the MVP?
Are they going back in again? Crit's TPing out.
That's a lot of damage to the tower.
They find the bottom lane, the bonus strike forward, RP committed as well, and they bring the epicenter plus the life stealer. Another core of EG gets sniped on the side lanes.
700 gold and a level 25 hero. That's a ton of XP. Grab shit still back towards Liquid's favor. Looks like it's only 5,000 gold ahead for EG, and SF's not really getting any stronger.
Like right now, like, I'm not quite certain exactly who is meant to be bleeding more, but it looks like EG's on the slow drip.
Oh, they definitely are. Getting to that point where they can't keep it. 3 tower up top at like 25% HP.
Yep. And they're actually not even, like, they can't contest Roshan. Roshan's being done right now by Team Liquid. And EG can't get there. Miracle's creating a lot of space on bottom lane by just pushing it and being just a general pain in the ass. Making it so Liquid has all the space in the world to do this.
I'm pretty sure it's been 10 minutes since the line.
Aegis and Cheese down now. And a refresher orb on Magnus.
What you need. RP, get any sort of solo kill on a core. Again, force buybacks, and then pressure's up. Magnus.
Yep.
No one can survive an RP.
Oh, nice call. Finally able to remove a small thorn in the side? Maybe not. Miracle even steals the bounty rune. There's another little target up next to the secret shop. It looks like a bit of a duel. Yeah, it's going to be Zai battling against Mind Control. A quick push away. Zai starts his own TP, and they have the stun available. Monkey King rooted to the ground by Kuro and actually killed off by Kuro.
Five.
Game is just... The game plans work perfectly. Beautiful call by Universe. Hold the life stealer in position. Bring in the damage, because right now all these fights are happening on Liquid's terms. EG maybe can finally think they're trying. The RP goes out. They keep the control up, but with the Shallow Grave and Song of the Siren, Universe keeps the spins happening. So much damage from the axe. The Aegis Immortal will trigger. Samel's BKB will protect him. And now they go over to Matumba, the life stealer. No real way home out of this one, apart from standing his ground and being as manly as he can. But don't worry, the side lanes are pushing in. EG have trouble at home.
E3 count on top, almost dead. That's not good. They can't really afford to lose their prize right now. Just move outside the race. RTC, oh my god.
Liquid Sphere protects. They're TPing forward. Zai wants to try and catch up to Miracle. It's going to be difficult. Jump forward, gets the stun off perfectly, but GH, Song of the Siren for protection, and then TP's away to safety. Ori has that, I think that's actually the level 2 diffuser blade as well, over on the Naga Siren.
He's 6-slotted too.
Yep. Yeah, he is. Very much. Miracle finds another target. So now just wandering around. Male, however, has friend as well as a shrine. And they have vision. You'll set her up. Crit comes in and, well, they haven't got him yet. They still don't have him yet. And they don't have him at all.
Universe was waiting with the stun.
Meanwhile, top lane, tier 3 tower's gone. The illusions as well as the catapult should take care of it. The shrines are now open for destruction. And Liquid are wasting no time.
Yeah, the pressure's up. They can... I don't know if they have enough damage to kill them if they only... In an actual big team. They can definitely do it if it's like 3-on-1 versus some of the heroes, but imagine if they actually do RPs, aren't able to. Shadowfang actually doesn't have a way to heal back up. Like, if he gets great, he's still gonna die.
He needs the Satanic.
Yeah. Ags, maybe? He can heal up with Ag.
Staring down Arteezy, playing Borrow, Epicenter. Miracle commits. Arteezy already used his time lunge. He's so low and ensnared up. There goes your Weaver. 84 seconds. Buyback is available for him, but Liquid again are leaving. They get the kill they want. They keep the pressure applied, and Universe is the one to jump in. Observer Ward is up. Mind Control just trying to push him away. There's another force up available for Miracle. So Ibarra strikes up one. There's your RP committal. SF, the Shallow Grave will keep him alive. Remember, there's still no Naga here, but now Matubman will arrive, battling against Samil. Needs more damage with the Burrow Strike to get the double stun up, but Miracle will sacrifice himself for this, and maybe not a great sacrifice. They'll lose the Life Stealer as well. My Controller's on the run. Zai bouncing around through the tree lines, hoping to catch up to him. But the distance is a little bit too far for him to reach.
No follow-up after the RP. So close to killing.
Wait, Mind Control TP down to the shrine? Monkey King was jumping down there. That could have actually ended really, really badly.
Don't worry, he has plenty of buyback. Or Scythe of Vice soon. Slice, the Hex.
Pressure. That would make some good sense. What does GH buy? Apart from like gems for his team, all the wards, all the tomes.
Moon Sharper likes to.
Yep, that'd be nice. He's got 8.5k, so he has to spend some of this.
BO2s.
Okay. Should have money for both and then still have buyback.
Yeah.
Almost killing off Zai, and Zai wants to stand his ground against illusions, like the Naga illusions. He is going to die. Even Samael is having issues, and you can see him. He's got the money for the Satanic, but doesn't have money for buyback as well just yet.
I just don't know what he trades out for this. He's trading out his Ags. Ags gives you really good damage because... And it's another way to force. Way more reliable. Because with Ags, you have to BKB, channel it, and then wait for the souls to come back. Titanic, you just pop it.
So how the fights actually work for Samel to do work with this fresh Satanic? Oh, that's done. It actually connects on both the Magnus as well as the Crystal Maiden, and they just defensively song on the stars. Like, they have to have vision, right? But no, I don't think they did at the very start of that. We got no gem.
My God. That has to be so frustrating to play. They're just never finding us. We can't catch anyone.
Yeah, that's actually where you go with the axe. He went for a plus 100 battle hunger DPS.
That talent is really good.
Over the 15 armor to try and survive?
Yes, I definitely think. Dude, 100, it's ridiculous. 140 damage per second. Insane. It's great. In late game, there's stopping sometimes, but the cooldown's really low, so you can.
Oh, they find an opening. Heavy Mind Control. Committing quite heavily. Matubman pops out of him, trying to hide with him in the infest, and they knew it. So that Life Stealer, quick open wounds, but Universe just backs up, makes sure he doesn't get attacked, so he can blink forward, get the call off. Matubman still wants to keep this run going. He needs more help, but up on top lane, the Naga Illusions are pushing in the creep wave. She's expended, and Matubman's still going to go down. Heavy spin plus the damage, but now Miracle in through the bottom, Naga in through the top. You get these victories, but what does it really gain you? That Burrow Strike range is ridiculous that Miracle can just escape.
They only have 3 heroes that are able to incredible amounts.
They just lost another tower.
They lost another tower, and Mag doesn't have to buy back. Life Stealer also doesn't have to buy back. People are just constantly getting stuck. GH can also buy Refresher, I would say, instead of...
He's holding in a 7.4, so he bought the BTs. Okay.
He bought a Moonshot for himself.
Okay. And then an extra independent courier, where she now bought a Refresher orb on.
Yeah, Refresher's really good. The only problem is you can't chain the sleep together back to back. Just be you have time to like pop BK.
Oh, Miracle again closing in on Arteezy. More invis. This time it's going to be the rune that gives him the cover. Stalking Arteezy as far as he can. Arteezy just trying to use that Mjolnir to push in the lane. But it's the Magnus who is arriving. And then the BTs as well. They're bringing in friends, and I think they remain undetected so far. The RP, it'll push them through. They'll connect. Miracle, the Burrow Strike, the Wicked Spirit now been triggered. Now the secondary RP. Weaver will drop. Samel will arrive and try and stand his ground. Already triggered off his Satanic under the cover of BKB. But the BKB doesn't last long enough. So they don't find that opening, and it's Universe who's caught out of position. Diffuser Blade charged up, held in the position. Zai needs to create more space, able to do so, throwing down the ultimate as we're in a split-up fight. Samel is the primary target, however, of Liquid, and they will bring him down. But Tubman's on the run, but he's wasting the time of Universe and Zai, who get double stunned up by Miracle. Mind Control's coming back as well. He's looking to help out. Crit can't get close enough. He's got GH on his tail. Diffuser Blade charges galore, keep him low. Another little bit of a quick stun by Miracle. Cripple fall, and EG are completely losing control of this game, and they may be the first team to actually lose a full set of racks.
This is one of those games that makes you, you're just like, we're gonna lose like this. And they pretty much are gonna lose.
Peter was saying before, like every solution is solved by winning. Losing in this creates so many more, like by this creates so many more issues.
Magnus is such a hero though, and why you see a first ban often. They expended 2 RPs to kill 1 hero last fight, and they still won the fight.
Yep.
And what is RT supposed to do about getting double RP'd?
And how do you even defend this? Like, you're losing too many lanes of racks. GH will stand his ground. He doesn't care what Samel's gonna throw at him. Samel, okay, yeah, BKB, but he just bloodthorned an illusion. GH can just ensnare him up, hold him there, while the top lane is actually going to attack. Keep them slumbered while the axe gets initiated on. Is that what's... Actually, no, it's Crystal Maiden physically damaging the melee racks. Mind Control will arrive using that Hex. The Crystal Maiden just gets destroyed by Arteezy. And maybe now Arteezy feels he's got the damage, looking towards Matubman, finding inside the tree lines with that BT from Samel. The Bloodthorn is on the right target. 4 heroes down from Team Liquid. No buyback over on the Life Stealer because he managed to pick up the Monkey King bar. I think they also pinged out because they scouted the Refresher Orb sitting in the trees. But Naga is still up. They have to get Roshan. There has to be some kind of glorious push from EG to win this.
I think they have to all in pretty soon. All their TPs are dead, but I don't even know if they can at all.
Song of the Siren. They're looking to come a little bit closer. Can Miracle actually keep Zai controlled, or can Zai keep Miracle controlled? Universe jumps in. That's a very, very poor Dazzle having to run away from just Naga illusions, but when you get the kill over on the SK, that makes life a hell of a lot better.
Minus respawn timers. Minus respawn on the Magnus. Sand King.
You never keep a good hero down.
No, no buybacks. Really little fun.
The Diet did lose their courier. I'm not certain if anything was actually on it at the time. No, it wasn't, so it was just lost.
What are they doing with the wolf? What, anyone else shows yet? I still don't have one.
It'd be worthwhile giving him that.
Even Magnus, I think, would
Magnus is coming over. He's right in front of the pit. The bottom lane might be pushing in, but now it's Arteezy looking for the kill. There's a heavy amount of damage to Mind Control. He RPs the Ancient. And Kuro will now probably die to Universe. GH can use the Song of the Siren to TP back out again, or does he? He can hang around. He keeps the Song of the Siren on the SF, so there's no BTing anywhere. In fact, he just keeps him slept. While Kuro and Mind Control, they make their play over towards Roshan, catching Zai out. So the Hexed up Monkey King will fall, but maybe the kill. Arteezy needs something. A kill on the Naga can create so much space if he can do it. I think Miracle's actually looking for the kill over on the SF. He's Burrow Striked up, he's put Samel down. And actually found the kill. No buyback available. Universe needs to kill off Miracle. With the help of Arteezy, they can do it. But Roshan gets taken out by Matubman. So Liquid have Roshan. But there's no SF for 100 seconds. No Monkey King for 40. And you're still under siege.
Miracle's been making such big... wasting the majority of the mid game. Like, they constantly keep throwing bodies at him and escapes. And he almost got the kill on Arteezy in the mid lane after the Naga illusions whittled them down to critical HP. And that was a really big kill. Now they can push with Aegis and Cheese. Tanking's up at 30, he can BOT back in, and SF is in the grave. And at minimum, Liquid are looking for the SF back right now, but...
Nope. How about mind control? Attacking the melee racks on the bottom, Matupperman. Now to get that very quick Hex off. So the top lane's being attacked down by GH. He'll take care of that. Matupperman's making very quick work of the bottom racks. And the mid just fell. Megas are up. The RP will connect. So maybe Zai can create a little bit more space. Throwing out that Monkey King ulti. They'll burn the Aegis to the Immortal. But you're still up against Megas. They need to find this kill. Still no SF. Support is nearby, but Life Stealer Matupperman standing his ground. But Infest, he'll pop back out the creep. Bashed up as well. Universe will Culling Blade him down. The epicenter. Miracle's gone back in again into the middle of 4. Trying to get himself back out of this one. The stun will not connect from Monkey King. Dazzle ball back, but it's because they're losing tier 4 towers back at home. But 16 seconds until you have Samael up.
Slowly but surely, the entire EG base is falling. Liquid, no ultimate to show for it, but we'll just, we can just wait for it. They have all the time in the world.
The EG, they are the ones that need to find some hallelujah play. Samael Rapier, something that gives them the damage requirement. No, he's going Monkey King Bar instead. He'll have to give up his Blink Dagger if he wants that.
Or bots. You're not going to be moving around. I think you bots in for like a throne kill, but if you're just sitting in base, I think selling or trading out the bots for it. Yeah, they need MKB. Butterfly plus Radiance. Naga Siren does have an Arcane Rune. That is going to be even more images. Hooray!
Hey!
For EG.
We love it. We love it. Unless you're an EG.
So Liquid just needs to wait for EG. Or wait for
EG are coming.
Yeah.
They're hunting. Zai was bouncing around the tree line. Doesn't want to take the bounty rune, and they find GH. They need this kill, but he songs! The Dazzle will just have to sit there. TP support's coming onto the shrine. You don't want this. You don't want this, EG. The Burrow Strike is there, catching Samael. He couldn't even BKB in time. That could be the game right there. Crystalmate let the ulti go, but RP, stay exactly where you are, Universe. He will fall, and GG, well played. Team Liquid patience is a virtue they have displayed in droves in this second game of the series.
I think GH played really well. He was really good about using before anything happened. You want to make it very clear to your team what's going to happen to the team right then. If you sleep at the wrong time, like when the center's channeling or when someone gets RP'd, it could just be disastrous for them. They were pretty well coordinated. I mean, there were like, you know, missed RPs. Overall, their gameplay was pretty sound. Stall until they can't do anything. And that was a soul-sucking loss if you're EG, because they were in full control for the majority of the game, but they could not deal with the split push.
Yeah, and what do you...
Radiant team ban. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Radiant team pick.
Monkey King.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lina.
EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick.
Earth Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
EG's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Spectre. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining.
Thanks.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Will they be able to do it? XXS was kind of the big focus ban out and shutdown of the draft out of EG, but they still seem to have a lot of power in their lineup.
Spectre, boo, thumbs down. The hero gets wrecked by Abba in lane.
You can't say things like that. You were Mr. I want to have a Naga game yesterday.
It was facetious, Toby.
It was,
actually, that was a good Naga game. But I like Spectre. I like playing Spectre, but every time I see Abba or Centaur or any good offlaner in this patch, like Timbersaw, you just like, oh man, my laning phase is miserable. Especially if you don't have a Lich, but this time it will be a Crystal Maiden on their side. Babysit good old burning.
Babysit him up.
I always like series when there's a lot on the line. This series determines upper bracket seeding for Group B, and we are on the final day, so it's our last chance.
And it's the group everyone was thinking was going to be right, like everyone just sitting on top of each other. It's exactly what has happened. There's only one team out of this entire group which is not capable of actually making the top two. It's rough, to say the least. But we'll see how we go as Invictus Gaming. This is something which I'm looking forward to seeing from them too, is just how the spec does function. We're talking about like how much harassment can be taken by the spec, but you've then got this IG lineup with the mid Lina. We've seen it time and time again with the low respawn time, a talent being skilled up, where Invictus Gaming end up in these huge fights. He actually gets the you'll get the bounty rune, but he's got stun level 1. Can turn for a 3-man stun, potentially just walk out of here at the moment. And that's exactly what's going to happen. They're not close enough to do enough damage to kill off XXX.
I wonder if Zai was considering skilling Mana Leak at that point. Might have. I guess he could have just turned around and stunned. And then
yeah, he already had the Luminate, so no joy in that front. Yeah, but how does the spec work? Because I'm expecting IG to end up in these mid brawls where you don't even care if OP dies at the very start because he's just going to come back and dish all the damage out again.
He's their main right clicker, although Spectre's not actually a right clicker. Right clicker I think of as heroes that are good versus PK. Spectre actually doesn't. But he is that heavy farmer that they need to just be off lane. It's generally their play, so you won't be a PK farmer. To get that range creep.
Gotta get to farm. Bottom lane is actually looking pretty difficult for Universe. You got both the Crystal Maiden as well as the Monkey King going against him, and it's one of the very few times not seeing Monkey King up in the trees early on. He's looking for just the raw harassment with that early PMS against Universe.
This is your main concern when you run a Spectre, though, is that you'll get run over in the safe lane. So I think it's completely necessary that Monkey King is parked here the entire time. Jingu Mastery is quite good versus Abba. Generally, Abba doesn't really care, and he will just trade against any, but very difficult.
Reason why is skilled up, top lane, a little bit more trouble again for the next Assassin. Got to be careful about the amount of damage that Clinks can pump out at him, but Crick can't keep the control up. And next will be forced back potentially just to trigger the Shrine, or he just actually ferries out some extra, no, not even extra life. The courier came up to him, just gave him a mango. You're in a couple of those.
Yeah. He's not level 2 yet. That's a slight issue for. Well, we do see rotation coming. Crit. but overall they haven't been able to completely zone out level 2 spot for him. Dolan.
Yeah, haste runed Crystal Maiden to steal off the first bounty rune.
He didn't actually sleep.
Didn't he?
Nope.
He still managed to pick one up.
Yeah, so I got one.
The mid looks to be going pretty well for the Lina. 14 for 1, then you got the 14-11. Burning is just denying the living crap out of the bottom lane. Like, Abaddon has 1 denied to his name. That's all he's managed to pick up from the lane, and you're still committing both the Coddle as well as the Abaddon to keep this bottom lane running.
Baboka's spacing them out quite well. I can't actually get close enough to the harass Burning and shove into lane. What you want to do as a... From a lot of the Chinese teams, they have, like Monkey King, got him in the tree. Is that clarity? Nope.
If you can stop Zai from having that, then maybe you could slow slow it down.
Burning could just throw a dagger at him. He's full mana, and he has level 2 dagger. I think it's
actually. Have we even seen a single dagger come out from Burning yet?
No. Got to start that innate natural regeneration. But maybe he wanted to say double dagger. Okay, that thing's such a long cooldown that it's really rare that you.
Baboka gonna again just get in the face of Universe. Burning doesn't really care about this. It's all just like clearance. So maybe this is the question mark. Like, are EG happy to accept the status quo, or do they want to rotate out? Like, when does the Clink start moving? Is it after the tier 1 tower drops, or is there another objective the Clinks wants?
It just depends on his time. Level 7-ish with Soul Ring, I think, is a pretty good time for him to run around. Aid. But he doesn't actually have good setup. It's heavily reliant on the Earth Spirit.
This time they're going on Universe quite heavily, and you're going to get all 4 hits out, so Universe got to be careful how much damage he takes. Burning is going in very deep for this. He doesn't have any Tessellate up, or will it be enough? It will be. Burning will take the kill under the tower. Zai wants some revenge, but now he may also be in trouble. Burning will throw out the dagger quickly up on the hill and around. The Sunstrike was also looking to help out, but it won't happen. Q will find the extra kill onto Zai. And then Victor's Gaming will take 2 kills on the bottom lane.
I like the very aggressive build from Burning, the 2-1-0 build. He didn't actually go point in Dispersion, which is generally a little bit better for laning. But yeah, the Desolate damage really added up. Those Keeper wasn't actually really close to the Abba, so he entire time.
Hold hands and make sure that doesn't trigger. But Invictus Gaming now off to a fantastic start. The spec was meant to have more of a being harassed in lane kind of start, and now it's the other way around.
The 2 suppers have been they know exactly how to play around this. You just have to make sure that he gets at the bare minimum level 6 in lane, I would say, and then you're kind of okay. Then you can just run around with Urn and Phase, kill people. But up until that point, Spectre is one of the weakest here.
Yep. You got to give it time. Speaking of time, you could look at the Nyx Assassin also trying to get to his level 6. Hasn't been able to be zoned out that top lane just because the Coddles have been sitting on bottom lane the entire time. And, well, what's really been the impact of the Earth Spirit? This is meant to, like, win what lane?
He slowed down a bit. Come on, Toby.
A little bit. A little bit.
He's a solo Earth Spirit trying to control up mid and top and potentially, like, TP in and save bottom, but they just have hard lane matchup. The Lina is, I would say, a favorite in most one-on-ones. I'm struggling to think of a one-on-one where it's actually not favored because she has really good right-click damage, really good right-click spells to spam. Baboka, I mean, he's not really scared of Keeper.
Yeah, he really isn't. He knows he can fight and potentially win. I think he was more hunting for the Courier, which was doing its little fairy work on top lane instead.
He saw that bounty. Making the supports kind of fear for their lives. Don't really know where to go right now.
Well, what do you do if you're EG? Because right now it feels like IG are the ones controlling when the attacks are coming. Just like this, into mid lane, stun will be there, but they bring Dust, a quick Laguna Blade. And OP gets the rotation he needs to help him win that mid lane against Sumail. Illuminate to hit, Spike Carapace won't come up, so Nyx Assassin will be the casualty in return, and the first kill for EG.
Bobo is playing really well. He's secured Spectre's lane, and he had that Dust already prepped for that mid kill to set up as soon as the Lina gets 6. So now they've kind of gotten past the hardest part of the game, I would say, for them. Burning's almost level 6, so they can continue to chain kills onto the Invoker, and this is all before the Clinks is ready. Klink's is mana burned down. He has a Sage Mask and an Aquila, and he's still at 0 mana. He needs chakras. He needs his Soul Ring from base. Chicken is coming. Burning still, despite having 2 kills, you can't really leave him alone. Yeah. Soon.
There's still an Abaddon in the lane. That's why you bring in the extra help. So already, Monkey King is back, jumping in for his spring. Universe can be slowed down. Q's waiting for it, and there's your first stun. And Universe, you can shield up, but it will not save you. As Bevika will claim his first kill of the game.
Like a win in the draft for IG, give away Abba and take Monkey King.
Yeah.
Because Monkey King is destroying him right now.
And Bevika is like, you looked at the draft as well. Like I was thinking XXS was going to be the primary target. Like you saw the Magnus being the first ban out, the respect, and it's kind of just sitting in the head because of the amazing game he played yesterday. But also the Earth Spirit that came out from IG yesterday with their rotations is doing so much. Maybe it's almost a tribute to what IG always has been with the support rotations dictating the course of the game.
And Bevika is playing really well this tournament. But RTZ wants to move up a little bit. They're giving levels and space to the keeper up top. It's time to make that rotation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder if he's going to go Helm of Dom this game. Helm of Dom is not really favored versus Crystal Maiden. It's often a free.
Oh, Spectral Haunt, they're going top lane. That's the fight they want. In behind the tower, going to find Zai. And the perfect timing for it as well, because the Spectral Haunt reveals EG's aggressive maneuver. Arteezy left the lane and IG just attack.
They've seen one too many Klinks replay.
Sumail. If it's done, no, it won't connect.
Whew. EG's actually, I think, one of the teams that picks up Klinks a lot to invade the jungle. But the thing is, IG are already prepared for that. They've swapped the Spectre to the top lane to get some farm, and CM's just sitting at the tower on the bottom lane. And if they dive her, it's going to be very difficult one. Escape unscathed.
Well, that's why they're bringing help. The two-man smoke rotation crit is so close by. Remember, they still should have... Yeah, they have that dust on the Monkey King.
I think they need Lina in here.
Oh, the jump forward. The smoke's going to break. They know that Arteezy is there, so they pounce forward. Arteezy still not going to be revealed just yet, but that invis will wear off in a second. And is the stuns, the TPs are coming in, the double stun by Bobika, and then the spring in, catching up the 3 heroes. Burning's already down as Lacuna Blade, OP, ready for the double kill, bounces up towards Universe. They'll trigger off the ulti on him, but the rest of IG, hot on the tail. Stuns should be ready in just a second. In fact, there it is, the damage is out. And EG, out-rotated by IG. It looked like IG even knew about that. Like that Lina bought 2 TP scrolls the second that rotation happened on the bottom lane before this fight.
But they definitely knew what was up because Klinks has been off the map, and they know they're up against a Spectre. You can't just trade farm versus Spectre. He'll just... Knew the rotation was coming. They already scaled up earlier, but I think the Monkey's gonna just destroy that game. He sprung to the right tree and then did the double Boundless Strike, which set up for the double Impale, and then the double stun from the Lina. So the Monkey King set it all up, and his positioning was really, really good. Hopping from tree.
And riding the cloud of victory, Bobika. They'll look for their new target, drawing the line to try and check out the jungle, and they are going to find Arteezy. Question is, can the stuns control him just enough? Sentry wards are down, and the answer is most definitely yes. Arteezy will fall. They give the kill over towards the Lina.
IG is running them over right now, and they had a Haunt just in case EG wanted to put up some resistance, and Klinks has been shut down. Last 3 minutes has just been him running around and dying twice. He was meant to be the one that's supposed to control the mid game for them. So now it's up to Invoker. He has his Midas, he's farming up those camps, which love the farm, but he's kind of their only hope for this mid game.
Farm the only safe place you've got. Invictus Gaming did this yesterday as well. Like, you take one good fight. This is even before they took out the tier 1 tower in their series yesterday. They just put down these aggressive observer wards inside the Dire jungle. They're going to see where EG is farming. They're going to see where they're maneuvering.
And they have really good catch for that. Nyx Assassin for additional scouting potential, and Haunts they can call in at any time to get an additional kill. So Invoker is still the highest on the Dire side, but the Klinks, I think, very worrisome. Klinks relative Spectre, and he's forced to show on the map and farm everyone on IG side feel very safe. How are they going to get kills with a Clink? Like Earth Spirit plus Sunstrike is mediocre at best, but their lineup was meant to be hitting towers. Curse of Avernus plus Clink's right click is supposed to mow down towers, but they haven't even been in a position to really get close to towers aside from the T1.
They're coming again. The gangs continue to work for Invictus Gaming. They're going to commit a smoke up, and I'm wondering if they're looking for Sumail or if they really want to try and find Arteezy. So invading of the jungle. Arteezy has backed off the top lane. Bobacup, the smoke is going to break the dust. It actually connects the long-range stun, and Burning will arrive. Even the ultimate from Monkey King. He'll make the Circle of Doom.
And just 3 ultis for your Clinks. they expected the Invoker actually at the Ancient. That's why they were so hesitant. Well, this could be pretty bad, especially with the Shrine up, but we were not in that position yet again.
So what's the saving grace? You got IG hunting basically the entire map against EG. How do EG stop the bleeding and then work to get themselves back on top?
Their lineup's pretty well geared for defending towers. Keeper plus Invoker is really, really good. And IG don't have a great tower hitter until it gets to right level 15. And you know, they're not worried about their tower getting under siege, but you got to worry about the Spectre getting farmed. And Spectre with Blade Mail later is going to be able to destroy the Invoker. So
oh, they're breaking the smoke. Bobaca needs to jump away up to the trees and so quickly down. The kick will fly through. An extra stun, but they'll have to sacrifice the Crystal Maiden. Not really the kill that EG was searching for, but they'll take whatever they can get. Unless this is actually really the rebuttal.
They don't have enough.
Oh, Zai's recalling in? Okay, maybe not worth the fight then.
Yeah, it's not worth the fight, but they would need, let's say, the leap in and baited by the bounty. Oh man, that's so many kills for Spectre. 2,000 gold already on back.
A 306 KDA. Not too shabby. Phase boots earn, and then you still feel confident if you can go directly into Radiance as opposed to building more combat early items.
Any damage over 5 armor, he's not scared. 20 damage is pretty decent, but the thing about Spectre is your illusions don't get plus damage. A lot of your damage from Haunt is from the Desolate. So people actually don't like getting want like attack speed or something like that. So plus 20 damage is not as good as it seems, but he's not really worried about it. It does help you farm faster. That's definitely the best part about it.
This warding game of Invictus Gaming. Okay, Zai. Bobaca is watching you. We'll have another Spectral Haunt in. Wait for the extra stun. Zai, he's still up for the moment and running back to the tower. So Spectral Haunt doesn't reap a reward for the first time in the game.
Look at where they are, though. They're all in between their T2 and a T3 in the mid lane. They're all scared. They're all deathly afraid.
Yep.
IG.
Well, rightly so. They don't see anything. The Observer and Sentry Ward that just got de-warded inside the Radiant jungle was their only aggressive vision, and the only other defensive ward they have is next to their own Ancients. It's a very, very dark map for EG, and they've got to be scared of the trees. The Monkey King is just bouncing around. The Nyx Invis as well. There's nowhere really safe. Universe is the only one farming up what used to be the Invoker's safest place to farm.
They can't group up with Abba, but they can't split up. You split up versus Nyx, will die.
Yep.
So they just have to stick together, try and bait out some heroes and counter gank. Oka is getting so much vision, playing the perfection.
Well, there's your Blink Dagger on the Nyx Assassin, so jump and initiation for IG's become better. And then Nyx has had a fantastic game as well, more net worth than the spec.
Midas and Blink. Bird's life is going to be very, very difficult. You have a Spectre like haunting onto you, and you have to worry about a Nyx being able to reflect your Illuminates. It's actually, I think, a small oversight by EG not banning out. It's very common to ban out.
Stun's going to connect, Bobaca's there, the kick, but then again, you do have the Monkey King ulti down. Arteezy has to walk back away from the rest of the Kings, but it won't be possible. Nyx Assassin right on the tail, and Bobaca, he'll even survive. Down to 35 HP, triggers up the one charger, stays up, and Evil Geniuses thought they were setting the trap with the Earth Spirit.
He's so good at staying in a circle, too. Like, he was really low, but he's like, I'm just going to run around my circle. You're going to have to walk through my
what do you call them, statues?
Yep.
Circular formation of soldiers. I don't actually know.
We'll just call them soldiers then.
Soldiers,
Yeah. The king's soldiers. Be better as like the king's guard.
That's what they look like. I like it when Rubik steals it and. Are those still? I guess it's more like minions.
There should be little rublings. Be rublings.
Geek King. Geeky Princes.
They're gonna have him like it could be epic, man. He's a king. He has the king's guard.
That's true. But they're all like replicas of himself.
Yeah. But nothing is as good as the original. Alright. Alright.
Okay, so
the Aghanim's is there.
Sumail's still have pretty far. He's only died once, and that was pretty early on, and he still has an 18-minute Midas Scepter, which is not amazing. I think I've seen like 13, 14 before, but still pretty good situation with it. 14-3. Right now, you want to be, you know, you want to have all the 2 points down in PDG and looking to start Roche because you have Clean Center. They are just not in the position to do so. They could potentially still sneak Roche though. Curse of Avernus is max on Universe. He went 144, and then you have Clinks with minus armor. Maybe once he's not going for the Dominator to the Clinks. He's actually scared about
BKB.
No, he's going for. Oh, I saw Lance earlier.
He's got a BKB
wow,
in his quick buy now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is a very defensive Clinks. Like even if it was like a Desolator, he could look just to take out the tier 1 house and get that injection of money into Evil Geniuses. But with a full BKB, they must be preparing for a very heavy storm that IG is going to come at him.
He has the support philosophy in mind. Get gold by not dying. BKB is really good against their team until Monkey King gets items. And Monkey King, he is building BKB. Yeah, Spectre, yeah, he has Radiant, so it's gonna help him survive. Or just getting chains done. Quite the possibility of that.
And even at this point, there's a nice sentry ward. This is a nice pick off, especially when it's Sumail who gets the kill. 419 gold into him.
Yeah, he's sort of quite a wasn't able to spend any of his died, but losing the T2 is not good. There's mass TPs coming in from the shrine from behind.
Yeah, they're looking to ramp around. Maybe they can find the opening, but they need a quick slow. Burbica gonna now go out, bringing in the King's Guard, and maybe Lina, does she have the life with the stun? It won't be enough, but you're still fighting in the middle of both the Crystal Maiden Ultimate as well as the Monkey King. It's still enough that EG will survive, and Sumail hits the perfect tornado into the Sunstrike. Burbica cannot escape from this one. EG, a huge fight for them on the bottom lane.
Damn, they got owned. Trying to take down the tower without Nick Sesson, and right before Spectre had its Radiance. If Spectre had a Radiance, they probably could have taken the fight. They had a lot of AoE damage coming with the Lina, with the Freezing Field coming out, but not enough.
Oh, we can have a quick look at it again. So EG really wanting to get involved in this one. That rolling boulder and silence of the Lina just kept it out of the fight at the start. And Q and Burbica, like, they try to create enough space, but not enough space created.
That's a lot of Sumail action right there. Really good tornado, knowing exactly where he's going to be, right at the edge of the circle in the tree.
And now Sumail is #1 net worth, very close to finishing up his own BKB.
Spectre Radiance looks like it is coming to him as we speak. Lina has her Shadow Blade. She wasn't able to deny herself that fight, so a lot of gold going. Looks like net worth lead only 3,000 in favor of IG.
And that steel grip they seem to have on the game gets a little bit shakier now with that bottom fight.
That's when Spectre's at his weakest. He's like trying, it's like before he gets his weight. Now that he has Radiance, you're so powerful as Spectre. You farm up everything, you can get killed by not even at the fight, and just do a lot more once you have your game is much easier. And Clinks is not scary. Sometimes you might have to be scared of the Clink killing you, especially with the threat. Right. But this game, I don't going to be that much Spectre.
Not for now, unless things go horribly wrong. I think Zai's trying to find the rest of his farm, build into that Aghanim Scepter, let the global work for him. And EG actually falling back to their own base. It's Invictus Gaming who was smoked up on the hunt, moving into the dire jungle.
They could have been, I think the IG's. IG doesn't have the best Roche. Good at Roche. Monkey King, I suppose, is defending the Roche, but actually I take probably need a
IG still now going to get some really good vision down. They put the sentry a little bit higher up, so they don't actually find the dire observer ward. So this maneuvering of IG is visible to evil geniuses.
Yeah, really nice. Nope. It's like they have a really nice sentry too. Southwest, but Lina, does she have her damage talent yet? She is.
Plus 50 is up, ripping through the towers.
Second time Baboka's that ward.
Yeah, they really want to make sure that EG just can't come out and freely farm. Like both those observer wards watch the close and safe farming areas of evil geniuses.
Trying to squeeze in that farm. Invoker just picked up his 400 gold left on RTZ. Can't really do too much to burning. I think he probably is. Also, no way for up to haunt. He has maxes for
Jump in, middle lane, the Sun's going to connect. It's going to be a big one if they can bring down Samael. No buyback available. It's a minute on the sidelines, but better is the double stun. Bobeka hit it perfectly, and Crit has to run away, but he cannot go fast enough. All by his little lonesome, and burning will desolate him down.
That was a really good blinding light. He pushed Baboka out of the. Yeah, but one of the downsides about BKB is if you get stun locked, and Invictus sure do have a lot of stuns, it is not particularly useful. But I think he needs it for success. Like, not really any way for him to not get stun fight unless they start. But no Orchid. Purely be relying on the Earth Spirit to control. Nyx is getting big. He's going to have Scepter soon, too. You're going to have to start.
He's going to find Arteezy even sooner. Jump forward, able to land off the stun. They do bring in the dust. So once again, Reveal is there, and Clinks is now down.
He did buy his BKB, so I think his gold loss was very, very minimal. If any. But
and with that fight out like succeeding, you're still going to lose the tier 2 tower up on top lane. Nothing was really going to stop that buyback or not.
Now IG just have to play around the Haunt cooldown. Haunt is seconds coming up. The only big fight that they lost was when they fought when Spectre wasn't.
He still hits like he don't even hit like a full truck yet. Like
magic resistance. Pretty good. Invoker, Earth Spirit, Keeper. Yeah. Almost straight 12% damage reduction.
TP is coming down the bottom lane as IG is just stopping the push from Evil Geniuses. There's took 4 heroes down here. So it's like EG would like to find a pick-off. And Lina is the one running directly into the middle of them. On top of the Observer and Sentry Ward, able to get the original stun, plus Laguna Blade onto Crit. OP, he did a little bit too deep, gonna lose his life. Almost, and it will be, in fact, almost instant respawn up for him. Bobeka will fall. Arteezy will trigger his BKB, but the Lina is back up and ready to fight.
They were in a way better fortified position. Their Abba was sitting behind the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit didn't even die that fight, and Keeper was there for the immediate blinding light. Not even a Bloodstone charge.
And Abaddon actually finishes his own Radiance 25 minutes in.
Oh yeah, minus Radiance on Universe. Pretty well. Just a few minutes behind Spectre.
Oh, Arteezy. It just is not a fun day for him.
Even if he had BKB up and hadn't used on bottom lane, died. Not great for him.
Someone needs to go over and de-ward the Obs.
Keeper has Ags too. Dire side is still farming. RT kind of transitioning. Position 3, perhaps 4 soon. But good thing Universe is there to pick up the farm.
And the more he's able to pick up, the stronger that big group maneuver of EG can be. And that defense holds. Because that's still IG's major problem. Yeah, we're getting ourselves a fantastic late game carry in the form of the Spec. Lina's pumping out a lot of damage, but they still need to go high ground. They still need to bring down the racks against the deep push that is EG.
And they still need better anti-BKB in actual team fights. I think they're really good at picking off people before, but if Ab
Roche?
Yeah, EG can easily do Roche. One of the big benefits of having Ab is just incredibly good.
Spectral Dagger just
doesn't have enough damage.
He's
oh
trying.
My God,
like he actually he had to consume a Forge Spirit while they're doing this push. Illumina trying to keep burning back as Nyx jumps in, looks for the stun, and then you've got the ultimate out from the Monkey King. covering the area. Roshan is still alive and rather annoyed everyone's knocking on his front door, but they're backing up. Laguna Blade crit dropping down low. OP needs some space away from Sumail. He'll turn around, but he gets hit by the meteorite. He'll burn down the Magnetize. Even in death, the work is being done by the Earth Spirit and the completely bone-dry burning. Moving back to the Tier 1 tower, Blinding Light bringing him back closer towards EG, and he will go down as well. EG. Roshan was their original target, but their real target is now the entire extermination of Invictus Gaming.
Wow. Zai is having the most godly blinding lights. It pushed Monkey King out of his ulti and it trapped him on the cliff in one blinding light, and then everyone else couldn't fight because of the blinding light. That was ridiculous. Blinding light plus BKB, and they were near immune to the pit, and now they were playing the prize Roche. They fought without Haunt, and RG did do a good job of baiting out that Haunt. That was his contribution in the past few minutes, but now he's able to accrue a little bit more net worth. Definitely not going to be the bearer of the ages. Far more valuable.
Keep that Invoker alive and watch the graphs go the way of evil geniuses.
They need BKBs on IG. They have no physical damage on. This blinding light was so good.
Invoker comes down and then the push straight back out again.
No one can go inside the pit. Burning doesn't have his haunt up, and RTZ just quick work. Lina has a dumper combo onto the Earth Spirit. Just leaves Sumail free to do whatever he wants.
And the perfect fights for evil geniuses. They keep their dream alive of getting up into that top 2. For their group stage, if they can get this win, the path is still there. Invictus Gaming, the one sitting pretty at number 1.
They don't have a good way to deal with the Ab. Not terribly easy. Or they don't have any silences, so they can't prevent him from popping through. They can try and stun lock him, but if they stun lock him with like Nyx, it's not even going to be close enough to proc him into 400 HP.
Are you still going to be happy though with like the spec going into the late game? Like, okay, we're talking about like the Abaddon being an issue right now, but this game looks like it could still drag on for a good 20-30 minutes now.
Like, yeah, it's not going to be great for Spectre, because like Abba can get Ags to counter the ulti, and they can just all huddle up. It's perfectly okay for them to huddle up in team fights. Like, the chain stun is going to be annoying, but if Abba has ulti and Keeper's channeling Illuminate, I don't think they'll take any damage on at all. Desolate will be gone, they'll heal up, and all the damage reduction from Ags is going to be... And the thing is, Universe can farm up a lot of items this game. Going for a Lotus Orb, like as his next... What is Lotus Orb great for you? They don't really have that much single... Luna, I suppose.
Is it to just spell?
Yeah, dispel what, roots? Or, I mean, there's not that many. Curious as to what. Picking that up. Let's say Ag. It's pretty useless against Spectre. Spectre go at all. It's not particularly good against Monkey King either. Assassin, I suppose. Might. Small contender. Laguna, I suppose, is also. I think pretty much everything he. With the Lotus might be better with the Ags, but maybe he's thinking about the future. Potentially thinking that they're going to try and shut him down with a Silenator. There's nothing coming out. I guess Linas do build Bloodthorn later.
That's a pretty forward thinking right there. He assumes he's not going to get any other items for a while. I can understand that. The Klingsu's also just kind of like scrapping a whole bunch of earlier game items together. Already having the Crystallis. Now looking to build into the Desolator still at this point of the game.
They haven't itemized armor. They're itemizing against magic damage right now. BKB already picked up on Lina, so he needs way more physical make up for the fact that.
Actually, Burning actually trying to go against him. Is a Blade Mail in his quick buy?
Blade Mail is one of the best items in Spectral. Just do so much damage, you just haunt to the middle of them. But it's not so great versus Abba. Because Abba does.
Can at least get the clinks off. Get the clinks off your tail.
Yeah, it's good versus Clinks. It's not terribly great versus Invoker because Sumail has one of the better items. You don't really want to go BKB on Spectre, although I think this game is probably going to be necessary for him. Come Blinding Light is. Blinding Light also mitigates a ton of damage. Go BKB.
Yeah.
really a thing.
For something a little bit more specky. EG is going to push through the top lane and to the tier 1 tower. Invictus Gaming. Choice to defend it if they wanted. They do have the Aghanim Scepter on the next Assassin. But at the moment, they're just pushing down through their own jungle on the bottom. A heavy showing from Evil Geniuses on the top, and IG will know they are not ready to fight this, but in fact, they won't get there in time. It's tier 2 tower, or completely let that top lane go.
Their 5-man is so strong. Nyx Assassin can't get an angle because Keeper Ags. It's daytime right now. And they still have Aegis on Sumail, so there is very little way that IG can compete. Maybe if they're like going high ground and Nyx can set up some stun with the Ags. These two towers are done for.
Yeah, it's the Lina showing herself, and Arteezy, with the Alacrity buff up, now all of a sudden doesn't seem to be that, well, crap at damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But the bottom lane's pushing in thanks to the Spec Illusions.
Dire's bottom tower has
We're going to wait 4 minutes and a bit, and a half, for Roshan to come back up again.
They smoked almost dead on the 5-minute Aegis expiration. They saw BKBs on EG, and it's up to XXS to prevent them from popping BKBs. I guess a little bit of Bubble Cut too, if you get a good boundless strike to combo them into the chain stuns. But let's see.
It's the kill they want. If they can find the stun, they're going to hit it as well. That means follow-up with Laguna Ultimate from the Spectral Haunt. 80 seconds on the sideline, and also grabbing Zai. Blinding Light will create a little bit more space for him. Have they got one more dagger, one more stun to throw the way of Zai? He's still ticking down bit by bit. The punch will do enough, and then Burning to slice him up. The Gem of True Sight going to be gathered up. OP also finding an extra kill. It was Kree on the back lines. Universe trying to help out, but now he'll also get stunned. EG, 1 by 1, they start to fall. The stun from the Nyx will hold him there. Jump into the burrow, and Lotus will try and protect him, but OP, the damage is enough. The stuns to fly in as well from Monkey King. Nowhere to run to. Evil Geniuses killed just on the footsteps of their base.
Sumail was just trying to farm up a little bit, farm out that extra wave, but it ended up being a chain feed as they lose 4 heroes and a gem right outside their tower. She couldn't really ask for that before. Maybe he kind of thought that he still has Aegis, or expect the smoke to come back quickly from IG, but IG was spot on with that smoke.
And Evil Geniuses, 34 minutes in, they did so well to get control of this game back. But Invictus Gaming, one fantastic fight for them. Now the stun over on Abaddon. The Blinding Light again making this very difficult for Invictus Gaming to fully finish up the bottom racks. And they're looking even deeper. Nyx Assassin's in way too deep. The Sentry Ward is there.
Oh,
so no way to survive, and he will go down. But you claim half of the bottom racks. And you stole the gem from EG.
That's a big deal. Makes Nyx's life a lot easier. That was during daytime too. EG, they were balled up for so long together. That's how they got back in this game, how they swept Roche, swept all those towers, but as soon as they split up, they are so weak for Spectre. I think if they just stay as 5 for most of the game, they'll be in. Because they'll be able to pop their BKBs because Abba will be able to get the Nyx Assassin won't be able to jump because of the keep Ags. And Desolate won't do any damage if it falls up as 5. So yeah, EG
with that fresh Aghanim Scepter. Sumail, he doesn't even see it coming. The Laguna Blade hits so hard.
He's getting picked off a lot.
And he's down with no buyback.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what he's trying to farm for at the moment. I guess he's going for Octave, which is important for him, but it's also important to not die. There's so many Invis heroes in the game. I think he's overestimating his abilities to like pop BKB, let's say Nyx Impale. He's not going to risk getting the Vendetta hit. He's just going to try and stun him. All you need to do as Radiant is prevent him from popping his BKB. So just hitting one stun like a Light Strike Array out of a Shadow Blade from there, or just a Earth or Impale coming out from the Nyx Assassin. Don't bother with the Vendetta. Sumail does not have buyback.
No, he does not.
To Radiant.
Oh, but IG, if they will even push this, just try and force the buyback out. And when the buyback never comes, they'll understand it. Like that tier 3 tower is still dropping. Illumina's making it difficult to push. Again, that missed chance from Blinding Light being a pain. And Invictus Gaming, they are backing up a little bit more. And they're not coming in with their second creep wave.
They are able to heal up with their still important. Burning can still fight. However, there is no haunt. Just need to wait another 40 seconds to that. I don't really need to fight right now.
So they just take out the shrine. That's easy enough.
It's actually up to Zai to control the fight. It's usually on Earth Spirit, but Zai, he's the one with the blinding light in the mana leak, and you can't Manta out of both of them. That fight he chose to... He got blinded. It's kind of one or the other, and Zai needs to be careful about stack spells. So
EG are looking for some space if they can create it. The smoke gank into the Radiant jungle. Crystal Maiden is the only target who's really close by. Potentially Lina, if she moves over as Q, he'll actually break the smoke.
You don't want to go. Sorry, you don't want to kill CM. That's just not even worth it. You don't want to give weighted positioning for that.
But can they actually even properly kill her? Like, she's got us off a Ghost Scepter.
They could.
The kill is going to be difficult even with 5 of them.
Radiant has used Scam. Boom, red, we know exactly where you are, and it's high on the bounce. But splitting up is where they're at their weakest. They were S5. IG have avoided the gank. Haunt is up again. Now they can look for kills with the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin and Q on the hunt.
They're so close behind. The push forward. Crit's able to rolling boulder away. Spectral Haunt comes down. It didn't block up Crit, but it's EG in full retreat back home where they know it is safe.
That's a miss. Now Roshan's up, and now they might be in the same position that they were in earlier, where they used Haunt. They didn't get a kill this time with it, but it looks like they're going to try and sneak Rose. They do have the Solar Crest on the Monkey King, which should make things a little bit quicker, but
they're uncertain about it.
Yeah, EG are in a really good spot right now.
Are they baiting him? Are they? No, they're still pushing up mid lane.
So how are IG going to handle this Roshan?
Well, they're looking at it. They're probably thinking EG's going to come over at some point. But now it's EG who get the vision of Burning moving into the pit, and Q being up so far, rolling boulder forward. The Ghost Set will protect him from the initial attack of Arteezy. Yes, that Crystal Maiden is basically being pummeled on the back line by Arteezy. Throws out the half-a-second ultimate, but on the front lines, that's where Laguna Blade gets the big kill. Sumail will fall. Universe trying to do as much work as he can, but you've got OP just running in and killing off whoever he really wants to. And the bigger one is the teamfight controller. Zai will fall. Crit will go down as well in just a jiffy. And maybe the help from Arteezy. The damage is really big. Arteezy's gonna find the kill. He's still got more work to do. Bobrica becomes his next target. Couldn't get the last searing arrow off. So Arteezy was going to fall as well. He'll have buyback available. But the 3 other dead heroes of EG do not.
Sumail was unable to pop his BKB once again. It looked like Lina was able to stun lock him with a little bit of help from Nyx. But they have to be able to allow Sumail to cast spells. And it's either he has to pop his BKB super early, it's still 8 seconds on him, so he can still pop it early, or they have to rely on the Abba to get him out of the stun lock, and I think Nyx Assassin was able to control both at the same time. I'm still not a big fan of the Lotus. It hasn't really done anything for Abba, and everyone else is dying around Abba, which is your worst nightmare as Abba. If you're one of the last heroes alive, then no, that's never a good thing. They didn't cast Solar Crest on the ideal target here, and OP just got slaughtered by Arteezy. Able to get 2 extra kills, I think. They cast a Solar Crest onto him. XSS just tries to kill it up. Still, 4 kills. Still pretty happy with that. I think it probably should have been better considering how quickly they killed the Invoker, but considering they didn't have Haunt for that fight, IG should be happy.
The fact that they're still able to claim Roshan after it, yeah.
Yeah, Spectre with Aegis. Oh man, that's not good.
The double spec. Potentially even triple if you hold on to your buyback money.
Man, Nyx Assassin has fallen far in that war. It was doing very well. It's kind of slowed down Scepter.
Well, he keeps getting caught out like that. Like, EG if having to have to expend a lot of money for it. Like, they're buying up the gems, they're putting down the sentry wards, they're finding his position, then Crit gets the quick silence. Bottom lane, Zai wants to be protected. Got Diffuser bladed up, so he's a little bit slower. Blinding Light tries to create a little bit more space to Sumail. He did get the BKB off, and as Nyx Assassin being thrown around inside the ice wall, but nothing can really save the Coddle or the Clinks. Caught up the hill and away from friends.
And another death without BKB being used. Just one of the threats of playing against a Nyx Assassin. You always have to worry about getting stunned for so long.
And a buyback from Arteezy, which doesn't really achieve anything.
Yeah, he knows they have to buy back sooner or later, so might as well start the cooldown now, I suppose. But yeah, the Spectre is very difficult to deal with. He has Heart now, So you have to, I think you just have to kite him with a keeper, but keeper's not even up right now.
Nope.
So no blinding light spam, no mana leak. That's the only thing that's going to stop him from the tower.
You put the pressure. You put the pressure on the 2,500 net worth Earth Spirit to be your controller in the fight. Very best of luck, Crit. At least burning is dry again thanks to the EMP.
Oh, he didn't Manta dodge it. That's not particularly good for them because he has a lot of HP regeneration. Be able to cast his spells, be able to Manta out of the mana, be able to Manta out of the it. Without that, they're actually not going to take the rid. Where you're like, I wish I had Recall, or I wish I had Arcane Boots.
Someone would be wonderful. Hey, he can add the Vladimir's Offering. That's the given now over from Monkey King. As they move in for the fight, Universe, Lotus Orbed up. Here comes your Tornado, catching the spec with a rock falling down. That Deafling Blast is good damage from Sumail, but he's taking so much back as well. OP hitting like a truck, but he has to bail out. Arteezy's attack, it flew, but it wasn't going to be enough. It's the big stun out from the Nyx Assassin. They're still doing the work, burning, standing his ground, and actually surviving through all of this. Now finally he will fall, of all things.
OP denied himself to heal up burning. He actually sacrificed the Bloodstone charges.
That's what the life was. Stun forward, Invoker's gonna fall. No way really for Sumail to survive this unless Crit's got more to throw out, but no, the Monkey King's rod can extend that far. And they just try and hold the Earth Spirit in position. No one has buyback, and that is good game well played.
Boboka is a monster on Monkey King, and XXS continues to deliver on these stunning offlaners. How many times did they die without being able to pot their BKB? That was actually ridiculous how many times they died. And IG had to be really, really happy about that.
At the same time, there were a couple of bumps in the road. EG having that really great fight on bottom lane. Then they had a second one up on top when they just did that straight push through. So EG definitely found...
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Monkey King.
Lina.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining.
War Chief.
EG's turn to pick.
Earth Shaker.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Silencer.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa Warrior.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Weaver. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The Lina going up against the Invoker. Is it going to work this time around? You've got Baboka over on that Monkey King. His rotations were wonderful last time around, and again, you're expecting more of the same in this game.
I'm worried about Silencer. Silencer owns their lineup.
Yeah.
Badly.
Yeah. Silencer is definitely going to be problematic, to say the least.
I thought they were going to also pick a right clicker BKB hero in the mid lane. By IG.V, I believe, last. Tia has one of the best matches versus. I actually think Tia.
And they decided. Did they decide against it or was banned out? You said
it was banned out. It was actually what a lot of teams use because you don't care about the burst, and Lina has a lot of trouble versus the refraction charge, and also their lineup's not particularly good at taking down refraction charges. Curse at a silent.
Well, off we start. They should get that sentry ward in range of the observer ward. There's one so close, yet so far away. So Invictus Gaming, we were talking about it in game number 1, just how great their vision game has been. Now, a little bit more of an uncharacteristic observer ward just off to the side of the mid. Should give a lot of warning bells at least.
So what Monkey King does, everyone's scared. IG 1, 2, 3 bounty runes. Oh god, Monkey Kings. What do we do, guys?
That's about, I guess, the only safe one. Is that when you feel a little bit odd with the pickup of the Phoenix? Because like, what's the Phoenix really meant to achieve? Like, what's Zai's real job? Like, we've seen Zai with these wonderful stun, initiating / control heroes. Now you get the Phoenix in the first 2. How does he make this hero work in their lineup of EG?
Cut down trees.
that's the secret.
Why are people picking Phoenix?
I don't know.
Sunray is okay, I suppose, but ever since it best, they have ways to deal with the egg. Even I would say Lina really fast attack speed and massive range. That's kind of your worst nightmare, unless it's a troll or a meat. Slightly worse.
Yeah, troll is what you were thinking might have also been coming up. Also note too that EG did try and split the lanes up a little bit and change things up by putting Arteezy on the bottom lane, and that leaves Universe on the top. Universe was going to get harassed out, almost guaranteed, if he tried to run the off lane. They put Arteezy in that position instead. Crit, try to initiate into OP. The Mana Burn's going to do some good work.
Ooh, some good old Quas Wex Invoker.
No XL point early on?
Well, he was tired of getting dumpstered in lane by Monkey King, plus much better build when you're actually afraid of early pressure. Universe, no mana for you, sir. No shrine for you. What does he do now? He has no name.
It's a good question. Burning doesn't have a hell of a lot of life, however, so Consumable's going to have to start to be consumed up on the top.
Quelling Blade, Universe, not chopping trees. I have seen teams just like chop down trees everywhere. It's like what Timbersaw dreams of. He did great skill set at our killing trees. But maybe you can get Iron Talon plus Quelling Blade and just chop trees down with Battle Fury. Octarine Core.
You become the hybrid Beastmaster. It's like dual wielding axes.
That'd be sick. Hate it. Kill it.
Yeah, it would be a fantastic pickup. Even then, you could probably even throw him into the jungle and get a little bit more experience at this early point of the game. Samel committing with just harassment, Cold Snap. I don't think OP really cares too much about that. And this mid lane CS, it's 11-3 up against 5-6. So even with the creep wave underneath the tower, Samel is still, again, behind in the CS. But I suppose this is to be expected when you go in the Quas Wex build on the Invoker.
Yep, wins most matchups. But I do like the Quas Wex. I think realize how difficult life has to play a little bit against Lina. Isn't even anywhere to be seen. Like, it's not even worth my time. I can just mess with Arteezy. Whoever's up here.
Yeah, and they actually just switched the lane, so Arteezy is on top lane, and Universe TP down to bottom shrine. So he's now on the bot.
Well, that's some... Yes, get this bear out of my lane. I'm happy to be Berserk Shaker.
The Centaur's already had a great lane. He's #1 in CS. Like, it's a 16-11 Centaur War Runner at the moment. There's a reason why both the Magnus and the Centaur were banned out in the first phase by EG last time.
You can't ban out X.
You really can't. You talk about the depth of the heroes of IG. I know OP kind of came under scrutiny a little bit with some of his heroes, but the real unsung hero for this team is still going to be XXS.
He should have been M, or at least tied.
Yeah, next to Baboka. Those guys did so much work.
XX Baboka. The Monkey King's different this game. It's not blue.
Was he changing his gems halfway through?
You have different styles for the... Gets tired. Cosmetics matter, Toby.
Obviously it does to him. Or else he wouldn't be doing such a thing. However, the leader cosmetic, I think, is still one of the greatest ones. Like the Iron Man style costume for OP.
What about the Indiana Jones? What about the Indiana?
As long as we don't add a set to Conquer where he starts making the boulder roll down, I'm okay with it. Top lane, that's a good Sunray Q. Losing life way too quickly, so the silencer will fall. Even with the curse, EG commit heavily, but they do find the first blood on that safe lane.
Crit's getting a lot more done this game than... It is really important that he does. Because I mean, you can only do so much on the... Generally need to combo it with people.
The lane seemed to be a lot more simpler for him too. Like roll up towards the top lane, that's a perfect kick. Drop Baboka down. And now they may have just enough damage. Keep him on the ground, don't let him take to the trees, and Arteezy will find the kill.
That is how you deal with Monkey King. Apparently his styles unlock as you level up in the game.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
The stronger the king gets, the more royalty.
But he turns bluer. Purple.
Purple the royal card.
Yeah, maybe he's like purple like level 3. But he has apparently 4 different colors. Start the game at level 1.
As Crit getting involved once more. So it's good for EG, they find the kills, but we have to keep in mind that was kills on 2 supports. Universe is still very much behind, 18-0 against his counterpart at 38-21, and Arteezy's on the run. Burning has the second highest CS, and if he can claim with Shikuchi forward, he's going to take the life. In fact, it's going to be Baboka who takes that life of Arteezy, and +2.
Don't make Arteezy either. He has low intel right now.
Right,
he's at 18 intel. I'm talking about his intel just in-game to me. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know if you thought like he became Samson, shaved off his beard, and then life just becomes instantly difficult for him.
Does it have some sort of magical power?
Well, if you know the story of Samson, yes, okay, Rock's missing, Tornado misses from Sumail, and because these abilities don't connect, OP may survive. He turns around and takes Zai out as well. Critical misses, and IG punish.
Nice Stampede usage too. XSS was ready for that one. But Zai was at that great range where you can turn no matter how Lina tries to juke. We're too close. Turn radius is a little bit too slow. But he had plenty of stick charges, and he had a range drop that wasn't even used because they missed all their magic spells. So that was unfortunate.
That's something EG just have to shrug off and focus on the task at hand, and that's murder. Baboka going to be their primary target. Have to keep that damage on him again. Keep him on the ground, but Monkey King takes to the tree lines. The fire sprites fly out, but he'll move up, he'll move down and around.
They don't even have a Quelling Blade on RTC. Chop down the tree. I usually see a lot of carries get Quelling Blade if you're against Monkey. Even if you don't need the plus damage versus creep, you still get it just so you can make his life potentially very miserable if you cut down that right tree.
Instead of relying on Crit to kick the tree roots out. Crit's coming back up to the top lane. But it's still very problematic. Universe is forced off the lane. He's at 1,700 net worth to the 3.1k of the Centaur. That Blink Dagger is going to come up even faster. The fact that they had Stampede for that mid-fight was already like something EG was probably going to be accepting of.
Oh god, he already has Hood? Oh, Gary. I wonder if he's actually going to take the mana regen, Helen. They often pair up the Centaur with the Crystal Maiden, so it's a no-brainer to get. Now that he doesn't have Crystal, will he take the mana regen? Probably not. I've seen most of them. I don't know. You already have Hood.
We'll cross the bridge when he gets to it. For now, he's just enjoying the very much freedom of bottom lane, knowing that Universe cannot zone him out. The ES just doesn't have the kill potential at the moment.
He had to shuffle around the lanes. He started off bottom, and then went top, and then went bottom, so you're going to be at a gold disadvantage if you get TP around, and you're going to be at a disadvantage. So many creeps.
That's why it just feels so much more structured and confident from IG. Like, even when the first 2 kills went the way of EG, it still feels like overall Invictus Gaming's laning phase is stable. Like, the only rotations they have are the supports moving around to change things up. Yeah, Crit was fantastic. He was helping out Samel in the mid, but the top and the bottom lanes is more chaotic for Evil Geniuses.
Oh, Boboka. What a clown. That's some good-natured, in-game bad-mannered.
It's bad manners until he properly hits the stun. Samel gets caught out too close to the Lina, and then he's dead. Because it's the burst damage you get from Laguna.
They are smoke-kicking him. Sumil will make a detour for that, but XS, he has a hood though, and Stampede. This is not going to be easy.
Well, at least Samel's going to get the vision, and well, Cold Snap, and Stampede gets off, starts his run up. Still hasn't even triggered the hood yet. Crib will run through. Bubaka is here, and the Fissure from Universe, that still won't be enough. Jump down, and it's actually Zai who dies. EG are the initiators. Crit's on the run, but he has got a Scarab Beetle on the back, infesting in, and Burning will take the kill.
Downsides of Crosswex, no damage.
Yep. And that's the roaming gang from EG. Like, is that a low chance of working? Like, what really went wrong there? They had the vision on the Centaur.
They didn't ban Centaur.
Okay, yeah, that's... Unfortunately, this game doesn't function with 20 bans.
You asked what went wrong, Toby.
Yeah. Yeah. They actually banned they banned the Abaddon as opposed to the Centaur in the first 2.
I much favor XXS on the stun off laner. He's really good at setting things up. Yeah, consider about. But yeah, with the hood first, it's just.
It seems so happy as well for him. Like, how many out of the IG games we've cast? I think there's only been one game where he hasn't had the one-on-one matchup.
Yeah, they do give him pretty favorable. I mean, last game he had Nyx as him. He was zoned out kind of early, but he still managed to catch up quite nicely. Definitely set up for. I think Q has been spot on with his rotations as it's sitting behind Sentinel right now. Think about trying to stop his. Oh, did he pick up a point exort? He has. So Invoker looks like a 4-4-1 build. Pretty unusual. Invokers. I usually see 3 in Quas when they go for Crosswex. They either more Wex or Quas is quite a lot of Quas.
Burning's Invis is wearing out now. So he could potentially throw out the Beetles, just harassing Arteezy and making sure Arteezy never feels comfortable on this map. Something game 1 Arteezy had to get used to was the Clinks.
What do you take? Oh, just banner.
To balance out the fact that you didn't have the CM.
Yeah. And regions, I really have to. He doesn't have Tranks. That's actually kind of nice for him.
Do you change up a Lina build as well? Obviously, you're still going to go for the Bloodstone, but do you look for like more regeneration on her because you don't have the Crystal Maiden? We've been seeing OP mainly going for like the Aghanim Scepter.
Bloodstone gives you enough.
That's enough?
Yeah. I think you really need Shadow Blade a lot. Kill the Invoker would help them win the game. I think you still need that.
Oh my god. Can he actually do this solo?
Oh.
He goes for the stun, but Zai is able to get the Icarus dive off. But Burning, he knows Zai can't go anywhere. So a kill is still the kill. The rolling boulder forward, but the kick, it's going to be right on target. Able to do so. The silence held in place. The EMP burn will help out, and Crit is already starting his TP. Right underneath them as Burning was on his way into. Samel has to hide under Ghost Walk. They know he's there, but no detection for Invictus Gaming.
He does have an Arcana rune, so Tornado's going to cool down way earlier than normal. Only up for
He's got no friends. Like,
he's got
no damage.
They have no damage. Where's the damage? A lot of setup.
Well, it's meant to be the Ursa, right? Like, that's...
Yeah, a little bit from Phoenix, too.
Okay, you got help. Earth Spirit's on the way. He needs to get the proper kick, and maybe just with Cold Snap, it's going to be enough. Samel gets the solo kill. Unfortunately, Silencer is a lot more powerful and holds on to the intelligence. No +2 for smart Invokers.
I wonder if Invoker's going to... He hasn't taken a talent. Still kill. A lot of the time I do see... They don't build HP. You get it from Scepter pretty...
Well, smoke up from the Ursa being purchased, so
he doesn't have life steal.
Turns your attention a little bit towards Roshan.
How are they going to do it without life steal? I'm going to take it.
I would say you could use Phoenix, but that's going to be a pretty obvious thing if there's a single Radiant Observer Ward around the pit.
The Fire Spirit's not as good versus now that
bottom lane, blink is up, and goodbye Monkey King. 4 swipes, instant enrage from Arteezy. And IG will look for a bit of back trade-off if they can take out the T1 tower. The kick goes off with a Stampede and Horfstomp. Perfect! Catching out two. Phoenix as well as Sumail. Sumail's on the run. Silenced up. Can't do anything to stop it. Another double edge.
What a monster.
He really is.
They missed the Boulder Smash, though, after the... He tried a Tornado into EMP and Boulder Smash. Weren't able to connect Boulder Smash. Run away. But yeah, great positioning by the Centaur and making very good use of his early farm. Ursa was not able to transition into a tower kill on bottom, and they're back to how they were a couple minutes ago, minus a 2.
So both teams reveal the early blink daggers. One team gets 2 kills, the other one gets 1. And
the tower.
And the tower. Not to mention it was a support and a core for Invictus Gaming and just a support for EG. And IG are going again. Hey, why not? Yeah, you don't have Stampede. Arteezy's going to be close, but not close enough to trigger the smoke.
It's pretty unusual that he's farming right there.
But Crit's really close. The Boca jumps up, and goodbye, Crit. He was on a warding mission.
They're doing a really good job of controlling this area. This area is what you want to do. Ursa does not have a lifesteal, as they probably already figured out as he on the bottom lane, but just need to prevent him from getting that first. They don't have a good Roshan lineup, but you still have to worry about them tanking with like 4s. Sumail giving Alacrity. Things are still possible, and Roshan almost IG's Bane last.
It's kind of looking to see IG having more aggressive vision, but most of it was, even with the smoke, yeah, and I think EG is looking for the same thing with the sentry wall they put on top of the shrine. They're wondering where IG left the vision after they went for the smoke.
Oh, he's going blink hard?
What, straight into heart?
That's what he has on quick buy. Usually you'd see Scepter at this point. I think even the ability to run over trees is very useful.
Oh, Sumail. Tornado's going to connect. He's still silenced up, and with the Stampede running forward, there's your bonus damage and a quick jump to slap. The Boca kill secures on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Burning is on the run. Arteezy would like to catch up to him, but they don't have enough control. You've still got time-lapse available for Burning, and EG just cannot hold him in position long enough to kill him.
Trying to sneak Roche, fade out Sumail, force heroes bottom, and dies, whatever. IG's too wise for your shenanigans.
How do you even keep doing the damage on Ursa? That's almost a fully completed Diffusal Blade over on Burning. How is Ursa meant to keep up?
Not sure, especially because he's...
Okay.
He wants a Abyssal later. Pretty good, but you have mobility issues. Global Silence is even pretty problematic for him, not to mention Stampede. Let's see.
Isn't that when you look at the Aghanim Scepter, you look for something to to dispel? It's...
Usually, I would say Basher is fine for him, so you can just get a lot of solo. Decent for team bites. So, you know, if you get a lucky bash on the Weaver, he can't pop his ult. You get a good bash on the Silencer, he can't. Looks like he just wants to pick up what I kind of Sumail did. Sumail didn't lose any gold there. Bought his Staff of Whisper. Yeah, all in all, economically, it was not that poor. Still looking for opportunity to get Roche. Been 18 minutes in, and only one attempt has been.
Well, how do you still take Roshan? IG, you still don't know where their observer wards are. You committed 3 sentries around your own shrine, trying to find that vision from Invictus Gaming, and they didn't put anything down for it. And in fact, now it's just XXS just jumping straight through it and find the Invoker.
That was so greedy. Tornadoing creeps right there. As soon as he did that and he saw the Invoker, he's like, what? Or and then he saw the sun, he's like, what have I done? So blink reveal from Earthshaker coming out pretty soon. I would say 18 minutes is a pretty good timing considering his start. But IG are unrelenting in their control on this top half of the map. They are just shutting down the Ursa completely. And Ursa, he hasn't been able to get many kills. He hasn't been getting Roche. And you do not want to be in a farm war as an Ursa at all.
Yep. This isn't a war, man. this is a slaughter. You don't have Ursa with anywhere to farm on the map. You just lost your tier 2 tower. That aggressive vision from IG after that successful gank on the Invoker is now down. So even if you go into your jungle to farm there, Invictus Gaming will know about it.
They're mass TPing to the bottom lane. Looks like trying to make a move. Perhaps a Centaur.
You don't have the Blink Echo Slam, so there's no instant control on the Centaur. And Burning is also rotated up, so the Fissure will go on to Burning.
Oh, the Fissure just...
Yeah, but they brought everyone. It's like they want the fight to happen here.
They're still
5
global,
heroes down for EG.
Q, is he going to be able to hit a clutch global? That is the question. Ready.
Are they going to bring everyone else down? Like, Lina is still not on the bottom lane.
Really
That's when you start... Like, she doesn't actually have a TP scroll either.
This is a scary place for EG.
Except they try to force the fight, reveal the position early on. They don't get it. XXS actually thinks EG is further forward, hence he went for the blind blink into the tree line, hoping to find something that EG was planning, some kind of trap, but EG's already backed out after being the ones to drag the attention to bot lane.
He's just wondering what they're doing over there. Like, there are just 5 over here farming out 1 creep wave.
Doesn't make sense, right?
Did not make sense at all. But they didn't see the Lina and the Silencer didn't TP because they thought it might be another maneuver to try and drag them away from Roche. So they always have Roche in the back of their mind. They're not letting that slip. I do like that play and vigilance on IG.
And how many Sentry wards been wasted by EG? They threw down another one looking for the Observer ward in the mid lane. But they're not finding, I don't think like, when was the last time we saw a Radiant Observer ward actually dewarded?
One of the benefits of having Monkey King, you don't need smokes to place Observer ward. It's kind of like old school Riki.
This is now just becoming the Baboka ward.
Yeah.
Every time he throws it down, and it's every time against the dire side Invoker of EG. And they're going to go for Roshan themselves. Double damage rune on Burning.
That is the best rune right now. They take this away from EG. EG have very few ways to make big plays into the game.
Icarus dive down. It's just to put an Observer ward on top of the Radiant Sentry ward that's already there. So if they want to get rid of it, they can do so.
That is really disheartening.
And now you're
EG.
also going to lose the Earth Spirit in mid.
You lost your Obs. You lost your Roche. You lost your crit.
Things are falling apart. Like, at the seams.
It was completely unexpected they would get down that fast. From EG's point of view, there's like no way they could do Roche that quickly, and they Sunstruck. Like, ideally, it'd probably be around like 40% health. They could keep their Shrine and going with the Tornado to sweep things up. But with the TD,
the TPs are coming in. They want to try and fight Arteezy. So Baboka starts with his stun, then the jump down, throws out the ultimate. The TP is out. Arteezy not able to complete in time, and no buyback is available.
That was actually a mistake on Arteezy's part. He didn't ult before he would have saved him for sure, but I don't think they had any other stuns yet. They used Global, they used Hoof Stomp, they used Boundless Strike, so that was it. But that was a great silence though, because Baboka scouted out the Earthshaker, waiting for them to go on the Ursa. It's ridiculous how on top of their game they are right now.
They're really reading this map perfectly.
Plus 125 health for him.
And you see him again. Okay, this time around, that's the better way to do it. Icarus dive through, find the Monkey King out of position, and Sumel's Sunstrike will get the kill.
Nice kill for them. Gotta repel this Monkey King somehow. Still done incredible amounts of work.
Yeah.
Man, poor Zai, look at his net worth. Oh man, 1,300.
Yeah, it's a very sad Phoenix. There's definitely no doubt about that.
He can hope for level 15 for 150 GPM.
You know, the really sad thing is though, like we talk about like the kill on the bottom lane. Okay, you just killed off the Monkey King, but you're still killing off the support Monkey King while the top 3 net worths on the field all belong to Radiant side. And well, goodbye crit. He just got deleted. 15 Bloodstone charges now for the Lina.
Look at that mana recall, 26.
And now it's going to be bottom lane. Universe just jumped in, so Burning, hot on his tail, support's coming in, and with Diffuser Blade charge, there's just no way to run away. It's such a, like, there's no maneuverability for this Earthshaker. He still wants to get the Force stuff up and running, but he can't outrun a Weaver.
Not at all. Can't TP away either. Dare to hit with the Boundless Strike in case I try to make...
Arteezy and Zai are underneath the Observer ward.
Centaur did commit for the Reaver, by the way. I'm pretty surprised he went for the Reaver. But
He's committing for heart. It's all in, man.
yeah, they can't kill him. The only way they can kill him is if Ursa has a lot of uptime on him. But I don't think that's going to happen.
It seems to make a lot of sense, though, for IG going into the base, where OP and Burning can just sit on the back lines, and then this really tanky Centaur sits on the front line. It gives you your vision of high ground, and lets Lina do the work. Because OP's having the time of his life at the moment. No one's able to get close enough to him to really do the damage. Like, you're going to rolling boulder forward, get the silence quickly into Invis. Sentry Ward is down on the back line. Silencer controlled up, but he's still got the global silence off. Centaur got there just in the nick of time, and Universe is now the one on the retreat. You can Sunray all you want, Zai, but Burning will stand its ground. He'll bring you down, and the sole survivor from Evil Geniuses will be slaughtered, and the good game is called. Not even 25 minutes on the clock. And Evil Geniuses, they admit defeat.
How do you ban versus IG? That was just plain flat out destruction that we saw coming out from IG. What a team. Boboka and XXS again.
He's perfect. Like, you can't take out both the Monkey King and the Earth Spirit within the first two, and he's legit awesome on both, and then you've still got the issues of the offlaner. XXS is in there. OP's got his wonderful supply of heroes he can go for.
Vanguard first Ursa. Theoretically, it's not that bad versus Geminate attack on Weaver. Fast attack speed Lina, but still, they didn't have any damage.
Yeah, definitely felt a little